Inside a classroom, a young guy jolts awake, looking like he just swallowed something foul. In that instant, it hits him he's gone back in time. Exactly 25 days before the college entrance exams in the Xia Kingdom. More specifically, he's back in Anqing No. 1 High School, 3rd year, 7th class. Around him, everyone's buried in their assignments. Suddenly, he jumps to his feet, screaming like a banshee on fire. Grabbing his wild hair, he curses his rotten fate. If he had to be reborn, couldn't it have been after the exams? Why throw him back into the nightmare of high school, right before the most critical moment of his life? Whoever's messing with his fate, seriously, what kind of plot armor is this? On this world, Blue Star, humanity's long been tormented by an ongoing disaster, secret realm invasions. These mysterious realms act as gateways to other worlds, ones crawling with monsters. And sometimes, those monsters find a way through the rifts and invade. Some are weak, others strong enough to flatten entire nations. A real threat to all of humanity. To fight back, humans created the beast gene system. By injecting beast genes, people awaken monster templates and unlock powerful genetic talents. These gene warriors are the last line of defense, and as a result, they're treated like royalty. In this world, strength is everything. If you can't fight, you're just background noise. At that moment, the system chimes in. World traversal complete. He has been selected as the host. Memory implantation begins. Still dizzy from it all, he clutches his head, trying to make sense of it. The students around him burst out laughing. Typical. A known class beauty, Huang Tong Tong, throws him a sharp glare and scoffs. Someone like you still thinks you can take the college entrance exams? Why haven't you just dropped out and started some dead-end job? He stares back, unimpressed. Of course, every bullied main character has that one girl who just has to make their life hell. Clearly, the guy who originally owned this body wasn't exactly popular. Turns out, his parents were in an accident back in 2nd year. Since then, his grades tanked. He stopped training. His performance nosedived, dragging the whole class down with him. Now everyone treats him like trash. Huang Tong Tong narrows her eyes, irritated by the way he's looking in her direction. This is a martial arts class, she warns. You trying to start something? He is completely baffled. He was just lost in thought. How was that picking a fight? So now, not only is he stuck in a weakling's body, he also has to deal with the fallout of someone else's screw-ups. Once again, he wonders who the hell rewrote his plotline and dropped him into this train wreck. Just then, the teacher steps forward, reminding the students to prepare. It's time to begin the genetic modification serum injections. This is it, the moment they've been working toward for 3 long years. Time to show what they're made of. Years of hard training, physical conditioning, and building up their martial energy, all of it had led to this moment. But for those who never took it seriously, the teacher didn't even bother finishing that sentence. He simply adjusted his worn-out glasses and shot a glare straight at Ihi. He just smiled, pretending not to notice. Seriously, what's with the attitude? It's not like he was the one slacking off. That was the original guy. He's just stuck cleaning up the mess. Fine. Since he's been handed this train wreck of a life, he might as well fix it right. Soon, the scene shifts to the gene injection hall, where all the students have gathered for the much-hyped genetic awakening ceremony. The room buzzes with excitement. Everyone's talking about which power they hope to unlock. Some brag about wanting a Tier 3 mountain splitter. Others dream big with a Tier 4 sea bridge dragon. One guy even joked about awakening a Tier 1 but beast. Amid the chatter, a huge machine roars to life. Cold air blasts from it as the doors slide open, revealing rows of test tubes, each one containing a glowing serum. These aren't just any serums. They hold the primal essence of magical beasts, collected and synthesized by generations of elite warriors. Once injected, each student would randomly bond with one of these beast genes. And as always, the stronger your body, the better your chances at awakening something powerful. Their exhausted-looking class teacher stepped up again, urging them not to panic. When the serum kicks in, stay calm. Let the power flow through you, he said. Easy for him to say. Names began to get called. One by one, students stepped forward, injected the serum, and instantly started screaming. Whether it was pain or pleasure, who knew? It sounded like a weird mix of both. He watched it all unfold. Yeah, he wasn't exactly thrilled about what was coming, but he didn't hesitate. He grabbed the injector, jabbed it into his arm, and braced himself for whatever madness came next. Except, nothing happened. Eyes wide, he stood frozen. No surge of power. No screaming. No transformation. Just silence. The teacher walked over, clearly confused. You don't seem any different. He shrugged. Maybe I got a fake dose? Of course, that's when Huang Tong Tong strutted over, laughing like she'd been waiting all day for this. Wow, so you really didn't awaken anything. Figures. A loser like you being a warrior? Please. She poked at his face, mocking him. You're like a bird with no wings. Totally useless. Guess this is the end of the road. Huh. He clenched his jaw. She just wouldn't shut up. Always the loudest voice in the bullying crowd. But suddenly, something inside him snapped. A strange surge swelled from deep within, a wild emotion erupting without warning. The system chimed in. Template identified. Infinite monster. A full status panel appeared before him. Host. Physique. Grady. Martial skills. 9th student basic chi technique. Blocking palm. Iron body technique. Huang Tong Tong narrowed her eyes. What's with the weird pose, loser? Still pretending you awakened something? He warned her to back off, but she didn't listen. Blockhead. That girl never listened. And now, too late. Ihi's body suddenly convulsed. His eyes lit up, glowing with raw, untamed power. Then it happened. That power exploded outward like a wild beast unleashed. A monstrous force surged from within him, blasting everything around. Huang Tong Tong, standing way too close, got launched across the room like a rag doll. But she wasn't the only one. Even though she took the brunt of it, the surrounding students were all thrown back by the sheer pressure. The entire room reeled from the unexpected eruption. That display didn't go unnoticed. 2 elite awakeners, Miss Liu and Lin Wan, immediately turned their attention toward the chaos. The system chimed in. Awakening complete. Template. Mad Flame Demora, a rank. Abilities unlocked. Scorching Breath. Molten Pulse. Spore Absorption. Advanced Form. Flame Lord Demora, locked. 100% compatibility required. Current compatibility, 3%. As he processed all this, one thought crossed his mind. Could this be the golden finger power granted by the system? Whatever it was, the change in the room was immediate. The so-called loser of the class now radiated an overwhelming aura, one that silenced everyone and made even the cockiest students take a step back. Huang Tong Tong, who had just awakened a Tier 2 beast, the flaming lizard, was now unconscious, knocked out cold with drool running down her chin. He scratched his head awkwardly. My bad, guys. Got a little carried away. He tried to explain that he did warn them to keep their distance. But let's be honest, who expected him to awaken something this insane? In an instant, the classroom dynamics flipped. The same students who used to ignore him were now practically bowing, stunned by his transformation. But the moment didn't last long. The PA system buzzed. All third-year awakened students proceed to the testing facility for magical beast classification and martial level detection. Everyone headed to the testing center, eager to see how they measured up. A massive holographic screen lit up, displaying the results in real time. First up, Li Xin Yuan. Awakened Beast, Swift Spine Bug, Tier 3. A few students mumbled in surprise. Li was always average, never stood out. But now, with that bloodline, he was probably top 3 in class. Strong bloodlines are so unfair, someone whispered. Next came Chu Zhou, the class prodigy. No surprises here. Level, Martial Apprentice 9. Beast Template, Ice Demon Dragon, top of Tier 3. A roar of murmurs filled the room. He was almost guaranteed to become Aiming City's champion. Then came Miss Liu, also a level 9 martial apprentice, and she had awakened something rare. Beast Template, Nether Sparrow, Stage 4. Gasps filled the room. A Stage 4 template. If that beast appeared in full form, it could easily level a city. Only Grandmasters could hope to stop it. As he stood there watching, something didn't sit right. Everyone else's templates were labeled by stages. Stage 3, Stage 4. But his? Just a rank. What did that mean? Before he could think more, his name was called. And as he turned toward the testing device, as he stepped into the testing chamber, every eye in the crowd was locked on him. The students watched in awe, eyes gleaming with admiration. Some of the girls, already fantasizing about marrying him, or at least having his kids. He finally understood just how much this world revolved around martial power. And now, with that attention aimed directly at him, it felt real. Carrying himself with newfound confidence, he walked into the tube chamber like he owned the place. The cheers behind him were deafening, like fans screaming for their idol. With an aura that wild, everyone assumed the same thing. His test results were going to shatter expectations. A new record, maybe even a rank no one had ever seen. Li Xinyin, the one-time class star, silently watched from the crowd, his expression serious for the first time. He finally realized he was someone worth keeping an eye on. Then things got weird. The moment Ihi's data popped up on the holographic display, it was underwhelming at best. Stage 3 Awakening. Beast Bloodline, unknown. For a second, the room went dead silent. Everyone blinked, tried to process what they just saw. Then came the wave of disappointment. Some guys broke into loud, mocking laughter, like they'd been waiting for the punchline. The girls who'd been swooning? Now, they looked at him like he had the plague. Disgusted, embarrassed. Ihi, completely unfazed, walked calmly out of the testing chamber. This was what he expected. He knew full well his martial abilities and bloodline didn't follow the system's usual rules. The scanner hadn't even picked up his real template, but the system had. Infinite monster template activated. His template wasn't just different, it was limitless. As long as he met the conditions, he could keep unlocking monster forms endlessly. And with that, he set a goal to become the king of monsters. Later that day, the awakening ceremony wrapped up. Classes ended. Inside the teacher's office, the old man raised an eyebrow. You want to take a break to study on your own and come back for the college entrance exam? Clearly, he didn't buy it. Do you honestly expect me to believe someone like you is going to actually study at home? But he was serious. I've fallen way behind. I need special training. If I follow everyone else's pace, I'll never catch up. The teacher stared for a moment, then said flatly, if you want to become a real warrior, college is the only way. Beijing University? That's no joke. Even with your bloodline, your foundation is too weak. You won't make it unless you're ready to fail and repeat the year. He shook his head. There's no time for that. How about a move now? I know it sounds crazy, but I want to learn. I need this. Just look into my eyes. You'll see I mean it. The teacher paused, then sighed. Those eyes, they weren't the eyes of slacker anymore. They were sharp, determined. Fine, he said. But if you fail, you're coming back here next year. No excuses. A while later, he arrived at the Aining Warrior Center. He already knew his family's home had been mortgaged for 600,000 yen, and after the accident, the compensation totaled over $1 million. Now, he finally had the funds to head for the capital. But first, he had to get stronger. Now that Ihi had awakened his power, he was faced with two options. 1. Follow the traditional path and level up as a warrior. 2. Increase his compatibility with the Timora template. According to the Infinite Monster template data, every template starts with just 1 compatibility point. But Timora already had 3. That didn't add up. Where did the extra 2 come from? There was only one answer. Timora had absorbed energy from the gene awakening serum, boosting its compatibility, which meant something huge. Those expensive serums weren't just for awakening. They actually enhanced the model's abilities. If that was true, then grinding endlessly as a warrior might not be the smartest path. Instead, throwing money at compatibility upgrades? That might be the better move. And honestly, that plan suited Ihi just fine. He decided to head straight to the shop and get his hands on some genetic enhancement serum. But the moment he passed through the ID checkpoint and stepped into the building, his jaw dropped. His eyes widened in pure disbelief. All around him stood warriors, each one radiating power. Their awakened bloodlines were impossible to miss. The energy in the room was heavy, alive, but that wasn't what caught him off guard. Ever since awakening Mad Flame Demora, he had unlocked a unique sensory skill, magnetic field of life. Through this, Timora could detect living creatures by tracking their vital energy fields. Now, he could feel it, really feel it. The warriors in front of him were blazing with life force. He could sense their chi and blood, each body burning like a furnace. He could even hear the faint roars of the beast bloodlines within them. The power, the tension, the raw desire to dominate. It triggered something deep inside him. The blood of Mad Demora wasn't meant to stay quiet. That beast was a conqueror in its world, born to rule. But right now, he was still too weak. He could only hold that desire back for now. Still, he made a silent promise. Once he was strong enough, the world would know what it meant to face the King of Beasts. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to see a young woman behind him. Don't stare at people like that, she said, casually. You're gonna make it seem like you want to fight. He blinked, a little embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. She laughed. It's fine. You must have just awakened. Huh? It's normal. Can't really control the instincts yet. Then she tilted her head. So, what brings you to the Warrior Center? I'm here to buy some genetic medicine, he replied. But this place is massive. I'm kind of lost. She smiled. I'll show you. But why are you looking for gene meds already? Is there something wrong with that? He asked. Not wrong, she said with a shrug. Just, gene medicine isn't cheap. Plus, if you use it too early, your body might build resistance. Most warriors wait until they hit a bottleneck to get the most out of it. That made him pause. How much does one cost anyway? At your level, she said, you're limited to the basic Solitai potion. That'll run you about 400,000 yen. He nearly choked. 400,000? For one, the Bro King of Beasts felt like passing out. Even with everything he had, he couldn't afford 5. But he needed it. Somehow, some way, he had to get that potion, hoping to save some cash. He casually asked the woman if she knew anyone who could help him get the gene potion at a discount. Turns out, she was a kind soul. She handed him a business card, a referral from a veteran warrior. If everything went well, he could get a solid discount. He thanked her and took off. Maybe fate would bring them together again. After draining his account, he headed straight to a warrior gear shop to grab the essentials. By the time he was done spending like a lunatic, night had already fallen. Back at his apartment, he was ready to upgrade. He prepped the injections, and the pain hit like a truck. His body trembled. Bones cracked. Blood boiled. But through it all, his compatibility percentage steadily climbed. From 3% to 4%, and then to 7%. At the same time, his stats spiked. From 8 to 10, then from 10 to 15. That officially put him at armed rank 7. When it was over, he collapsed onto the floor, drenched in sweat and gasping. So this is what leveling up feels like, he whispered. Each gene shot had enhanced his physique. But by the last one, the gains had already started slowing down. Clearly, as his body evolved, basic mutations became harder to trigger. Still, not bad at all. What took others 3 years, he pulled off in minutes. And this was without even using Demora's full power. If he tapped into the bloodline's strength, maybe, just maybe, he really could dominate the exams. If cheat mode can't crush the geniuses, then it's not much of a cheat, he muttered with a grin. Now, it was time for the next step, heading into a secret realm. For reference, secret realms are ranked from S-class to E-class. The higher the rank, the deadlier the beasts inside. S-class realms are pure nightmares. If one ever spilled in the real world, it'd be the end. Total apocalypse. But for now, he wasn't diving into an S-class. He was headed to an E-class rift, located at a third-rate site in Aining. When he arrived, he noticed the place was nearly empty. Made sense. The realm was old, already picked clean of valuable treasures. Only weak beasts remained, mostly for rookies to train with. At the checkpoint, he approached the front desk and asked about his reservation for the E-class realm. The lady behind the counter didn't even glance up from her TV show. She just slid over a death waiver and his entry ticket. Without hesitation, he signed the waiver and made his way toward the rift. The closer he got, the more amped up he felt. This wasn't just a dungeon. It was the first step toward his rise as the king of beasts. He took a running start, leapt into the air, and dove headfirst into the portal, landing with a full-on superhero pose. Because why not? Inside, the realm opened up before him. 3 stars floated across the sky. Conlin Star, Onway Star, and Taiyin Star. He'd studied all of this in textbooks, but seeing it up close, totally different. The secret realm was breathtaking. Then, without warning, danger approached. A mutant rabbit crept up from behind. First-rank beast, Bladefang Rabbit. It was ready to strike. The beast struck fast from behind, but he was faster. He'd already sensed it coming. The moment the Bladefang Rabbit launched its sneak attack, he snatched it right out of the air by its ears. A slow, eerie grin spread across his face. Really? You thought I couldn't sense you? He activated Life Magnetic Field, and in the blink of an eye, crushed the rabbit's skull with a casual squeeze. Just like that, his first kill. The creature dropped a beast core. Average quality, probably worth a few thousand yen. Not bad for his first few minutes inside the dungeon. At this rate, he could easily rack up serious cash. To put things in perspective, most people would work themselves half to death all month to earn just 3 or 4 times that. But here he was, making it in minutes. That's the difference power makes. Still, hunting low-level beasts wasn't the plan. If he really wanted value, he needed to go after something tougher, at least second rank. As if the realm itself heard him, a new enemy appeared. Second-rank beast, Corpse Demon Bug. It crawled right into his path, practically asking to die. He wasn't about to refuse. Drawing his short sword, he moved in fast and slashed at the creature's lower abdomen. He'd studied the monster encyclopedia enough to know. The back was a steel wall, but the underside? Way softer. The bug curled into a tight coil and spun toward him like a deadly drill. He braced himself, slammed his sword into the ground, and activated Hyper Beam. A scorching blast shot out like a fire cannon, smashing the bug dead center in the gut. But it wasn't enough. In a flash, the creature countered, spitting out several spinning discs from its mouth. That attack caught Ihi off guard. Seriously? It can shoot. He dodged with swift, nimble steps, barely avoiding the barrage. But his outfit wasn't so lucky. One slash shredded his clothes. Do you know how expensive this was? He shouted, livid. But jokes aside, he was starting to realize something. His current martial level wasn't enough. Without solid martial techniques backing him up, even with strong chi and blood energy, he was barely using half his full potential. That was thanks to the body's original owner being such a bookworm failure. Time to cheat. He activated Mad, Demora's bloodline. In an instant, his physique exploded, from 15 to 21. His arms transformed, beastly, powerful, layered with armored skin and razor-sharp claws. The corpse demon bug lunged, its mouth wide open, lined with teeth like daggers. He didn't back away. He leapt into its mouth. From the inside, he tore through muscle, bone, and tissue, ripping the beast apart from within. The monster let out a final, violent scream before Ihi burst out from its lower abdomen, ending it for good. Victory! Now, with his physique at level 21, he had just crushed a second-rank monster like it was nothing. Still, after deactivating his bloodline power, his body had to vent all the excess heat. He felt like a living furnace, ready to melt the ground he walked on. And that sword he just bought? Corroded by the bug's venom. A weapon that cost 250,000 yen, trashed by one tier 2 monster. What a ripoff. He stared at the melted remains of his expensive sword and shook his head. Garbage quality. Total scam. Whoever sold this needs a 1-star review minimum. And if things couldn't get worse, his stomach started growling. The energy drain from his first real monster fight had left him starving. And of course, he didn't bring a single bite to eat. Then it hit him. A smell. Something fragrant. His eyes drifted to the green core sitting in the corpse of the demon bug. It shimmered slightly, giving off a faint scent. Was it tempting? Yes. Yes, it was. To hell with it, he muttered, throwing caution to the wind. He opened his mouth and swallowed the giant green core in one big gulp. Almost instantly, he felt the core dissolve inside him. And a new system prompt popped up. Compatibility increased. 7%, 7.3%. He froze. What? He had spent hundreds of thousands on gene potions to gain just 1% compatibility. But a single green core had boosted him by 0.3%. Doing the math in his head, he realized just 3 or 4 of these would equal an entire potion. Even the white cores from Bladefang rabbits should be good for at least 1%. Tears welled up in his eyes. He'd gone full pay to win and lost miserably. Well, no point crying over wasted money now. Time to turn that frustration into fuel. He touched 2 fingers to his forehead and activated Life Magnetic Field. A magnetic pulse rippled outward, scanning for life in every direction. He hunted nonstop through the night. By the next afternoon, his compatibility hit 9%, and his physique had reached 15.8. But once he crossed the 9% threshold, white magic cores stopped working. No more gains, only a full stomach and some spare cash. He packed up his loot, 20 white magic cores, for green magic cores. At the checkpoint, he casually dropped them on the desk. The receptionist's eyes widened. You're a high school student? She looked at the pile of cores like it was a miracle. According to government policy, martial artists had to turn over 1/10 of their haul. For every green core, he needed to trade in 5 whites. After doing the math, he still walked away with 200,000 Sea Kingdom credits. Not a bad haul for a rookie, but the clock was ticking. Only 9 days left until the college entrance exams. Meanwhile, over at a D-class secret realm, a squad of 6 warriors prepared to set out. Near the entrance, the team gathered for a quick briefing. The driver asked the captain, "Think we'll finally complete that Blood Jade Flower mission this time?" Captain Lin, a Tier 2 martial artist, replied calmly, "We already found the flower's general location last time. But with old Qin injured, we're short a man." A young woman frowned. "So what now? We going in with 5? Another teammate chimed in. "The rules say we need 6 to enter a D-class realm. Are we just ignoring that?" Lin nodded behind him. "No worries. I contacted an agency. They sent us someone new." All eyes turned to Ihi, who casually picked his nose and said, "Sup. I'm Dadsla, level 9 martial disciple." Since Ihi was still technically a student and didn't meet the requirements to enter a D-class secret realm, he had no choice but to go underground. He used a shady agency to forge a fake identity. Cost him 100,000 credits. Total scam. Captain Lin glanced at him, squinting. "Your name's Dadsla? Doesn't that sound a little off?" He rolled his eyes. "Didn't have a choice. Using my real name would have violated copyright laws." The captain sighed. "Fine. Whatever. Dadsla it's just a code name anyway." But he didn't stop there. "At your level, martial disciple, rank 9, you're not really qualified for a D-class secret realm. So stick to watching. Don't slow us down." He nodded. "Got it. No problem. Better to lay things out now than deal with drama mid-mission." With the team assembled, they climbed into the vehicle and drove toward the portal. According to their tracker, the Blood Jade Flower was located at an oasis a little farther ahead. Problem was, the place was guarded by a Tier 2 beast with a general-level bloodline. He gazed out the window. Just moments ago, they were surrounded by lush rainforest. Now, barren desert. Clearly, these secret realms weren't bound to one environment or even one world. Suddenly, the driver glanced at the rearview mirror. "We've got company. Earth demon rats. Looks like they've caught our scent." Captain Lin turned to the back seat. "Who DE? Take care of it." Who DE cracked a grin. "Understood." Without hesitation, he pulled out a pair of throwing daggers and hurled them at the incoming horde. The moment they struck, the rats exploded in a spray of dirt and smoke. Business as usual. The team kept moving, completely unfazed. He, though, stared at Who DE with curiosity. That guy had infused martial energy into his throwing darts, turning them into miniature bombs. Ruthless, efficient, cold. Eventually, they arrived near their target zone. Time to ditch the ride. As they continued on foot, he, rookie that he was, asked casually, "Why aren't we driving the rest of the way?" Lin replied without looking back. "The beasts near the oasis are ultra-sensitive. An engine would give us away instantly." Made sense. As they walked, Lin started dividing tasks. Xiao Xia, throw the stun grenade to lure the beast out. Xiao Wu and Hu Di, set the traps. Old Lu, provide suppressive fire. I'll take point. Then he glanced at Ihi. And you, Datsla, just stand there and watch. Fine by me, Ihi said with a shrug, already bored. The plan kicked off. The stun grenade was loaded with high-level monster pheromones, strong enough to trick nearby beasts into thinking their territory was being invaded. Sure enough, moments later, a Tier 2 Earth Dragon burst onto the scene, roaring like a lunatic. Captain Lin turned to Ihi. Watch out, it's coming your way. Elsewhere, back at the site where Hu had wiped out the Earth Demon Rats, a shadowy figure crouched over the remains. He picked up one of Hu daggers, licked the blade, and smiled, a sick, twisted grin. Back at the oasis, Captain Lin raised his sword and began channeling martial energy. With one clean, precise slash, Captain Lin decapitated the Earth Dragon midair. As he landed, Xiao Xia and Xiao Wu rushed to his side. You okay, Captain? Lin sheathed his sword calmly. I'm fine. Let's keep moving according to plan. But just as things settled, a massive paw came crashing down, aiming right for him. Captain, behind you, someone shouted. Too late. The dying Earth Dragon had one last trick up its sleeve, try to take the captain down with it. Before the attack landed, Ihi shot forward. With a burst of power through his legs, he launched into the air, eyes locked on the beast. Mid-flight, he let loose a blazing hyperbeam, striking the dragon dead center. If it wasn't already dead, it was now very dead. The blast knocked everyone silent. This was a martial novice, not even fully qualified for a D-class realm, yet he just wrecked a Tier 2 beast. Xiao Wu, Xiao Xia, and even Lin were speechless. That was insane, Xiao Xia muttered. Incredible punch, Xiao Wu added. They all began swarming him with praise. He just stood there like it was nothing, soaking in the attention with an air of casual indifference. Captain Lin walked over and offered a rare thanks. You saved my life. Not long after, old Lu extracted a glowing orb from the Earth Dragon's remains and called out, Captain, you'll want to see this. Everyone gathered around. The soul essence glowed bright, looking almost like a large, ripe fruit. Xiao Wu blinked. That's worth that much? Absolutely, Lin nodded. A soul essence this pure can drastically enhance a warrior's bloodline. It had been a close call, but with this and the blood jade flowers still ahead, things were finally looking up. Until a blade suddenly pierced Lin's lower abdomen from behind. The team froze in disbelief. It was Mr. Hu. You're not going anywhere, Captain, he sneered. You're gonna die here. And the rest of your team? Right behind you. Shocked and furious, the group turned on him. Lin swung back in desperation, but Hu was quick. He leapt back and landed next to a bulky figure stepping out of the shadows. Huang Tong Tong. The team gasped. Huang Tong Tong, Xiao Wu growled. He glanced at them. You know him? Xiao Xian nodded grimly. He robs martial artists. Targets dungeon teams. Word is, he's been eyeing our group for a while. Old Lu rushed to aid the captain, only to realize Hudi's blade was coated in poison. Damn traitor, he muttered. But the real question was, how did Huang Tong Tong even know the location of the oasis? Not even the whole team had that info until they were inside the realm. That's when it hit Ihi, Hudi's exploding daggers. They hadn't just carried martial energy, they'd carried intel. Coordinates. Hudi grinned at him. Pretty sharp, kid. But with the college entrance exams coming up, maybe you should have just stayed in school instead of waltzing into death's arms. He smiled back, unfazed. Oh, I'm still planning on being the top scorer. As for walking hand in hand with death, he cracked his knuckles. That's for me to decide. He hurled a dagger and sneered, claiming Ihi was nothing but a cocky fool who didn't know his place. But Ihi, he caught the blade between two fingers without flinching. With a cold glare, he shot back. You? A bald freak barking at me? Now that's real arrogance. Are you in such a rush to die that you've lost your mind? The chaos around them only grew louder. He glanced around and said coolly, time to clean up the garbage. And by garbage, he clearly meant those two. Oh, Peng just chuckled, unfazed. In fact, he seemed amused. You're pretty interesting, he said, smirking. Then he turned to his man. Mr. Hudi, go get me his head. Without hesitation, Mr. Hudi, better known as Huda, pulled out a stack of throwing daggers and launched them all at once. They weren't just sharp, they were explosive. In a flash, he let out a roar. The shockwave alone was enough to obliterate the incoming daggers before they could detonate. But Huda wasn't done. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, then reappeared directly above Ihi. Watch out, someone shouted. But Ihi was calm. With Huda's mountain splitter technique locked on him, he touched two fingers to his forehead. Perfect time to test this out, he muttered. In a split second, a beam of energy burst from his fingers, blasting straight through Huda's defenses and piercing his chest. One hit. That's all it took. Gasps rang out as Huda's body hit the ground with a lifeless thud. Could this guy really be a martial novice? He casually blew away the smoke curling from his fingertips. Another down. Huang Tong Tong scowled, clearly rattled. That gene technique of yours. What clan are you from? Ihi's eyes darkened. You want to know? Fine. I'm from the Deandra clan. He leaned in slightly. Why? You thinking of begging now? But Huang Tong Tong just growled. Even with the gene technique, there's no way you can close the gap between us. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his bloodline power, tyrant terror, Black Bear. His body surged in size, now towering like a mountain. Then came his peak shaker technique. He didn't flinch. He lowered his stance, aimed low, and fired another hyper beam, right at Huang Tong Tong's legs. The massive man screamed as it connected, staggering from a hit. But he wasn't done yet. Huang Tong Tong raised a gigantic fist and brought it down with earth-shattering force. He had already leapt into the air, dodging it clean. Second-tier martial artists, huh? He muttered. Even my atomic beam couldn't crack that ankle bone. Then Huang Tong Tong jumped up, his titanic hands on either side of Ihi, ready to clap him in a paste. The shockwave from that clap alone could flatten a building. But Ihi vanished. He reappeared behind Huang Tong Tong, voice calm. My turn. Huang Tong Tong's eyes went wide. He activated another technique, core-fused, mountain-crushing fist. His hands expanded, glowing with martial energy. Then the fist came. They rained down like a storm. Relentless, unstoppable, pounding Huang Tong Tong over and over. He didn't even get the chance to defend. When the dust finally settled, he stood tall, steam rising from his fists. At his feet was what was left of Huang Tong Tong, a body covered in brutal, unforgiving blows. Even his face was unrecognizable. The others could only stare, speechless. From the wreckage, Huang Tong Tong groaned. Your gene technique, it releases toxic gas. He coughed, barely able to speak. You're despicable. You'll get what's coming to you, Henzone snarled, swearing vengeance as his aura surged with rage. He hurled another core-fused, mountain-crushing fist straight at Ihi. But Ihi, he didn't flinch. People could curse him all they wanted, from every direction, every angle. It made no difference. Their hatred would just keep stacking, and if Henzone wanted to join the queue, so be it. Remind me again, who the hell are you supposed to be? He muttered. Just like that, the scene faded. 9 days passed. The long-awaited college entrance exams were now in full swing, and the Central Sports Stadium of Ant City buzzed with excitement. This wasn't just any event. It marked the beginning of this year's General Martial Arts School enrollment. Standing on stage, the host greeted the crowd, especially the students. Good luck, he said warmly. Let the competition begin. The entrance exam followed a knockout format. Students would face off in one-on-one battles, and only the winners would move forward. The event was set to last 3 days. The first 2 days focused on qualifying rounds. Each student had to fight 3 matches. Only those who advanced would get the chance to battle it out for the title of this year's top scorer. To every candidate here, the host said, your potential carries the future of all humanity. So give it everything you've got, not just for yourselves, but for the world. With that, the exam officially began. Arena 1, a match between 2 male fighters. Arena 4, a male versus female showdown. But over at Arena 6, there was a problem. Only one student stood in the ring. The other hadn't arrived. The host checked the roster. Arena 6 was supposed to feature a match between Huang Tong Tong and Ihi, both from Ant City No. 1 Middle School. But Ihi was nowhere to be seen. As per the rules, if he didn't show before the match started, it would count as a forfeit. Huang Tong Tong stood there, arms crossed, looking smug. Her lips curled into a bitter smile. The humiliation from the Gene Conference still burned inside her, a scar she'd carry forever. She had planned to return the favor today, to put Ihi in his place using her flaming lizard. But that coward didn't even have the guts to show up. Pathetic. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Wow, he actually bailed? Seriously? He's scared. Cowards like him don't belong in high school. He should be out cleaning the streets or something. The referee raised his whistle and blew. Time's up, he began. Candidate Ihi from Ant City's first high school. Suddenly, a powerful aura cut through the stadium like a knife. Everyone froze. Heads turned to the sky. Something was falling fast, like a meteor blazing toward Arena 6. Wait, was that a person? Gasps erupted. How could someone fly like that? The figure crashed into the arena with explosive force. The entire platform trembled under the impact. Dust filled the air. Huang Tong Tong squinted, confused. And before she could react, a foot came flying straight at her face. Boom! She flew off the arena like a rag doll, knocked out cold in an instant. He stepped forward, brushing off his clothes. Tisk, he muttered, watching her crumpled body. That was too close. Almost didn't make it. Come back next year. He muttered as Huang Tong Tong lay knocked out cold outside the arena. The host didn't waste a second. Ihi is the winner, he announced loudly. Ihi scoffed. That was the same girl who once bullied him? What a joke. The crowd erupted in cheers. They couldn't believe what they'd just witnessed. One kick, and it was over. And that entrance from the sky? Insane. Is that what they call a heavenly kick? Someone yelled. Right then, the system updated. Ihi's total physique, 226. Compatibility, 20%. Not bad at all. A smug grin crept across his face. This boost was all thanks to Captain Lin and that blood jade fruit. Sure, it took time to refine, but now he could finally enjoy the ride. With Huang Tong Tong down, he wasn't done yet. He steamrolled his next opponents. Long Tao from ANN City's number 4 middle school, followed by another from the same school. 3 matches, 3 wins, all with a single kick. The audience went absolutely wild. The name they gave him? One Kick Superman. The host confirmed it. He from Ant City's first high school advances to the 3rd round. 3 wins, each in 1 strike. Back in the stands, a crowd swarmed him. Everyone wanted something, his number, his future plans. Some even tried recruiting him on the spot. Reporters shoved mics in his face. What's your dream university? Someone asked. Ihi's smile twisted into something proud and just a bit unsettling. Huadu University. And just like that, the crowd fell silent. Then they started to scatter. Too arrogant, they said. He sighed, not that he blamed them. Huadu University, top martial arts school in the Xia Kingdom. Top 5 in the world. A place most students from N-City could only dream of. But hey, power speaks for itself. Let them laugh now. He couldn't wait to see their expressions when he claimed first place. Just then, a group of examiners approached. Excuse us, we'd like to retest your martial level. After a quick scan, the results made one examiner's jaw drop. Half a month ago, you were just a level 3 martial disciple. Now, level 9, digging deeper, they discovered he had been sneaking into Itir's secret realms after school. Why risk the kind of danger before your exams? One of them asked. He shrugged. To find myself. He went quiet for a second. Before he died, my father left me a message. If I want to surpass humanity, I need to stop fearing death. I need to be brave and strong. Those words hung heavy. But what truly shook the examiners was what came next. He had been breaking through his genetic locks. They froze. This needed to be reported immediately. As they hurried off, he couldn't shake the feeling that all eyes were now on him, for better or worse. Inside the waiting room, he pulled out his phone. Dozens of live streams popped up, interviews with friends and families cheering on the examinees. He kept scrolling. No one was there for him. Not a single one. To Ihi, it was nothing new, being alone. Just an orphan no one cared about. Or so he thought. What he didn't know was that, back at home, his class teacher was watching the broadcast, fists clenched and cheering with everything he had. Back in the arena, Ihi stepped in for his next match. His opponent, Luo Xian, a level 8 martial disciple from the city's 3rd high, born of warrior parents, gifted with the bloodline of a rare 2nd-tier beast. On paper, a serious threat. Ihi barely looked at him. Go on, he said, lazily motioning with his hand. You start. That casual tone? It hit Luo Xian like a slap. He snarled, rage building, and without hesitation, activated his bloodline. Dashing lightning claw, his body surged forward, blurring with speed, heartbeat thundering like a high-performance engine. Sparks flew behind him as the force of his martial technique broke the sound barrier. His claws were aimed straight for Ihi's throat, a blow that could take down even a level 9 disciple if it landed. But it didn't. Right as Luo Xian's arm reached him, Ihi calmly caught it midair. Not bad, Ihi said flatly. You've got speed, but are nowhere near Hong's level. Luo Xian's confidence shattered. Sweat poured down his face. Please have mercy. But Ihi didn't hesitate. He raised a palm and brought it down with thunderous force on Luo Xian's head. One hit. Out cold. He looked around and scoffed. Is this it? Is there no one here who can actually fight? The host's voice echoed across the arena. Another win for Ihi. One strike again, this time against the seated player, Luo Xian. Dozens of cameras locked on Ihi, capturing every angle of his dominance. The live stream went wild. He made it look so easy. Luo Xian was strong, but he didn't even break a sweat. His strength, it's on another level. Even the women in the audience couldn't help but scream his name. Some joked they'd given their babies right there if he asked. In the crowd, Shun Guan stared as Luo Xian was carried off the field by medics. But instead of fear, his eyes burned with determination. He's the one I've been waiting for, Shun Guan whispered to himself. When we meet in the finals, I'll crush him. Elsewhere, inside the admissions office of Huada University, the head of enrollment had been watching closely. After seeing Ihi's performance, he snapped his fingers and ordered, "Get me everything on this student within the next 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the second group of qualifiers had begun. This match was intense and flashy. 2 top-tier female fighters were facing off, and the crowd was eating it up. One of them, Kai Shaoling, hailed from Anqing's 2nd high. Petite frame, dangerous curves, and golden pigtails that she flipped with attitude. She shot a sharp look at her opponent, Lu Qingzhu. I can't stand that deadpan face of yours. But Lu Qingzhu didn't flinch. She gave a polite bow, expression unreadable. She didn't need to talk. Her silence said it all. The whistle blew. In a flash, Kai Shaoling moved. A level 9 martial disciple, she dashed forward and launched a sweeping kick aimed at Lu Qingzhu's neck, fast enough to knock most fighters to the ground in one move. Lu Qingzhu didn't even blink. She gently waved a hand, and the air around her seemed to warp, growing heavy and still. The air around Lu Qingzhu thickened, becoming dense and sticky, almost swamp-like. It was her martial technique in play, slowing everything down. Kai Shaoling's powerful kick, sharp enough to cut through reinforced steel, hit that dense space, and suddenly felt like it was sinking into cotton. Even high-speed cameras struggled to track it. Her leg appeared to crawl in slow motion. Frustrated by Lu Qingzhu's unshakable calm, Kai Shaoling doubled down. She cloaked herself in martial energy, eliminating air drag, and her figure blurred into a shadow. She darted around Lu Qingzhu, waiting for an opening. The moment she saw one, she struck, aiming a palm at Lu Qingzhu's side. But just 3 inches from landing the blow, her hand froze in place. She had walked right into a trap. A wave of suction burst from the air around Lu Qingzhu, powerful, inescapable. Kai Shaoling tried to pull back, but it was too late. Then Lu Qingzhu finally moved. Her fingers extended, elegant and precise, glowing with a pale jade light. Viewers watching the broadcast immediately sat up. The Zuanhuag Jade Finger, from the legendary Xian Huang Tong Tong martial technique. A move this advanced, in the hands of a student still preparing for high school entrance exams? This wasn't talent, it was genius. And it was enough to guarantee her a spot at Huadu University, exams or not. Kai Shaoling stood within arm's reach, and she could feel the deadly energy radiating from that single finger. She didn't hesitate. This was her last chance. She triggered her bloodline, Shadow Tiger King. A brutal shockwave exploded from her body, distorting the space around her. But Lu Qingzhu didn't meet the force head-on. Instead, she tapped the ground lightly with one foot and slid a dozen meters back, maintaining the perfect distance. In the stands, the examiners leaned forward, stunned. A king-level bloodline, the Shadow Tiger King, not only rare but incredibly hard to control. Kai Shaoling's body trembled from the strain. She exhaled hot air, sweat dripping from her brow. "Show me your phantom crow bloodline," she demanded. Lu Qingzhu finally spoke. Calm, crisp. "This is enough." Kai Shaoling's fury ignited. "You think anyone beneath a warrior can challenge me?" With a roar, she charged again. Her blood energy spiraled into a raging torrent, her body moving like a tiger on the hunt. Her palms sliced through the air, aimed straight for Lu Qingzhu. But Lu didn't resist with brute force. Her hands danced, fluid and precise, like she was playing an invisible instrument. Her technique unraveled Kai Shaoling's momentum, neutralizing it strand by strand until it vanished completely. Kai Shaoling's attack had failed. Unwilling to back down, she pushed her blood energy to the limit, breaking through the subtle threads of Lu's defense. Midair, her small figure twisted into another devastating kick. Lu Qingzhu responded instantly. Zuanhuag Jade Finger. The glowing jade tip met Kai Shaoling's strike head-on. The moment they clashed, boom, the specially reinforced arena cracked apart, a deafening explosion erupting beneath their feet. Dust engulfed the stadium. Tens of thousands held their breath. All eyes on Arena 6. As the dust slowly cleared, as the dust began to settle, one figure emerged first. Kai Shaoling, battered, her body streaked with dirt, staggered forward a few steps, then collapsed, completely drained. And then, from the haze, Lu Qingzhu stepped out. Calm, untouched. Her hair was slightly tousled, but she stood tall, like a figure out of a dream. Effortless grace, pure composure. She had just dominated a fellow level 9 martial disciple, someone with a king-level bloodline, using only technique and precision. The live stream exploded. Comments flooded in, praise, awe, disbelief. Who is this girl? She's got to be the top scorer from Anqing. Rumors quickly spread. Lu Qingzhu had awakened the Phantom Crow, a 4th-tier bloodline, a rarity so high that most seasoned warriors would struggle to compete. After that match, everything else felt underwhelming. But the tournament had to go on. Following more eliminations, the final 8 were confirmed. From ANN City's First High, Yihe, Lu Qingzhu, and Shengguan. 2 contenders from Anqing Second High, and 3 from Qinfeng Private High. With the quarterfinals about to begin, Yihe stepped forward to draw lots. His pick, Lot A. A tall, muscular fighter nearby glanced over and raised his own card, also Lot A. "Looks like we're matched," he said with a small smile. His name was Shengguan, from Qinfeng Private High. They nodded to each other and stood to the side. "We're second match," Shengguan said calmly. "Let's watch the first together." Despite his size, Shengguan came across as genuine and grounded. He pointed toward the giant screen above the arena. The first match, Lu Shi from Qinfeng Private High versus Sheng Guan from ANN City, First High. Sheng Guan chatted casually. Lu Shi is no pushover. Talented. He's repeating this year just to get into Huadu. Mastered his bloodline pretty well. He glanced at Yi. Sheng Guan's from your school, right? You must know him. Before Yi could respond, the host's voice boomed through the arena. The winner of the first quarterfinal match, Sheng Guan from ANN City, First High. In the stands, the principal of Qinfeng Private High slammed his fist on the railing. Damn it. First round, and we're out. Sheng Guan smiled. Lu Shi was our martial arts president. In terms of skill, even two of my classmates together couldn't match him. Then he looked Yi dead in the eye. But you? I have a feeling you're different. You give off this pressure, like a volcano that hasn't erupted yet. A beast just waiting. He pointed to the stage. Our turn. With that, they both stepped into the ring. The host's voice rang out again. Second quarterfinal match. Sheng Guan from Qinfeng Private High versus Yi from ANN City, First High. Tension crackled in the air. As the battle to decide the top four began, the two charged, fists meeting in a devastating collision. Boom! The impact blasted chunks of the platform into the sky. The solid stage beneath them cracked wide open, a deep pit forming at the center. The shockwave tore through the stadium, forcing the audience to shield their eyes from the blinding blast. Through it all, Sheng Guan sneered with excitement. The moment Yi countered, Sheng Guan felt it. That strength, it was either equal to his own, or maybe even greater. A stream of blood trickled from Sheng Guan's nose. But instead of rage, his face lit up with wild excitement. Finally, a real fight. This wasn't frustration. This was pure joy. Someone who could stand toe-to-toe with him in raw power. And that made his blood boil in the best way. He quickly realized the nosebleed wasn't from the impact alone. It had to be from Yi's bloodline. A technique that directly attacked his cellular structure. Subtle and dangerous. But no matter. Now that he understood the trick, he knew how to handle it. Sheng Guan's eyes narrowed with focus as he fortified himself. He summoned his martial energy to create a protective barrier around his body, enough to shield him from the mysterious radiation Yi emitted. With a wicked grin, he nodded. You're a monster. That martial art of yours, it's incredible. But now was his turn. Time to show off the power that had been passed down through generations in the Shin family. With a sudden burst of energy, he activated the Shape-Wolf Fist, a feral, precise technique, followed by the Deer Peak. Swift as a snake, sharp as stag antlers, the double strike shot forward at lightning speed. He barely moved. Too late. The blows slammed into his lower abdomen, tearing through his defenses. The force sent him skidding backward, coughing up blood as he clutched his stomach. The one-kick Superman had just taken his first serious hit. Before he could even recover, Sheng Guan came charging again. Bear crash. This wasn't just brute force. Sheng Guan had embedded martial energy into every part of his body. His strikes hit twice as hard. And this time, Yi's previous opponents hadn't prepared him for this level of intensity. Neither had he. Yi tried to raise his arms to block, but Sheng Guan's limbs suddenly extended, becoming flexible and coiling. Like thick ropes, they wrapped around him, pulling him into a crushing hold. Turns out, he was only half right about Sheng Guan's martial arts. Yes, he infused his body with martial energy. But more than that, his technique allowed him to lock an opponent's energy. He could no longer channel his powers. Just like that, he was trapped. Then came the next move, a pearl technique. Sheng Guan flung him through the air like a ragdoll, sending him flying across the arena. Mid-flight, Sheng Guan switched styles again. Tiger Pounce. A vicious uppercut slammed into Yi from below, followed immediately by Eagle Dive. As Yi plummeted toward the ground, Sheng Guan came down like a meteor, both fists leading the way. Boom. The arena shattered on impact. The explosion sent chunks of stone and debris flying in every direction. From the rubble, Sheng Guan stood up, arms crossed, laughing to himself. That's it. It's over. He was convinced. After that relentless barrage, there was no way Yi could get back up. No one could. Even the medics waiting outside were preparing to rush in. That Shape-Wolf Fist combo, it was enough to kill a trained martial artist. As the dust began to clear, the crowd held their breath. And the host, clueless as ever, stood frozen, unsure what to say next. Just as the host, clearly just there for show, was about to declare Sheng Guan the winner, a chill swept through the air. Sheng Guan froze. Something was behind him. A monstrous presence, overwhelming and suffocating. He turned, and what he saw made his heart nearly stop. From the fading dust, a massive, scaled paw stepped forward, its surface coated in impenetrable armor, claws gleaming like blades. The aura? Immense, far beyond anything a normal martial disciple should possess. And then came the voice. Cool, calm, laced with quiet dominance. You're strong, Sheng Guan, but But unlucky, you just happened to be matched with me. Ihi stepped forward, except it wasn't quite Ihi anymore. This was his true form. Demora bloodline, savage trace awakening. Eyes wide, sweat pouring. Shunguan was paralyzed in disbelief. What stood before him wasn't a human anymore. It was something primal. Something terrifying. Whispers rippled through the audience. A magical beast embodiment from a high school student? That alone was enough for direct admission to Huadu University. No exams required. Even a host was speechless. First Lu Qingzhu, and now this? Two freak-level geniuses in a tiny city like Aining. Meanwhile, the examiners scrambled. Each was equipped with earpieces to monitor every candidate's data in real time. But when they pulled up Ihi's bloodline metrics, the old man with the white beard practically choked. Nuclear radiation value, 999,999. His eyes bulged so far it looked like they'd pop out of his skull. They had no choice. In seconds, the entire arena was reinforced with layers of martial energy to contain any potential radiation leak. The last thing they needed was an entire stadium full of casualties. Among the audience, chatter erupted. Ihi's bloodline was the only thing anyone could talk about. So cool. What kind of bloodline is that? But even after digging through the record from #1 middle school, there was nothing. Zero mention of any awakened bloodline. Is he undocumented? Hidden talent? Truth was, he had heard every word. With his enhanced senses, he picked up the crowd's murmurs without trying. But he wasn't surprised. There was no creature like Demora on Blue Star. Of course no one knew it. Back in a ring, Shunguan's nose began to bleed again. His martial energy shield was no longer enough. Ihi's radiation had pierced through. Shunguan knew this couldn't drag on. He needed to end it fast. Gritting his teeth, he activated his own bloodline, Golden Star Ape Demon. His body expanded, glowing with energy. Strength, speed, and durability all surged upward. Then came his formulous technique, Snake Strike, a high-speed, precision blow designed to finish things in a flash. But he was ready. He met it head-on with a devastating counterattack. Mountain Arresting Fist. It roared forward like a quake, an evolved version of his earlier Hyper Beam. Power condensed into a single, earth-splitting strike. The impact disabled Shunguan's entire left arm. Had he not released his power in time, it would have been completely obliterated. Breathing hard, Shunguan could only laugh bitterly to himself. So this is what it meant to go all out. And Ihi? He was no longer holding back. Eyes sharp, body radiating terrifying energy, he said to Shunguan, calm and clear. You're impressive, but unfortunately, Ihi said, this is where it ends for you. The outcome was sealed. No matter what Shunguan tried now, nothing could turn this around. Meanwhile, the host, thrilled by the sheer level of talent on display, made his announcement loud and clear. In the second match of this year's top 8 qualifiers, a Third Order King bloodline has appeared. And not just that. The opponent possesses a mysterious and powerful magical beast bloodline, previously unseen. A rare showdown indeed. But Shunguan knew better than to let the hype distract him. He exhaled slowly, calming his mind. Charging straight wasn't an option anymore. Ever since Ihi's bloodline awakened, his power had become unmeasurable. A head-on clash would be suicide. Shunguan needed to rethink. Shift. Wait for his moment. As Ihi moved in, Shunguan suddenly retreated, kicking off the ground in a controlled tactical withdrawal. But then he struck back. He activated Snake Strike again, his arms snaked out, wrapping tightly around Ihi's left hand, momentarily locking it in place. Ihi blinked, just for a second. That pause was all Shunguan needed. He dashed behind Ihi and calmly said, I never intended to take you head on. This was my goal all along. Then, without warning, he leapt high into the air, coming down with a brutal stomp, a move carrying the weight of what felt like 1,000 tons. Anyone else would have been crushed, but he stepped aside like it was nothing. Another leap back, Shunguan retreated again, putting distance between them. He looked up and froze. He hadn't moved. Arms crossed, gaze locked. That terrifying aura hadn't wavered once. Then Ihi spoke. My turn. He raised his right foot, and in an instant, he was in front of Shunguan, ready to deliver another devastating mountain-arresting fist. But before the blow landed, Shunguan dropped to his knees. I surrender, he said, steady and clear. He stopped mid-strike, stunned. He stood there, fists still charged, flames of battle still burning. He had been ready for another round, but Shunguan had surrendered? Damn it, he muttered. I was ready. He clenched his fists, frustrated. This is so freaking uncomfortable. Holding back this much energy is the worst. But rules were rules. Once a fighter surrendered, the match was over. The host raised his voice again, this time officially. Ihi is the winner. The crowd erupted. Deafening cheers echoed across the arena. Online, comment sections exploded with praise. Everyone was calling Ihi cool, insane, the future of martial arts. Clips of the match spread like wildfire. Yi versus Shangguan became the #1 trending topic across multiple platforms. Yi's fan base grew by the second. Someone even created a fan group, Big Brother, filled with full videos, slow-motion breakdowns, and glowing praise. Inside the group, one message was unanimous. He's the top scorer this year. No doubt. Not even Xu Zhou or Lu Qingzhu can match him. Back at Qinfeng Private High, the principal sat trembling in rage. His top pick, Lu Shi, had already been eliminated. And now Shangguan, his last hope, had fallen too. The moment Shangguan showed his face again, the principal of Qinfeng Private High wasted no time unleashing his fury. You surrendered? Do you know how much money we poured into your training? You ungrateful brat. He spat out threats, demanding repayment. Don't even think about college if you don't pay off that debt. But Shangguan walked up calmly, placing his bloodied hand right on the principal's shoulder. What are you doing? The principal asked, clearly rattled. Shangguan looked him in the eye. I couldn't take that punch from Yi. I surrendered so I wouldn't cripple myself. He leaned in slightly. Or, were you planning to take that hit from me? The old man's face twisted. And as for the support the school gave me, Shangguan added, I'll pay it back. Slowly, in my own time. But next time, don't threaten someone who's clearly stronger than you. The message was clear. The principal froze, his skin slick with sweat. His lips trembled as he muttered, fair point. Elsewhere, the dust of battle finally settled, and the top 4 of the year's college entrance exams were officially confirmed. Yi, Lu Qingzhu, Shangguan, and one extra nobody that no one cared enough to remember. Meanwhile, over at ANN City's #1 middle school, the principal was on cloud 9. Grinning like a creep, he fanned himself smugly. Old Lu's been busting his back for years, he muttered to himself. Tommy got that promotion. The semifinal draw began. He stepped up and drew the first slot. Then, against all odds, Lu Qingzhu drew the other first slot as well. The crowd buzzed instantly. The first semifinal would be between the 2 biggest names of ANN City's #1 middle school, an internal matchup, and easily the most hyped battle in city exam history. The cold goddess Lu versus the so-called one-kick Superman. Fans were already debating who would win. Some were convinced Lu Qingzhu had the edge. She'd already crushed Kai Shaoling, who had a third-order king bloodline. Not to mention, she'd mastered not 1, but 2 royal martial arts techniques. And there were rumors of something even more terrifying. The awakening of her 4th-level Netherbird bloodline, still unrevealed. Yes, Yi's Demora bloodline looked insane. But so far, the theory was he also had a 4th-level bloodline. And in terms of martial arts foundation, Lu Qingzhu's background was superior. Even Shangguan, a third-order king bloodline holder himself, had been forced to awaken his bloodline to stay in the fight. The comparison was intense. Finally, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived. The semi-final match began. Cheers erupted. The arena shook with noise. Yi and Lu Qingzhu stepped onto the platform, facing each other in silence. The referee wasted no time. Begin. The instant the words dropped, a thick cloud of dust and steam burst around Yi, swirling violently and engulfing the entire stage. It was so dense, the audience could barely see anything. Lu Qingzhu narrowed her eyes. Her vision was completely cut off. The steam choked the air, clouding everything. She scanned the fog, and then up ahead she saw it. A silhouette, towering, unmoving, and radiating a terrifying aura. So, he was hiding in the fog. She steeled herself. Let him be strong, she thought. Stronger than the rest. From the audience's perspective, it was hopeless. They couldn't see Yi at all. Lu Qingzhu was only a faint blur. No one could make out what was happening. At that moment, the crowd had no choice but to turn to the one person who could explain what was happening. The host. The tension was thick in the air as the crowd held their breath, watching every move unfold. The host kept the energy alive, firing up the audience with one burning question. How would Lu Qingzhu, the Lu family's prodigy, handle Yi, the unexpected dark horse of this year's entrance exams? With steam billowing around him like a storm, was it possible Yi had awakened his bloodline again? That remained to be seen. But in truth, what he had done was slip directly into a state of blood awakening. Not to power up an attack, but to shroud the battlefield in mist. The purpose? To block Lu Qingzhu's line of sight, giving him those precious few seconds he needed to analyze and adjust his game plan. He wasn't expecting her to strike first anyway. That was never her style. He had studied her fight with Kai Shaoling in detail and shaped his strategy around it. He knew her martial arts were a league above his own. No matter how strong he got, brute strength alone wouldn't be enough to land a hit on her. She was a combat genius, sharp, adaptive, and deadly. The longer the fight dragged out, the more it would tilt in her favor. He had no choice. If he wanted a shot at winning, he had to go all in right now. With a thunderous boom, he launched forward, unleashing his mountain-arresting fist. The ground shook as he surged straight at Lu Qingzhu, his fist glowing and aimed for her like a missile. But Lu Qingzhu didn't flinch. Calm and alert, she raised her arms, manipulating the air in front of her like a flowing shield, ready to absorb the incoming blow. She believed if Yi wanted to throw the first punch, she'd be ready to block and strike back with precision. But Yi had something else in mind. At the last second, just before impact, he pivoted sharply, deactivating the fist technique mid-attack. Twisting his waist and hips in one fluid motion, he shortened the distance and called forth a phantom tail. Demora's thick tail, forged from pure martial energy. Like a steel whip, it cracked through the air and struck low, aiming straight at Lu Qingzhu's side. What the hell? He tricked me. Never in all her battles had Lu Qingzhu faced an opponent who so convincingly committed to one attack, only to flip the script at the last possible moment. That sudden shift threw her off balance. She backflipped twice, retreating to regain control, but he was already closing in again, relentless, unforgiving, using his raw strength to keep her off rhythm and on the defensive. The moment she tried to steady herself, he was already there. Meanwhile, in the live stream, viewers erupted. Seeing Lu Qingzhu get duped so cleverly had the internet buzzing. Some were outraged, calling Yi's move underhanded, but others defended him. After all, in battle, there's no such thing as playing nice. He didn't let up. His assault rained down like a meteor shower, rapid and merciless. Lu Qingzhu was out of rhythm, and he wasn't about to give her the chance to recover. At one point, Lu Qingzhu managed to channel her martial energy just enough to shake Yi off, slipping out his grasp. At least that's what she thought. But Yi wasn't letting her off that easily. In a blink, his right hand morphed into a beastly claw, razor-sharp and deadly. It pulsed with martial energy as he slashed through the air with terrifying speed. Lu Qingzhu sensed it just in time. She twisted midair, flipping horizontally, barely dodging the incoming attack. The energy-infused claws tore past her, detonating on impact behind her the moment she landed. But she had no time to breathe. He was already charging in again, relentless, unyielding. They were right back where they started. Yi on the offensive, unleashing an unending flurry of strikes, and Lu Qingzhu dodging, blocking, weaving through the storm of blows. His fists blurred with speed, creating afterimages as he cut off her escape routes from every angle. She started to wonder, how was he not even winded? His stamina was unreal, his strength constant. Lu Qingzhu had two powerful cards up her sleeve, ancient martial arts only passed down in royal bloodlines. One was the Lu family's secret defensive technique, Floating Shadow. The other, Xuanhuan Jade Finger, was meant for direct, overwhelming offense. If she could just get a second to activate either, she might flip the fight in her favor. But he wasn't giving her even a sliver of time. It was becoming clear she couldn't hold out much longer. Any more pressure, and she'd be forced off the arena. One misstep, and it'd all be over. Outwardly, her expression remained calm, composed, even. But inside, anxiety crept in. She was being cornered, and that's when she made the call. Time to use her trump card. He immediately felt something shift, an aura change, sharp and sudden. Lu Qingzhu had awakened her bloodline. The nether had arrived. Just as he was about to strike again, he pulled back. Fast, dark purple sparks exploded from her body, lighting up the arena. A high-pitched cry echoed, piercing and otherworldly. Before anyone could react, Lu Qingzhu soared into the air, lifted by the force of her awakening. In Yi's chest, Demora's blood surged wildly. It was as if some ancient part of him recognized the arrival of a rival creature, a superior life form. And then he saw it. Those wings, dark purple and gleaming under the arena lights. Her wings shimmered with multicolored brilliance. They didn't even need to flap. The wind itself carried her upward, like she belonged in the sky. High above, her amethyst eyes locked onto the shadowy figure below. The air itself seemed to tremble with the clash of wills. The host's voice roared through the arena, barely able to contain the excitement. She hasn't mastered the full form yet, he announced. But Lu Qingzhu has successfully manifested the core of her bloodline, the Netherbird's wings. Behold, everyone, the first full reveal of the Netherbird, and it's none other than our brilliant rising star, Lu Qingzhu. The livestream platform exploded. Comments flooded in like a tsunami. As her transformation settled, Lu Qingzhu raised one hand. Her slender jade finger pointed straight at Yi. A cold shimmer ran down Lu Qingzhu's fingertips as they turned translucent jade, sharp and elegant. From above, her voice rang out calmly. Yi, you'd better be careful. In this form, I can't fully control my power. Far from intimidated, Yi grinned from below. Glad to hear that, he called back. Because so far, I've only been using about 50% of my strength. Looks like it's time I cut loose. Don't let me down. The arena shook with a sudden gust of wind, and in a flash, Lu Qingzhu vanished from sight. Before He could register what happened, she was behind him. A trace of fragrance brushed past him, light and fleeting, just before impact. Without warning, Lu Qingzhu unleashed one of her most powerful royal techniques, the Xuanhuan Jade Finger. He spun around instantly, activating his signature move, the Atomic Blast Fist. A brilliant crystal blue glow wrapped around his hand, the result of fusing Demora's atomic reaction powers with his martial skills. Then collision. Her radiant jade strike clashed with his glowing blue fist, triggering a surge of overwhelming energy. The moment they made contact, the arena erupted. Light and heat exploded outward, blinding the audience and blasting wind through every corner of the stadium. Both fighters were sent flying by the shockwave. But Lu Qingzhu quickly recovered. Her dark purple wings flared, pulling the wind around her like a shield. Using that momentum, she cut through the swirling dust and debris, heading straight for Yi, ready to finish it. But just as she charged in, her eyes widened. Something was wrong. A chilling pressure swept over her. Her pupils narrowed as her instincts screamed, danger. Across the arena, something horrifying was happening. Yi's back had changed. Protruding vertebrae jutted out, one by one, lighting up in a blinding sequence. Each glowing segment marked the rise of another atomic reaction. And all of that deadly energy, it wasn't leaking aimlessly like before. It was focused, controlled, and gathering. At one single point, his mouth. The air around him sizzled with blue lightning. Atomic energy surged across his spine like a living current, filling the stadium with an eerie electric glow. Lu Qingzhu froze. The pressure was suffocating. This was no ordinary attack. This was something far beyond. There was nowhere to run. Getting close was suicide. The radiation levels were spiking so high that the air around him was untouchable. And if she flew too far up, that would mean leaving the arena, automatic loss. In the stands, the audience was on edge. The host's voice cut through the tension. Everyone, it looks like Yi is entering his magical beast form. That spine structure, it's channeling all of his atomic energy straight to his mouth. He's charging something massive. One by one, every vertebra on Yi's back flared blue. Then his mouth opened wide, glowing, crackling, brimming with destruction. A swirling breath of pure nuclear power formed at his throat. This was Demora's atomic breath. In the next instant, a searing blue beam erupted from Yi's mouth. A monstrous torrent of energy blasted across the arena, consuming everything in its path. And right in its sights was Lu Qingzhu. But even faced with that overwhelming force, Lu Qingzhu didn't back down. Instead, she braced herself and did the unthinkable. She folded her wings tightly around her body, locking herself in with steely resolve. In that instant, she triggered a deep, hidden awakening, one tied to the ancient bloodline flowing through her veins. The Netherbird responded. As death closed in, her blood surged, igniting the dormant power of her lineage. Her wings erupted in a dazzling display, countless dark purple feathers shimmering like crystal shards under the light. This was the Netherbird's feather deflection. The blue atomic beam struck her shield of feathers head-on. And then, something incredible happened. The destructive blast, instead of tearing through her, refracted. Like light hitting a prism, the deadly beam was split into dozens of smaller rays, scattering in all directions. The core beam, thick and condensed, bent around her defense, while the splintered rays shot out from the center. Lu Qingzhu's body glowing like a dark, ethereal sun. The reflected beams streaked outward, piercing the stadium skies. The examiners leapt to intervene, but they were too late. The audience screamed as the rays arced toward them, convinced they were doomed. But then, salvation. A golden wave of martial energy rippled across the arena, forming an invisible wall of protection. The rogue beams vanished on contact, devoured before they could reach the stands. That divine shield? It came from one man, Mayor Hang Qing of City. Powerful, calm, and watching silently from the shadows, he stepped in at the last second to neutralize the catastrophe. The crowd turned to thank him, but he silenced them with a look, firm, commanding. "Watch carefully," he said, eyes locked on the arena. "Today, the strongest champion in the history of City will be born." The host jumped at the chance, his voice ringing with passion. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing history, and with Mayor Hang watching over us, we can promise there'll be no more surprises like that one." Down in the arena, the blast finally stopped. After nearly 15 seconds, Yi's atomic breath sputtered to an end. Smoke billowed from his mouth and spine, like a living furnace winding down. His eyes stayed fixed on the figure before him. Lu Qingzhu stood her ground, barely. Her body trembled. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The dark purple wings that had protected her were now melted and gone, having reached their absolute limit, deflecting the beam. If she hadn't summoned Vanity and Shadow at the last second to absorb the final wave of energy, she might have been completely annihilated. But she endured. Still, her power was far from complete. She had yet to unlock the core abilities of the Netherbird's true form. And that was her greatest weakness. If only she had full control, that attack wouldn't have left her in this state. Since birth, the Liu family had pinned all their hopes on her. As the eldest daughter, Liu Qingzhu fought one battle after another, not for herself, but for her family's expectations. Everyone praised her as a genius, a rising star. But the truth? She never cared for the titles, never even knew what she was fighting for. She didn't fight out of ambition or to be the best. She fought because her mother expected her to. Outsiders thought she was cold, distant, untouchable. But really, Liu Qingzhu was just socially anxious. That blank, stoic expression was nothing more than a mask. Her way of surviving in a world that never gave her room to breathe. Inside, she was exhausted. Her mind and body pushed to their limits. And yet, despite it all, from the looks of things, this battle was far from over. This might be her limit, Liu Qingzhu thought. If she played her cards right, no one would question it. With an opponent this powerful, it'd be natural for her to lose. That was the plan. She quietly braced herself, deciding to fake a final push before pretending to admit defeat. A few more exchanges, then she'd concede. It would look convincing. She stepped up to Yi He and struck his chest with a gentle palm, silently pleading for him to take the win and end it. Surely, he'd recognize the opening she was giving him. But to her surprise, he didn't react at all. Yi He stood firm, taking the hit directly. No evasion. No counter. Liu Qingzhu's wide eyes filled with confusion. Why didn't he dodge? Why just stare? He lowered his gaze, calm and unreadable. You've been distracted this whole time, he said flatly. Where's your fighting spirit? His voice was cool but pointed. She hadn't expected him to reject her silent surrender so bluntly. Liu Qingzhu, he continued, have you ever really looked at me? His tone sharpened. If you had just once, you would have known. I've always intended to win this title the right way. Without warning, Yi He's fist came crashing down, wrapped in surging martial energy. The air around them howled from the force. Liu Qingzhu raised her arms, blocking her face as best she could, bending the airflow in a last-ditch effort to soften the blow. But it was useless. Her control shattered instantly under his power. Though she shielded her face, the punch landed squarely against her lower jaw. Yi's voice cut through again, cold and unwavering. If you want to save your face, then stop holding back. Then he pounced. Blow after blow, he rained punches down on her, each one more relentless than the last. Liu Qingzhu could only curl up and defend, her arms covering her face as humiliation surged through her. She felt utterly wronged. She'd never been hit like this, not once since childhood. And now, here she was, getting hammered in front of hundreds of thousands of live viewers, fists pounding her head while she tried to give him the win. Why? Why was he doing this? She just wanted to end the fight with dignity, and he was doing everything he could to drag her into it. But everyone has a breaking point, and Liu Qingzhu had just reached hers. The moment another fist flew toward her, she snapped. With a scream like a phoenix reborn, she unleashed a surge of raw energy. You, she shouted, her voice echoing through the arena. You actually hit a girl in the face. Her eyes glowed red, and a thunderous burst of martial power exploded from her body, blasting Yi He back several steps. The camera cut to him, and the look on his face? Smug, satisfied. That's more like it, he murmured under his breath. His eyes burned with excitement, full of untamed battle lust. If the eldest daughter of the Liu family doesn't want to get hit again, he said darkly, then she better fight like she means it. The fire in his gaze was unmistakable. This was the desire of a born conqueror, a monster who thrived on challenging and breaking other monsters. To Yi He, this wasn't just a fight. It was a declaration. No matter how strong the others were, they would all fall beneath his strength. Liu Qingzhu's eyes blazed as her energy rose, and the battle was far from over. Liu Qingzhu had done it. She activated the Liu family's forbidden technique, blood ignition. This secret art, dangerous and rarely used, forcefully purified her bloodline in a short burst, drawing out every ounce of latent power she had. The cost? Severe side effects. It was a last resort move, used only when there was no other choice. And now, Liu Qingzhu was fighting for her life. Ash swirled in the air as a colossal pair of dark purple wings unfurled from her back, whipping up a storm. Strange glowing patterns etched themselves across her face, and her tail feathers swept behind her like a royal mantle. All around her, the shrill cry of the Netherbird echoed, piercing, chilling, absolute. She had stepped into her full, awakened form. This was the true Netherbird. Hovering in the sky, radiant and resolute, Liu Qingzhu stared down at Yi He. Classmate Yi He, she said clearly, I'll defeat you with everything I've got. This was it. At last, Both sides had cast off all pretense. Every hidden motive, every unspoken restraint, gone. Lu Qingzhu no longer cared about her family's expectations, her image as the Lu family's eldest daughter, or the need to uphold her place as the top student of this year's entrance exams. None of it mattered anymore. Her only goal now was simple: defeat Yi He. Below, Yi He stood grinning, finally satisfied. He had done it. He had forced Lu Qingzhu to fight seriously. And now, seeing her in her complete magical beast form, the glorious and formidable Netherbird, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. Now the real battle could begin, and he wasn't about to hold back either. With a deep rumble, Yi's entire body lit up. His martial energies surged, fusing seamlessly with Demora's atomic reaction. Thunder sparked, blue fire burned. His body was now wrapped in armor, thick, glowing scales that pulsed with radioactive force. This was his ultimate form, nuclear light combat body, a fusion of Demora's monstrous might and his own martial cultivation. With a deafening boom, the ground under his feet cracked and shattered. That explosion of energy launched Yi He into the air like a missile, aimed straight at Lu Qingzhu. But she didn't move. She didn't even flinch. She watched with calm, unblinking focus. Then, she flapped her wings. Wind roared to life around her, spinning into a monstrous cyclone. This wasn't just any gust of air. This was the tearing hurricane, infused with netherworld energy, an energy that didn't just damage, it devoured. The hurricane exploded across the arena, ripping the foundation to pieces. But he didn't slow down. With no hesitation, he dove into the storm headfirst, like a warhead tearing through space. To anyone watching, it was madness. Charging into the tearing hurricane was suicide for most martial artists. That energy would tear apart flesh and bone, soul and spirit. But he wasn't like the others. The moment he pierced the heart of the hurricane, he activated his atomic fist. Boom! A massive explosion of blue energy tore through the storm, punching a hole through the whirlwind of death. The blast shot forward with unstoppable force, straight at Lu Qingzhu. And then, she made her move. Lu Qingzhu tapped into the deepest core of her netherworld bloodline and unleashed its raw, explosive power. She activated the cry of the Netherbird. The strange markings on her face instantly flared red and purple, burning like searing iron against her skin. She clenched her jaw, braving the pain, and then opened her mouth. A devastating sonic wave erupted. The air around her twisted and cracked as the visible sound waves swept toward Yi. The shock ripped through him, and the atomic energy in his body flickered violently, like a candle caught in a storm. Had Yi's Demora bloodline been even slightly weaker, his organs would have been torn apart on the spot by the Netherbird's roar. This attack could have killed him. But Yi, ever unfazed, chuckled. "You think you're the only one who can scream?" His atomic-charged eyes gleamed. Then, he roared back. One by one, the vertebrae on his back lit up with blinding blue light. Atomic energy surged through him like wildfire. The reaction built to a peak as the atmosphere around him twisted from the intensity. There is only one move that followed this buildup: Demora's atomic breath. Only this time, it wasn't a mid-range blast. This was full power, the maximum output. Even Lu Qingzhu felt the pressure bearing down. But she didn't falter. This wasn't like before. Her eyes blazed with conviction. She didn't retreat, nor did she reach for her best defense. No, she chose offense. Because sometimes the best defense is to strike harder. She pressed her middle and index fingers to her forehead. A brilliant jade light shimmered from her fingertips. This was the Lu family's most powerful technique. Xinhuang Tong Tong martial arts. Xuanhuan Jade Finger, now fused with the deadly energy of her Nether Sparrow bloodline. It had transformed into something even more terrifying: the Netherworld Bloodthorn. At the exact moment, Yi unleashed his atomic beam, an immense sky-piercing blast of nuclear blue. Lu Qingzhu aimed her fingers and fired. The purple-red energy at her fingertips burned intensely as her dark wings pushed her forward, amplifying the impact. Two titanic forces, atomic destruction and netherworld fury, collided head-on. The arena trembled. The sky split apart. From the outside, the crowd held its collective breath. The host shouted over the roar. This is beyond the control of even the fighters themselves. Examiners leapt into action, pouring their martial energy into the barrier surrounding the stage, reinforcing it to the absolute max. Even then, it might not be enough. Meanwhile, in the stands, Mayor Hang Qing watched with furrowed brows. He was not impressed. To him, Lu Qingzhu's choice to counter atomic breath with a direct offensive strike was reckless, dangerous. If either of these two prodigies fell here, it wouldn't just be a loss for a city. It would be a loss for the entire Xia kingdom. And that he could not allow. So he acted, not to stop the battle, but to guarantee their survival. With a stomp of his foot, he activated his signature spell, Divine Leyline Wall. The earth rumbled. 3 massive, glowing walls of earth shot up around the arena, each layered with ancient runes and shimmering veins of pure leyline energy. Walls surged upward, mighty barriers infused with Mayor Heng Qing's martial energy. In the blink of an eye, they blocked the oncoming collision. The atomic breath and the netherworld bloodthorn slammed into the stone walls with unimaginable force. But they couldn't hold for long. With a thunderous crack, the walls buckled and crumbled. Then came the light. Blinding, dazzling, chaotic. A colorful explosion of energy engulfed the entire arena, swallowing everything in its path. The shields cast by the examiners shattered one after another, breaking under the relentless force of the dual attacks. Dust and debris surged through the stadium like a tidal wave, blanketing everything in a smoky haze. The crowd went silent. Only now did they realize, if the mayor hadn't stepped in when he did, they would have been obliterated along with the arena. Mayor Heng stood firm, eyes locked on the smoke-filled battlefield, his face grim. Even though he'd summoned 3 divine leyline walls, they hadn't been at full strength. He hadn't had the time. And so, one by one, the walls were torn apart by the combined force of Yi He and Lu Qingzhu's strongest abilities. Their attacks finally collided, unfiltered and explosive. If either of them had been seriously harmed, no apology or resignation could save the mayor from public outrage. Because in the eyes of the people, a martial arts genius was no less treasured than a national icon. Back in the arena, a single hand emerged through the smoke, slender and blood-stained. Blood dripped steadily to the ground. It was Lu Qingzhu. She was still alive, but just barely. Her entire left arm was scorched, her body crouched low. Her wings were gone, burned away. The last remnants of her magical beast form had vanished, her energy completely spent. She couldn't transform again, not for a while. Yet even in that state, she refused to give in. She pushed herself, trembling as she tried to stand. But before she could rise, a figure stepped out of the smoke, towering over her. He stood over her, his presence solid and unwavering. "If you don't purge that nuclear radiation," he said bluntly, "you'll be crippled for life." Lu Qingzhu stayed silent. She remembered clearly. Her final strike had landed. So why was he still standing? Why didn't it affect him the way it should have? Still crouched, she looked up and finally asked the question that had been weighing on her heart. Why did you push me this far? I never wanted to fight like this," she whispered. "I was ready to give up. So why did you force me to go all out?" He knelt beside her, locking eyes. "Are you sure you didn't want to fight?" he asked. "Or were you just too stubborn to admit you needed it?" "When you struck at me earlier," he continued, "I felt it. You were fighting to win." Lu Qingzhu was stunned into silence. She thought back, replaying every moment of the battle, and the truth hit her like a wave. He was right. Somewhere along the line, she had stopped holding back. She had gone all in, because she wanted to, even when her body screamed in pain. Even when she should have surrendered, she kept pushing, not for her family, not for status, just for herself. But why? She hated fighting, didn't she? Yet when she'd gone all out just now, it felt different. It felt real. For the first time, it wasn't about proving anything to anyone. It was just her in the fight. Her thoughts were interrupted by the unexpected warmth of a hand resting gently on her shoulder. She froze. And suddenly, her cheeks flared red. A deep crimson blush rushed across her face like wildfire. He leaned in slightly and said, He gently reminded her why she lost, clear and direct. "You had too many distractions," he said. "That's all it takes to fall behind when facing someone strong." Without another word, he reached out and absorbed the lingering nuclear radiation from Lu Qingzhu's body. The energy around her shifted, and she watched in stunned silence as her damaged arm slowly healed. She stared at it, still in disbelief. Then came his parting remark. "You're still the strongest opponent I've ever faced. So next time, if fate lets us cross paths again, fight me seriously from start." Her face flushed a deeper shade of red. That simple statement, filled with both honesty and respect, changed something in the way she looked at him. In that moment, Lu Qingzhu saw Yi in a completely new light. The dust and smoke finally cleared. All eyes and every camera zoomed in on the center of the arena. There, under the vast stadium lights and the watchful gaze of tens of thousands, Yi stood tall and proud. The referee gave it a moment, assessing Lu Qingzhu's condition. Then, with a firm voice, declared, "Winner, Yi." The first semifinal match had come to a close. And in the next match, without much surprise or suspense, Chuzhou secured a swift victory and advanced to the final as well. Now, the grand finale of ANN City's college entrance exams had been set. The last battle, the biggest climax. Yi, the dark horse from ANN City's #1 middle school, versus Chuzhou, the refined apex of the very same school. It was an all ANN showdown. And the biggest winner, without a doubt, was ANN City's #1 middle school itself. Both finalists were its students. The live broadcast exploded. Hundreds of thousands watching earlier had now grown into tens of millions. Although the final didn't carry the same dramatic edge as the showdown between Yi and Liu Qingzhu, the hype hadn't slowed down at all. Not because Chu Zhou wasn't worthy, but because Yi had simply proven too overwhelming. He defeated Liu Qingzhu, the one many believed to be untouchable. No one expected Chu Zhou to win, but Chu Zhou didn't care. He wasn't fazed by the odds. He wasn't rattled by the attention or the lack of it. From the beginning, he had always been a pure warrior. When he first awakened, people called him a prodigy. Crowds worshipped him, but he never let it cloud his mind. Now, with the spotlight gone and Yi as the obvious favorite, Chu Zhou remained composed. In his heart, his will was unwavering. He believed, no, he knew, that when it came to mental strength, he surpassed Liu Qingzhu, and that was enough to believe he could stand toe-to-toe with Yi. The referee raised his hand, and the final match officially began. Yi grinned wide, teeth showing, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Come at me with everything you've got. Even though he'd crushed Liu Qingzhu, he had no intention of underestimating Chu Zhou. If anything, he respected him more, because based on what he'd seen, Chu Zhou's combat IQ might just be the highest of any fighter this year. Chu Zhou responded with calm confidence. Please enlighten me. He pressed his hands together, then slowly pulled them apart. A sword formed in his palms. Not just any sword, an ice sword cold and gleaming. It was the manifestation of his bloodline ability. Ice sculpture. Frost spread across his body, a thin layer of glacial martial energy sealing him in a barrier that blocked out nuclear radiation. He had studied Yi's fighting style carefully. He had come prepared. Eyes locked, Chu Zhou took the 7-star steps, and in an instant his body fractured into countless afterimages, zigzagging unpredictably across the battlefield. Then came the whoosh, a deafening sweep of motion. Hundreds of icy blades rained down toward Yi. From every direction, Chu Zhou's afterimages surged toward Yi like a swarm. But Yi, he didn't move. He just stood there, still, lazy, completely unbothered. He had no interest in playing a guessing game to find the real Chu Zhou among the clones. He had his own method to cut through illusions. With a deep breath, he clenched his fists. The muscles in his arms bulged, solid and rippling like steel. Then came the glow, crystal blue light pulsing across his skin, veins glowing under the sheer pressure of atomic and martial energy. And then, he struck. With explosive force, he slammed his fist into the ground. Boom! A nuclear shockwave burst outward in all directions, the floor beneath him erupting as blue energy engulfed a 10-meter radius. The entire arena quaked as though struck by artillery. Chu Zhou had no choice but to retreat. He looked at the ground in front of him, cratered, torn, like it had been pounded by a barrage of cannonballs. What kind of monster is this guy? There was no way he could take Yi head-on. Even Xinguan, the powerhouse of Qinfeng Private High, known for overwhelming physical strength, had surrendered when Yi's awakened bloodline came into play. That settled it. Chu Zhou knew what he had to do. Close combat was suicide. Time to strike from a distance. With a deep inhale, Chu Zhou activated his bloodline awakening. Ice element dragon energy erupted from within. Crystalline dragon scales coated his body, shimmering with frost. His eyes turned golden, slit like a beast's, and 2 black horns curved from his head like polished obsidian. The air dropped. His power surged. Ice pulse. A frigid wind howled across the arena. Massive spikes of ice burst from the ground, forming into a towering tsunami, dozens of meters tall, rushing straight at Yi with unstoppable momentum. The audience gasped. Even the examiners were stunned. The ice dragon might be a 3rd-tier magical beast, lower than king-level bloodlines like the Shadow Tiger King or Venus Ape Demon, but in Chu Zhou's hands, it was devastating. Stronger even than Kai Shaoling's bloodline. Stronger than Xinguan's. The icy wave crashed over the arena, drowning it in white. The blazing summer stadium dropped to sub-zero in seconds. The live stream, once filled with non-stop praise for Yi, fell silent. Then came a different voice, the haters. Chu Zhou is too cool. Yi's done for. Down with that devil. Chu Zhou exhaled, his breath misting in the freezing air. The sheer release of energy had drained him more than expected, but he kept his guard up. He wasn't foolish enough to think he would go down just like that. And he was right. Suddenly, the live feed comments exploded again. The iceberg began to melt. A glow formed deep within. Then from inside the frozen mass, Yi's mouth opened wide, blue atomic light burning in his throat. And the next instant, boom, a blazing blue beam erupted from the ice, piercing through it like paper and heading straight for Chu Zhou. His eyes widened in disbelief. How? There was no time to think. Chu Zhou flung himself back, manipulating the ground beneath his feet. A massive icicle shot up in front of him, imbued with martial energy, a last-second barrier. The beam collided with it. Crack, boom. A massive explosion shook the area, but thankfully, he unleashed his atomic breath just in time. It wasn't nearly as powerful as before, though. He'd only used it to break free from the iceberg, trapping him. Still, the display was overwhelming. His abilities were beyond terrifying. Radiation, nuclear blasts, atomic lasers. Was a high schooler even supposed to have this kind of power? The ice surrounding him instantly evaporated under the scorching energy radiating from his body. As he stepped forward, cloaked in that signature nuclear glow, the reactions inside him intensified. Flames of blinding blue clung to him, burning so hot that even mist turned to nothing within 5 meters. I've been holding back more than I should, he said, walking straight toward Chu Zhou. With each step, the ground hissed and sizzled beneath his feet. Chu Zhou launched every ice attack he had, his bloodline power fully activated, but nothing worked. The gap between them was simply too vast. So far, only Lu Qingyu had managed to go toe-to-toe with Yi He in this form. Even Shun Guan had surrendered without a fight. Still, Chu Zhou refused to back down. His golden dragon eyes locked on Yi He. "This is my final move," he said, a technique he had originally saved for Lu Qingyu. Chu Zhou closed his eyes, cut off all his senses, and pointed his ice sword skyward. Frost climbed over his body, and the dragon scale crystals shimmered brighter than ever. This was the full force of his bloodline, soul-cutting sword intent. The first to react was the mayor, stunned as if witnessing a miracle. Sword intent? At his age? It was on par with the legendary Xuanhuan techniques Lu Qingyu had used before. A chilling wind swept across the arena. Then came the roar, a deafening clash of dragon and blade. Chu Zhou's strike landed. Drops of searing blood fell from Yi He's hand, burning holes into the ground. There was a clean sword cut across Yi He's hand. But even that wound began to squirm and close up, glowing faintly with that same eerie blue light. "You'll need a better sword next time," Yi He said calmly. "Maybe then you'll actually manage to break my skin." Chu Zhou stood frozen, staring at the shattered remains of his sword. He'd lost. That much was clear. But he had to ask, "How close was I?" Yi He smirked, a bit better than begging like a dog. Chu Zhou sighed, raised his hand, and turned to the referee. "I surrender." And with that, Yi He was declared the champion of the city's college entrance exam finals. The crowd went wild. Every live stream lit up with cheers, and social media exploded. The so-called dark horse of the year had defied every expectation, right to the very end. Now, Yi He's name and face were everywhere. Billboards, news, streams. He had become a legend overnight, and the city was ready to celebrate. Champion. Everyone knew it now. The level of competition in Xin City's college entrance exam had reached new heights this year. And the one who came out on top, he wasn't just the strongest of this batch. He was the highest scorer in the exam's entire history. A record breaker no one would surpass anytime soon. Back at the stadium, the crowd roared his name over and over. The mayor stepped up to the stage to join him, while the host quickly followed, barely able to contain his excitement as he addressed the audience and the viewers watching from home. After 3 days of intense battles, our city's college entrance exam has crowned its champion, Xin City's #1 scorer, Yi He from the city's first middle school. The host turned to him with a smile. "Yi He, we've heard your strength came from years of perseverance and steady progress. Now that you've taken the top spot, do you have any words to share?" He was momentarily stunned. This host really knows how to dress things up. He even managed to make all my cheating sound poetic. He quickly gathered himself. "First of all, I want to thank my teacher. He never gave up on me, even when I was at my worst. His support gave me the strength to fight on." Elsewhere, watching the speech through a live stream, Yi's teacher was already in tears. "I don't deserve this praise," he thought. "I didn't even notice this monster of a student until the exams were about to begin." Just as Yi was about to continue, a skinny middle-aged man in the crowd began waving wildly at him. But when Yi didn't respond, the man threw both hands in the air, flashing a clear hand signal, 2 fingers. 2 million. He mouthed the words silently. It was the principal of City's first middle school, hoping Yi would toss in a shout-out to help promote the school. The promise? A 2 million yuan scholarship. That was all it took. The money-hungry beast flipped his script immediately. "Oh, right. And of course I want to thank my alma mater and our principal. His wise leadership brought us here today." He had no idea what to say at first, but the principal's not-so-subtle gesture cleared that up real quick. "And finally, I want to thank myself. If it weren't for my own hard work and brilliance, I wouldn't be standing here right now." Not a trace of shame in his voice as he dropped that line. None. The crowd might have thought it was confidence, but anyone who knew him would call it exactly what it was. And then, right at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his head. Congratulations. You've earned the title of champion. A random template ability will now be awarded. His eyes widened. Wait, this template has an achievement system too. He wanted to check the new ability right away, but with tens of thousands of people watching, there was no chance. He'd have to wait. The mayor stepped forward to wrap up the ceremony, praising how smoothly the entire exam had gone and officially announcing its conclusion. But as soon as he left the arena, making his way through the corridor toward the exit, a mob of reporters burst through the doors like hungry hyenas, shoving cameras, microphones, anything they could get in front of him. And the moment he stepped out, "Student Ihi, do you feel any pressure now that you're the champion? The first prize winner. How did you improve so fast in just 6 months? Are you headed to Hwadu University?" Reporters bombarded him from all sides. He tried yelling at them to back off. He seriously needed to pee, but they weren't giving up. That's when some sleazy-looking guy squeezed up beside him, holding a phone inches from his face with a smug grin. "Student Ihi, real quick, who's prettier, Lu Qingzhu or Kai Shaoling? Or are you more into Xinguan? Maybe even Xu Zhou?" He didn't say a word. He just took off, sprinting even faster. He had zero time for whatever kind of fan service nonsense this was turning into. After finally ditching the media mob, he slipped into an empty basketball court. Alone at last, he was practically buzzing with excitement. This new development with the system, it was wild. So he wasn't locked into just one template. He could actually draw more through rewards. That was insane, beyond anything he imagined. Just as he was soaking in the possibilities, someone appeared, interrupting his thoughts. A man in a black windbreaker approached him. "Student Ihi, congratulations on taking the top spot." Startled, Ihi turned, wondering if he was another reporter. But the man removed his hat with a polite smile and said, "Relax. I'm not with the press. I'm from the imperial capital." He leaned in slightly. "Let's talk about something a little more classified, like genetic locks." The moment those words landed, Ihi froze. He didn't know anything about genetic locks. His powers all came from the monster template system. Did this guy know something he shouldn't? Who even was he? Sensing Ihi's hesitation, the man asked casually, "Did your father ever mention the term genetic lock?" He stayed calm and nodded. According to the original host's memories, that term had indeed come up once. Just once, and strangely enough, from his ordinary father. The man then pulled an envelope from his bag and handed it over. "Aren't you curious how a regular taxi driver knew something like that? Doesn't add up, does it?" E's eyes narrowed. Could there be something deeper going on? Was his father actually someone else entirely? The man continued. "Because of your unique situation, the imperial capital has authorized access to a restricted file. Just for you." He opened the envelope, and what he read left his eyes wide. Project Prometheus, a major player in Blue Star's gene research world. Once a leader in the field, the institute had been blacklisted and chased down by nations everywhere after a major incident. Since then, its top researchers vanished, forced into hiding. One of their major breakthroughs? Genetic lock technology. As he read more, E's expression turned cold. So that's what this guy believed, that his so-called ordinary father had actually been a top researcher at Prometheus. And that he himself wasn't just some student with a lucky streak. He was a walking, talking secret result of one of their experiments. The man in the windbreaker quickly reassured him. "Don't worry. The country has no intention of causing you trouble. I came here only to inform you. As the person directly involved, you deserve to know the truth." Clearly, he was worried he might freak out and do something reckless. After all, he was now a critical part of the nation's cultivation initiative. His safety had officially become a top priority. He said nothing. He just stared. He stared blankly at the man. If I told him I was calmer than he is right now, would he even believe me? But just like that, his attitude shifted. He suddenly felt like someone carrying a great responsibility instead of enjoying a convenient windfall. "Man, being famous and important these days is such a pain," he muttered smugly. Fame brought attention, and attention brought trouble. Society really did revolve around status, after all. With that, the man in the windbreaker turned and left the court. The second he was out of sight, Ihi's fake solemnity vanished. He rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming. Money, fame, power. Not bad for a few days' work. He had made a fortune during these college entrance exams. Things were finally lining up for him. Entry into Hwada University, a 2 million yuan scholarship from his principal, and another 800,000 in bonus rewards. But more important than any of that, he'd earned the right to draw a new template ability. Sure, he knew getting another god-tier template like Mad Flame Demora would be rare. But still, there was always a chance. And he couldn't wait to see what came next. Without hesitation, he activated the system. A swirling vortex of deep purple opened in front of him, echoing with the roars of ancient beasts, like a cursed gateway filled with monsters lost to time. His jaw dropped in awe. Moments later, the results began to show. A thunderous stampede of footsteps rumbled through the air as the new template took shape. A D-rank Colossus-type humanoid. Bloodline ability, Gigantomachia. A 60-meter titan, cloaked in ultra-heated steam. Its evolution path, a fixed humanoid behemoth. Current compatibility, just 1%. He didn't look impressed. Compared to Demora's I-rank power, this titan felt underwhelming. But then, something clicked. His eyes widened. What if the abilities from different templates could be stacked? If he could combine the titan's powers with Demora's? Holy, the potential was beyond insane. This wouldn't just put him at the top of the food chain. This could make him the one and only true hybrid king of all monsters. The apex of every template combined. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside a dimly lit villa with a hauntingly elegant atmosphere, a massive man sat at a carved redwood table. His name was Huolong. He was on the phone, speaking to a business associate. Yeah, I've got personal matters to take care of. Cancel everything. He ended the call and let out a long, deep breath, tapping his finger rhythmically on the wood. The room was silent, save for the faint hum of a television broadcast in the background. Tap, tap, tap. Each strike left a deeper mark, until a dent formed under his finger. You see, Huolong's younger brother had been missing for over 2 weeks. The search team had come back with nothing. No body, no trace, except a bit of residue where the signal from his brother's device had last been detected. The tests confirmed it. Faint nuclear radiation. That was all Huolong needed. As a seasoned hunter of forbidden realms, he didn't need a full report. No explanation. No evidence. He knew. His brother was gone. And worse, whoever did it had cleaned the scene flawlessly. No blood. No clues. No mistakes. Huolong's eyes stayed fixed on the television. The footage replayed again. Ihi's battle with Lu Qingyu. That specific moment when Ihi unleashed his atomic breath. Huolong didn't need confirmation. He just knew. His gut screamed it. And the fact that Ihi was the only known individual wielding nuclear radiation ability sealed it. He closed his eyes, weighed down by sorrow and guilt. He'd warned his younger brother countless times to leave the underground world behind. But the kid never listened. And now, he'd failed. He'd made a promise to their mother before she passed, that he'd protect his brother no matter what. When Huolong opened his eyes again, he wasn't the same man. His entire aura had shifted, cold, terrifying, grotesque. He stared at the image on screen. Ihi standing triumphant, hailed as N-City's rarest genius. Hwada University would no doubt fight tooth and nail to recruit him, but it didn't matter. They wouldn't get the chance to see him enroll. Early the next morning, Ihi was prepping for a secret realm expedition, eager to test out his new template and a few personal theories. That's when a courier arrived, handing him a letter. An actual handwritten letter. It was from Chuzhou. Apparently, the Huadu Central Research Bureau had detected a secret realm rift set to open at 3 p.m. that same day, right in N-City's Redwood Mountain. The estimated threat level? C rank? Maybe higher. Chuzhou wrote that he planned to join the team exploring the rift and asked if Ihi wanted to team up. Ihi blinked. His first reaction wasn't about the secret realm. It was about the absurdity of someone using a letter in this day and age. Seriously? What year does Chuzhou think this is? Could that guy be a time traveler too? 3 p.m., Redwood Mountain. Once quiet and barely visited, the area was now overflowing with life. Thousands had gathered. Warriors, mercenaries, veterans from powerful organizations. Some came by foot, others by chopper. Military personnel had already set up base to prevent conflict. New secret realms meant danger, but they also meant untapped opportunity, chances to strike gold or shoot up the ranks. At the base of the mountain, Ihi finally met up with Chuzhou, now with a sword strapped to his side. Chuzhou took one look at him and raised a brow. You got stronger again. Ihi flinched. That creepy smile of Chuzhou's made it even more unsettling. Still, he was impressed. Chuzhou had a good eye. After all, he had just used part of his prize money to buy several gene serums, boosting his compatibility with the colossal humanoid template to 35%. Sure, it was a low-tier template, but its rapid growth made it highly efficient. Sometimes speed beat raw power. They chatted casually as they waited for the rift to open. Curious, Ihi asked what university Chuzhou had applied to. Chuzhou's mood shifted for a second, but he still answered. Huadu University. He noticed, but didn't press. Maybe we'll end up classmates. Just then, the crowd erupted. The rift had begun to open, splitting wide into a glowing gap several dozen meters across. A rift shimmered open on the mountainside of Redwood Mountain, swirling like liquid stardust. Then, an ear-piercing screech ripped through the air. From within the rift, a massive three-headed bird burst halfway out, its feathers dark and laced with deep purple. Clearly a high-tier beast, it relied on its airborne dominance to try and seize the lead, forcing its way through the dimensional crack first. Too bad it picked the wrong crowd to show off to. Waiting outside were thousands of armed warriors, and the second they saw the bird, they roared in unison, a sound so thunderous it shook the entire mountain. The bird froze in panic. It turned to retreat, but it was already stuck, jammed halfway through the rift. Before it could even flap once more, a wave of warriors crashed into it like a flood. The poor thing was stomped into the ground within seconds, reduced to a pulp of feathers and shattered core. Ihi and Chu Zhou followed the wave of warriors and stepped into the rift themselves. By the time they passed through, what was left of the three-headed beast had already been hacked to scraps. A pitiful end. Inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm, the scenery was surreal. Towering rainbow-hued trees stretched into the sky, each over 100 meters tall. It would take a dozen people just to wrap around one. Beneath them, the warriors looked like ants, insignificant in the shadow of giants. The air was thick with a metallic, bloody scent. Ahead of the rift, a small-scale beast tide had already formed, blocking the path forward. The space near the entrance had clearly become the first battlefield between the incoming warriors and the monsters defending the realm. And without a moment's pause, the warriors charged forward again, their cries blending into a brutal and deafening war anthem. You see, the reason none of them scattered in search of treasure right away was because of a state-enforced rule. Warriors were allowed to explore secret realms freely, but they were also bound by duty. If a beast hide was left unchecked and spilled into the real world, resulting in civilian deaths, the responsible warrior would be stripped of their title and brought before a military tribunal. On Blue Star, great power came with real consequences. Ihi and Chu Zhou didn't hang back. They dove straight into the front lines. Chu Zhou unleashed his bloodline power, releasing waves of ice that froze the monster's feet, halting their advance. The ice didn't last long. The beast shattered it and broke free. But even a few seconds of delay was enough for the warriors to strike hard and fast. Then, out of nowhere, a beast lunged at Chu Zhou from behind. In the blink of an eye, it was obliterated. Ihi's atomic fist melted it into paste before it even landed. Chu Zhou turned, nodding in gratitude. "Watch your back," he said dryly, completely unfazed. Then he added, bored, "None of these things are even worth fighting." And he wasn't wrong. A smoking trail of ruined monsters lay behind him, charred, disfigured, and motionless. Chu Zhou just stood there, stunned. The scene was monstrous. He had already wiped out wave after wave of monsters with ease, while the other warriors were still carefully holding the line. It was obvious now. This was the sheer, devastating power of nuclear radiation. Silent, inescapable, unrelenting. What made it terrifying wasn't just its destructive force. It attacked life on a cellular level. The battlefield was now contaminated, and at the center of it all was Ihi, the walking embodiment of nuclear fallout, finally unleashing his radiation freely. The cries of beasts echoed constantly across the land. Bloody-mouthed monsters tried desperately to lunge at him. But as they approached, their flesh peeled, bones dissolved, and they collapsed into twitching piles of rot, melting before they could even touch him. Those few monsters that did manage to force their way through his radiation barrier were immediately met with a brutal atomic punch, obliterated on impact. Anything that tried to strike from the skies, obliterated midair by his iconic atomic breath, a beam of raw destruction that cut through anything. The only real difference between dying to his breath or his radiation field was this. One was instant, the other a slow, agonizing decay. Either way, the result was the same. He was terrifying, a literal death god on the battlefield. Wherever Ihi walked, life faded. The air itself grew toxic. His presence alone was enough to wilt monsters before they even realized what was happening. Even the warriors fighting beside him felt a deep, instinctual fear, thankful that he was on their side. Ihi, meanwhile, wasn't thinking about any of that. He simply stared at the pouches of harvested magic cores by his side, grinning like a farmer admiring a season's perfect harvest. That smile, disturbingly calm and satisfied, sent shivers through the warriors nearby. Their skin prickled with goosebumps. Honestly, he didn't even need his arsenal of atomic techniques. Just his nuclear field was enough to make most warriors think twice about ever standing against him. Elsewhere, on a nearby battlefield, several warriors struggling against waves of beasts looked back in confusion. Behind them, a large group of fighters appeared to be taking a break. One warrior scowled. "What the hell? Why is it already quiet back there? Do they have a high-level fighter on their side?" "Nope," someone replied casually. "They've gotten city's top scorer from the entrance exams." "The top scorer? You mean a student? What's a student doing in this war zone?" The warrior hadn't watched the exams. Thought it was just high schoolers sparring. Nothing worth seeing. The response was sharp. "You idiot. That student could take down 10 of you without breaking a sweat. A beast tide isn't random. It's led by lord-level monsters at the core. Kill the lords, and the tide falls apart." Right now, a team of 10 top-tier warriors had pushed deep into the swarm to track down those leaders and take them out. Meanwhile, the rest of the horde, while weaker on average, was endless in number. And as the fighting dragged on, the warriors began to wear down. Then someone had an idea. Why not herd the beast straight toward their nuclear ace? No one knew who came up with it first, but soon a strategy formed. Warriors coordinated to redirect more and more monsters toward Ihi, essentially using his radiation zone as a living fortress. Even high-tier magical beasts began appearing near his position. He didn't have to lift a finger. With the warriors shielding him from direct assault, all he needed to do was stand still, quietly, steadily, releasing death into the air. He continued to unleash lethal waves of nuclear radiation into the oncoming beast tide, turning the battlefield into a radioactive graveyard. Any excess radiation that happened to breach the martial energy shields of surrounding warriors, he effortlessly absorbed it back into himself. No harm done. With Ihi acting as the heart of the battlefront, warriors instinctively clustered around him. Together, they pushed back against the invading wave of monsters. Some of the higher intelligence beasts noticed something was off about him. They sensed the danger, but unable to confront him directly, all they could do was rally more and more monsters to charge, hoping to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. The battlefield grew more intense by the second. Chaos roared from every direction. It was impossible to say how long the brutal clash raged on, until suddenly a flare lit up the sky. The signal, the decapitation mission had succeeded. Somewhere deep in the beast tide, the Lord-level monsters had been slain. Across the battlefield, bloodied warriors looked up. Eyes dulled from the endless slaughter suddenly sparked back to life. The beast tide was breaking. They'd won. On the other side of the field, Chu Zhou, who'd been moments from collapse earlier, finally wiped the sweat from his brow. He exhaled hard, relief flooding his exhausted body. The first wave of beasts in the Redwood Mountains secret realm had been defeated. The victory came at a cost. Of the thousands who had entered, only a little over 800 remained. Many of the fallen were dead. Others were crippled. Their warrior journeys ended forever. Such is the life of a warrior, standing between glory and death, never knowing which will strike first. From the smoke and ruin, he walked over to Chu Zhou, hauling several large sacks on his back. He stood out like a sore thumb, far too relaxed after a battle like this. "Hey," he asked casually, "you got any idea how I'm supposed to carry all this stuff back?" Turns out, during the retreat of the beast tide, he had strolled past the carcasses of every monster that died under his radiation and harvested their magic cores. One by one, while other warriors were too wary to even go near a nuclear-contaminated beast, he was casually looting the field. Helpless, he dropped the heavy sacks at Chu Zhou's feet. Without a word, Chu Zhou handed him a silver-black ring. A space ring. Yi's eyes lit up. Space rings were worth tens of millions. And this guy just handed one over like it was nothing? "Damn, Chu Zhou," he said, grinning. "Didn't know you were packing that kind of wealth." Before they could continue, a commotion rippled through the crowd behind them. The buzz of voices drew their attention. They looked up to see a large group parting like a wave. At the center of the formation, a tall man strode forward with deliberate purpose. The name was Wu Sun. He walked straight up to Ihi. This was the man who, along with his elite group, had led the charge that brought down the Beast Tide's core. He was the leader of the famed Silver Wolf Martial Arts Group, one of the most powerful organizations in Aining. "I heard about your performance from my team," Wu Sun said. "You interested in joining us?" He explained that joining Silver Wolf wouldn't interfere with Ihi's college studies. In fact, it would come with all kinds of benefits, subsidies, resources, even protection. To sweeten the deal, Wu Sun offered him an S-rank group contract on the spot. The surrounding warriors could hardly contain their envy. On Blue Star, few opportunities matched what Ihi had just been offered. On Blue Star, registering a martial arts group meant unlocking a world of opportunity. Sponsorships from major companies turned into funding and perks for group members. Without backing from a powerful martial arts group, even the most skilled warrior would struggle to afford the crushing costs of their profession. That's why the Silver Wolf Martial Arts Group was such a big deal. They were one of the largest organizations in the entire Sea Kingdom. Even top students from the prestigious Imperial Capital University rarely qualified for S-level contracts. So Wu Sun offering one to he wasn't favoritism. It was proof of how much he valued his potential. Just then, the crowd stirred again. From between the warriors stepped a majestic tiger, its coat shimmering like polished obsidian. It wasn't a warcraft, but a genetically engineered beast from one of the leading biotech companies. Sitting cross-legged atop, it was a woman with a fierce presence. She glanced at Wu Sun, amused. So that's why he vanished right after the beast tide. He'd raced over here to poach a rising star. She turned to Ihi. "I'm from the Qingdao Martial Arts Group. We may not be as large as Silver Wolf, but I can guarantee you this. If you join us, you'll receive 15% of our monthly training resources." Gasps erupted from the crowd. 15%. That wasn't an offer. That was practically an investment. Warriors exchanged stunned looks. Clearly, they had underestimated Ihi's value. These groups were practically fighting over him. The other group leaders stayed silent. They wanted him too, but the offers from Silver Wolf and Qingdao were so generous, They had to think hard about whether to compete at that level. But he didn't hesitate. He smiled politely and declined both. Thanks, but I'm not planning to join any martial arts group. At least not for now. Neither Wu Sun nor the woman from Cheongda seemed surprised. With talent like his, he didn't need backing to shine. To them, this wasn't about sealing a contract. It was about planting a seed. A connection for the future. More leaders stepped up, offered brief greetings, and left, content just to get on his radar. Interestingly, even Chu Zhou received an S-level offer from Wu Sun himself. And just like he turned it down. The crisis had passed. With the beast tide broken, the warriors began to scatter, starting the next phase, free exploration. He suggested heading to the treetops for a better view of the terrain. The secret realm was a sprawling forest of titanic trees, and mapping it out from above made sense. Chu Zhou agreed. They each had their own method for the climb. Chu Zhou bent his knees, gathered power, and launched himself upward. At the peak of his jump, he manipulated the moisture in the air to form a platform of ice beneath his feet, just enough to push off again with a second leap. Yi's method was far more direct. He activated his nuclear light combat mode, concentrated energy beneath his feet, and blasted off like a missile, rocketing to the treetop in seconds. He reached the canopy first, with Chu Zhou arriving right behind him. What they saw made Chu Zhou's jaw drop. What the hell is that? In the distance, slowly moving across the forest floor, was a group of black humanoid creatures. Massive, mountain-sized figures. Towering so high, they were visible even from here. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, the sheer scale of the black humanoid figures was staggering. Each one had to be over 1,000 meters tall. It was almost impossible to comprehend. Not really, he said, casually brushing it off. They're probably still young. In a few years, who knows, we might be able to take them down and maybe even uncover the secrets behind this place. Chu Zhou turned to him, silent. In his heart, he knew that if he were facing something that massive and unknown, he'd be afraid. But he was already thinking about conquering it. That was the difference between them. It wasn't just skill. He had an unshakable will. That's what made him a real warrior. Chu Zhou couldn't help but feel a little small in comparison. Meanwhile, he had no idea his offhand comment had triggered a 1,000-word self-reflection monologue in Chu Zhou's mind. In the poor guy's eyes, he was basically a life coach now. But he wasn't just sightseeing. While scanning the area from the treetop, he was also maintaining his life magnetic field to sense the distribution of living things across the secret realm. That's when he noticed something strange. There was a lake, and yet it registered as completely blank. No life signatures. A void, like a dead zone in the middle of a living ecosystem. That was definitely not normal. Where there's no signal, there's usually something big hiding. Where there's smoke, there's fire. In a place like this, the bigger the mystery, the greater the reward. He pointed southeast. There's a lake there. Let's check it out. Without hesitation, the two of them took off through the towering forest, quickly reaching the lake's edge. When they arrived, 3 others were already there. To Ihi's surprise, one of them was someone he recognized, Sister Yuli. Well, she chuckled, spotting him. If it isn't our top scorer. She hadn't expected the high schooler she helped out weeks ago to turn out to be this powerful. Back then, she'd given him a discounted warrior business card. Not a huge favor, but one he had never forgotten. Her teammate, a bald guy covered in tattoos, smirked. You know the little top scorer from its city? Hurry up and introduce us. The third member, a man with glasses, added he was pretty incredible back there during the beast tide. You picked a good one. Yuli gave a quick recap of how she first met Ihi at the Warrior Center. The story left her teammates amazed at how casually fate had played out. A random encounter had led to meeting one of the most talked about warriors just 2 weeks later. Curious, he asked, how long have you guys been here? Not long, Yuli replied. 2 of my teammates went diving to scout things out. But before she could finish, a figure burst out of the water, gasping with excitement. It was Yu Yang, one of her team. Jackpot, he shouted. Guys, we've hit it big. We're gonna be rich. Huang Tong Tong, Yuli's eyes lit up. Wait, what do you mean? Slow down. Yong grinned wide. There's a ruin under the lake. The moment he said it, the whole team buzzed with energy, everyone visibly thrilled by the discovery. Everyone except Ihi, who blinked in confusion. He leaned toward Chu Zhou and nudged him. Okay, what's so great about that? What kind of ruin are we talking about? In this mysterious realm, ancient structures, the landscape, remnants believed to be left behind by a lost civilization hidden deep within the secret world. Scholars and experts have come to call them simply the ruins. These ruins are more than just relics. They house advanced technologies and strange artifacts, fragments of knowledge that, according to some, laid the groundwork for today's martial arts and genetic advancements. Chu Zhou paused before continuing. They say our modern fighting techniques, and even some gene tech, all trace back to discoveries made in these ruins. Yu Yang, maybe caught up in the excitement, shared this with his teammates, but forgot to check who was listening. His face tightened when he realized two outsiders, Yi and Chu Zhou, had heard every word. Regret immediately followed. His eyes turned sharp, his hand drifting toward the sword on his waist. Chu Zhou picked up on the shift. In places like this, where treasures lie buried, people often kill for far less. Bloodshed near ruins isn't rare. Greed makes monsters of men. Just as Yang was about to make a move, Yuli stepped in, shouting at him to stop. He leaned casually on Chu Zhou's shoulder, the two of them staring Yang down with an amused smirk. They're not just randoms, Yuli said. Yi and Chu Zhou ranked first and second in Ancidity's college entrance exams. They're miles ahead of your average warrior. If anything, we'd be lucky to have them on our side. That changed things. Yu Yang hesitated before asking, "So, how are we splitting the loot?" "Simple," Yuli replied coolly. "They get a cut based on how much they contribute. More effort, more reward." Yu Yang's eyes flickered. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. He kept quiet after that. With his future looking bright, he wasn't about to make enemies he didn't need. He took the lead as they made their way into the lake. Using their enhanced lung capacity, the six of them dove nearly 30 meters down. At the lake bed, Yu Yang spotted a familiar marker, guiding everyone into a submerged cave. A hidden tunnel lay inside. When they emerged from the water, they found themselves in a vast underground cavern. Yu Yang climbed ashore, frowning. "This is weird," he muttered. "Where's that guy? Wasn't Li Wei supposed to be on watch?" The tattooed man frowned. He probably found something and bailed. Yu Yang pulled out a walkie-talkie and tried calling Li Wei. Nothing. Static. The silence gnawed at him. Something was wrong. Then, Yuli calmly asked, "When you first came down here, did you check for monster activity?" "No," Yu Yang admitted. "Li Wei and I dropped all the monster bait bombs. Not a single sign. Nothing came up." One of the female teammates looked uneasy. This cave gave off a bad vibe. With Li Wei missing, maybe they were walking into something far worse than they thought. Yu Yang snapped. "We have to go in. If we turn back every time things get risky, we'll be stuck as nobodies forever. Anyone scared can leave now." No one moved. Even the hesitant teammate stayed quiet. And then Yu Yang said it. If a mountain of gold was right in front of you, it'd go against human instinct not to reach for it. With that, the group pressed on. Yuang took the lead, but the air was heavy. Li Wei's sudden disappearance had everyone tense, alert for whatever threat might be lurking ahead. Yu Yang switched on an ultraviolet flashlight, sweeping it across the ground. Faint marks glowed, traces he and Li Wei had left behind earlier. They followed the trail deeper into the cave, the path slowly narrowing until only one person could pass through at a time. As they crept through the tight tunnel, Yu Yang's eyes darted about. He turned back, locking eyes with Chu Zhou, and silently mouthed a warning. "Something's off." Chu Zhou nodded subtly. "Yeah, the timing doesn't add up." They were both thinking the same thing. Yuli had said their group arrived at the lake just 10 minutes ago, tops. Yet somehow, Yu Yang and Li Wei had already discovered this exact cave beneath the vast lake, found a hidden entrance, and scouted deep into the underground. It felt staged, like they already knew the layout, like they had a mini-map. Maybe the idea of treasure clouded everyone's judgment, or maybe it was just that outsiders could see what insiders missed. Even seasoned fighters like Yuli didn't seem to suspect a thing. "This smells like a setup." Chu Zhou leaned closer, whispering whether they should warn Yi's allies and retreat. But Yi shook his head calmly. "Don't panic. I've got something on my sleeve." Chu Zhou didn't press further. If Yi was confident, that was enough for him. At last, the group emerged from the narrow corridor, and the space opened up into a massive underground chamber. The view was surreal. The cave was as big as a football stadium, every surface tangled with thick, dark green vines. Hidden among them were dull, depleted magic cores. All around were the skeletal remains of magical beasts, picked clean. "So that's why we didn't see any monsters on the way down," someone muttered. "They were all eaten by something worse." Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. One of the teammates pointed with a trembling hand. High above, suspended midair by piercing vines, was a dried-out corpse. The clothes were unmistakable. It was Li Wei. Yuli and the female teammate froze, eyes wide in horror. Meanwhile, Yu Yang ignored the earlier question about the ruins. Instead, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, rambling to himself in a fractured voice. It was like something had snapped. He babbled nonsense about Li Wei's death, vines chasing him, and trying to escape. Then, without warning, his head began to swell grotesquely, and in a flash, it burst open. The explosion sprayed blood like fireworks, and from the wreckage of his skull, several twitching vines whipped out, like the feelers of some demonic parasite. But then, just as fast, a brilliant blue beam of light blasted through his torso. The vines withered instantly, incinerated by the pure atomic energy. No one saw it coming. Who would have thought the monster was this smart? After killing 2 warriors, it hadn't just fed on them. It had hijacked Yu Yang's brain. It had used them, turned Yu Yang into bait, just to lure in more prey. Yi's eyes swept across the cave, locking onto the slowly writhing vines now creeping along every surface. His gaze was cold, calculating. Then, with a thunderous crack, a massive boulder, twisted with vines, dropped from the ceiling like a meteor. It slammed into the ground behind them, sealing off their only exit. Chuzhou stared at the monstrous vines, and suddenly, a memory clicked. He'd read about this creature before, hidden deep in some obscure monster guide. It was a second-order, king-class magical beast, the ghost demon vine. As soon as he spoke the name, Yuli and the other two froze in place. Fear gripped them. King-class blood beasts weren't just strong. They were on an entirely different level. For first-level warriors like them, this thing might as well have been a god. But he just grinned, teeth gleaming. Doesn't matter what level it is, he muttered. Just watch me tear it apart. He was just about to trigger Colossal Titan mode, when a deafening boom echoed behind them. The rock wall they thought was impassable, blown to pieces. A mysterious figure emerged through the dust and debris. The pressure that rolled in with him was suffocating. His blood energy warped the very air, trailing thick, bloody smoke with every step. That kind of aura, it could only mean one thing. 8th level warrior. His name was Ho Long. Funny thing, Ho Long hadn't even planned on entering the Redwood Mountains secret realm. But the moment he caught word that someone was using nuclear radiation-based powers to hold off the beast tide, he knew. That person could only be, once inside the realm, tracking, he wasn't hard. Tiny traces of lingering radiation marked the way, breadcrumbs only someone like Ho Long could follow. And just as Yang emerged from the lake, Ho Long had found them. From a distance, he heard the mention of ruins. His breath caught. So he waited, watching the shadows, as he and the rest dove beneath the lake. He didn't need to rush. He let them uncover whatever treasures lay hidden down there. In this world, murder among warriors wasn't rare. It was barely even prosecuted. Evidence was hard to come by, and authorities rarely interfered, which made this the perfect opportunity. He'd finally kill the man who murdered his brother. And if he could swipe some relics from the ruins on the way out, even better. With the right artifacts, he could flee the Sea Kingdom altogether, vanish into a country strong enough to shield him from consequences. Ho Long had followed silently, masking his blood flow, halting his breathing. He even entered a suspended animation state to remain undetected. But then, the group collapsed the tunnel, and Ho Long's heart sank. Had he been discovered? He couldn't be sure. He'd erased every trace of his presence. But still, something about he made him nervous. He knew, even without seeing him, Ho Long could feel it. He had sensed him. He was certain of it. And he was just as confused. Who was this 8th level freak chasing after him? He didn't even know the guy. One second, they were exploring ruins, and the next, some lunatic uncle was crashing through explosions and bloody smoke like a boss from hell. Ho Long started muttering strange things, as if he had some kind of past. He frowned. None of it made sense. Still, for a moment, it felt like that mysterious warrior had glared at him with hatred. No, that had to be his imagination, right? With a sudden explosion of power, Ho Long erupted. 8th level blood, energy, surged around him as he bulldozed through the collapsed tunnel like it was paper. He charged forward, his voice echoing like thunder through the cave. Prepare to die. Ho Long roared as he launched straight for Ihi, but his momentum came to a grinding halt. Something was off. The so-called ruins ahead? They weren't ruins at all. It was a monster's nest. The ghost demon Vine didn't hunt like ordinary predators. It went after the strongest life force it could sense. And right now, Ho Long's blood aura was the brightest beacon in the whole cave. A rumble shook the cavern. The earth groaned like it might split apart. Vines exploded out from the stone in all directions, swarming straight toward Ho Long. Ho Long's eyes widened. He turned to Ihi, cursing. Was this your trap? But his path was cut off. The vines were everywhere. He had no choice but to fight. The vines lashed out again and again, but Ho Long wasn't going down easy. His fists struck like cannons. His kicks shattered the air. Every strike exploded with force, tearing vines to pieces and splashing their fluids across the ground. But something was wrong. The longer he fought, the worse he felt. The demon vine was adapting, draining his chi, absorbing his martial power, poisoning him with neurotoxins. Ho Long was strong, but this beast, it was evolving with every second. The cave trembled violently now. Yuli, clearly panicked, shouted, "The cave's going to collapse." Before she could even finish, he stepped forward. Move. Dark blue, armor-like skin began to form over his body, glowing with streaks of crystal blue light. The vertebrae along his back lit up, one by one, until he looked like a living reactor. And then, boom, a massive wave of atomic breath shot from his mouth. A roaring torrent of energy blew through the rock ceiling above, blasting open a path all the way to the lake's surface. Water came crashing down into the cave through the new gap, rushing like a flood. He turned to Yuli and the others. Go. Now. They didn't hesitate. Everyone knew. If Ihi wasn't staying to cover their escape, none of them would make it out alive. But Ho Long wasn't finished. You're not getting away. He roared again, martial energy bursting from every pore. A shockwave ripped through the cavern, disintegrating the surrounding vines within a wide radius. The ground cracked beneath him as he launched forward like a missile aimed straight at Ihi. But he didn't make it unchecked. Chu Zhou, who had been ready from the start, stepped in. His sword flashed from its sheath, bloodline power flaring around him. A freezing aura surged. Chu Zhou's blade sliced through the air, drawing in the freezing wind around him. The sword, crafted from a rare cold-attributed material with an 82% martial energy transfer rate, thrummed with power. He unleashed his soul-cutting sword intent. The strike carved a vacuum through the air, and wherever that icy energy passed, frost bloomed instantly, thick sheets of ice crystallizing in its wake. Ho Long met it head-on. His fist blazed, dragging red-hot flames in its wake. The heat wasn't ordinary. It pulsed with the fury of his blood, the fire glowing a deep crimson. Ice and fire collided. The clash of Chu Zhou's sword and Ho Long's blood flame fist sent a burst of mist billowing through the cave, steam exploding outward, masking everything. Chu Zhou knew his blade wouldn't be enough. The difference in power was simply too vast. So he didn't stop. Charging into the mist, he emerged like a phantom. His combat body ignited. Nuclear light gathering at his fist, the core of his energy flaring to life. Atomic power surged. The underground cavern lit up in blinding blue. With no time to dodge, Ho Long took the full force of Ihi's atomic explosive fist. The impact sent him flying like a cannonball into the stone wall with a sickening crash. He spat blood but still stood. Even after taking Chu Zhou's strongest strike and Ihi's devastating blow, Ho Long's body radiated power. His skin was scorched, but his presence remained overwhelming. High-level warriors weren't human in the usual sense. Their bones, muscles, even their organs had been reforged through relentless training, living weapons hard as steel. Ho Long turned, voice steady. You're in the way. Leave. Chu Zhou, drained from the fight, understood. He'd only slow Ihi down now. Without a word, he retreated, and not a moment too soon. The cavern began collapsing in earnest. Chunks of rock crashed down, revealing even more of the monstrous ghost vines writhing behind the stone. Meanwhile, Yuli and the others stood at the lake's edge. The water had turned cloudy, debris and bubbles breaking the surface as the entire lake bed shook beneath their feet. The monster had gone berserk. Then, Chu Zhou emerged, dripping and breathless. Yuli rushed to him. Where's Ihi? Chu Zhou stared into the water, silent. Suddenly, a flash, brilliant blue lightning arced across the lake, lighting up the entire surface like day. At the bottom, Ihi bit into his palm. Crackling streaks of electric blue current burst from the wound. Ho Long sensed danger instantly. He lunged forward, desperate to stop what was coming. Too late. A thunderous explosion of light erupted from Ihi's body. Bolts of lightning surged out in every direction, engulfing Ho Long in a storm of energy. His alloy-like muscles began to blacken, carbonizing on contact with the lightning. It was just like a titan transformation. Each titan in those stories transformed by biting their palm, unleashing massive energy, usually in a burst of lightning. But the colossal titan? Its transformation was more than just dramatic. It was tactical, a walking nuclear explosion. And now, Ihi, he roared. His body erupted into a sphere of blazing blue light. The resulting blast swallowed the cave in a storm of thunder and radiation. From the shore, Chu Zhou and the rest could only watch in shock as the lake itself exploded in a blinding surge of atomic blue. The water erupted violently from the lake's center, and the group scrambled back, putting distance between themselves and the chaos to avoid getting caught in the aftermath. Steam hissed upward in thick waves, clouds rising as the fierce blue lightning finally died down. Half the lake had evaporated before the storm ceased. As the mist slowly thinned, they thought they saw something. An enormous shadow shifting behind the fog. It was huge, towering, but just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. Did you see that? Someone asked. But no one could be sure if it was real or just an illusion. Then, from the haze, a figure came sprinting toward shore. It was Ihi, completely unclothed and unbothered. Chu Zhou clothes. Now, without a word, Chu Zhou pulled a pair of dark leather pants and a tank top from his space ring and tossed them over. Once dressed, he adjusted his gear as Chu Zhou stepped closer. What was that blast just now? He asked. He exhaled casually. That guy, he was carrying a plasma bomb, took the demon vine down with him. Chu Zhou blinked. A plasma bomb? That's military-grade stuff, totally illegal. Who even has access to that? He hesitated. Also, no offense, but that didn't look like a plasma bomb. That lightning storm, the giant silhouette. He cut him off, eyes calm. You saw it wrong. It was just a plasma bomb. Chuzhou stared at him for a moment, then nodded slowly. Right, I must have been mistaken. He wasn't, of course, but he understood. Everyone had their secrets, and if he wanted to keep this one buried, Chuzhou wasn't going to dig. After all, he had secrets of his own. Still, the truth was, he had gone overboard. Holong's body was gone, atomized, but at least the ghost demon Vine's magic core had been recovered. The mission hadn't been a total loss. Meanwhile, Yuli and her team, exhausted from the chaos, had decided it was time to leave. She turned to Yi with a sheepish expression. Sorry, we followed you here and ended up needing to be rescued. We'll repay you once we're out of this place. Yi waved her off. No need. We'll call it even for that favor you did me. But if I pay you back, she smiled, then you'll owe me again. With a laugh and a quick wave, she left with her teammates. Over the next 2 days, Yi and Chuzhou continued exploring the secret realm. With Yi's life magnetic field perception, they tracked down all kinds of valuable spiritual herbs. While they didn't find anything as rare as the blood jade fruit, it was still a solid haul. By the 3rd day, they decided they'd collected enough. Time to leave the Redwood Mountains secret realm. But as they exited the rift, both of them froze, staring in disbelief. The mangrove mountain they once knew, gone. What used to be a barren stretch of wilderness was now transformed into a fortress of civilization. The trees and rocks had been cleared, replaced by a steel jungle of towers and reinforced structures. A hospital, an auction house, an armory, even a hot spring hotel. Off in the distance, a temporary airport buzzed with activity. And as night fell, the entire mountain shimmered under a sky full of artificial lights. The dazzling lights of Mangrove Mountain now stretched so far and bright, it felt like they could be seen from orbit. The sheer scale of ZA country's infrastructure left both Yi and Chuzhou speechless. They could only marvel at how fast everything had changed. Sometime later, he made his way to the secret realm appraisal office to get his loot assessed. As required, he prepared to hand over 1/10 of his harvest as tax. Without hesitation, he summoned a large sack from his space ring and dropped it onto the table with a heavy thud. The staff behind the counter flinched. Careful, one of them snapped. If you damage anything in here, you'll be the one paying for it. Scratching his head, he offered an awkward apology. Sorry, just have a lot of stuff. Figured I'd better hurry, or you won't finish by noon. The staff member gave him a cold look, but motioned for him to continue. He took out a second sack, this time more gently, and placed it beside the first. Then came a third, a fourth, a fifth. By the time the 6th bag dropped, the lady behind the counter had turned pale. Was this guy trying to move the entire Redwood secret realm? After nearly 3 straight minutes of hauling, she couldn't take it anymore. Are you done? He gave a small smile. With the sacks? Yeah. She sighed in relief. Still got a bunch of spiritual medicine, though, he added casually. Her soul left her body. She immediately transferred Yi to the Spiritual Medicine Appraisal Center. Compared to magic cores, identifying rare herbs took way more time. And now, her entire department was facing an overtime nightmare. When he arrived, the appraisers stared in stunned silence at the spiritual medicines spread across the table. It looked less like a collection and more like a wholesale market dump. One of them muttered, "Since when were rare elixirs sold like cabbages?" With so many high-grade items, the entire appraisal team dropped what they were doing to prioritize Yi's haul. And while everyone around him was losing their minds over the treasure trove, Yi, completely unbothered. He barely even looked interested. The green and white quality magic cores? Useless to him now. He planned to sell them all. As for the 5 blue magic cores from 3rd-level monsters he'd picked up during the Beast Tide, and the emerald green core with gold veining from the Ghost Demon Vine, those were staying with him. By the time he exited the magic core recycling station, his bank account had ballooned, over 27 million in ZA currency. Yet, staring at the long string of zeros didn't bring him any excitement. Maybe it was the sheer size of the number. It didn't feel real anymore. Or maybe his perspective had changed. At this point, he'd trade all that money just to boost his template compatibility by another 10%. Just as he was heading to collect the assessed elixirs from the center, a sleek luxury business car rolled up beside him. The door opened, and out stepped a smiling, well-dressed middle-aged man. He greeted Yi warmly and introduced himself. Li Yutian, he said, owner of Pingy Pharmacy. I've heard quite a bit about you. He had walked away from the secret realm with a massive haul of spiritual medicines. He was already thinking about how to offload them when a sleek voice interrupted his thoughts. Li Yutian, the owner of Pingy Pharmacy, stepped forward with a smile. I heard you picked up quite the collection from Redwood Mountain. Mind selling them to me? He didn't beat around the bush, offering to buy everything at a rate 1 point higher than market price. He said nothing, just stared. So much for privacy. As expected, those old foxes at the appraisal center had leaked the details. Still, it didn't bother him. In fact, this saved him the hassle of hunting down buyers himself. If someone wanted to come to him with money in hand, he wasn't going to complain. The deal was quick and easy. Yushin even looked like he was the one begging to make the purchase. And honestly, that wasn't far from the truth. Despite taking a financial hit, Yushin was grinning ear to ear as he handed over the contract. The reason was simple. He could see talent when it walked into a room. He had managed to find more high-grade elixirs in one trip than most teams could in a year. For a businessman like Yushin, this was an opportunity to build a long-term relationship. One good deal now might open the door to exclusive access in the future. As the funds landed in his account, he stared at the balance. Another mountain of money, but it didn't move him. No amount of cash could compare to increasing his power by even 10%. The truth was frustrating. Basic genetic potions, white and green magic cores, they were all meaningless to him now. They did nothing to push his template compatibility forward. He let out a quiet sigh. It turned out his template had a more demanding appetite than he did. What he really needed was high-tier genetic medicine, but that came with restrictions. Access was locked behind status and privilege, neither of which he had enough of. Money alone couldn't buy what he needed. That left one other path. Martial arts techniques. Back during the entrance exam, he had crushed Lu Qingzhu and the others. But it wasn't because of technique. It was all thanks to the overwhelming power of the Demora template. In pure martial arts skill, he didn't stand a chance against those seasoned fighters. Now that he realized it, he knew exactly who to turn to. Someone with deep connections, someone who could get their hands on the best martial techniques out there. Principal Old Deng. Without a second thought, he sprinted toward City's #1 middle school. When he arrived, the principal welcomed him like family. Old Deng poured a cup of hot tea, even gave Ihi's shoulders a friendly massage. Didn't expect the top scorer to pay a visit to his old school, he chuckled. Of course, with his experience, the old man could tell right away. Ihi was here with a request. Chuckling to himself, Old Deng pulled out a bottle of white medicinal wine. Inside, floating gently, was a rare ginseng elixir. Got this just recently, he said proudly. From none other than Li Yushin, the boss of Pingyi Pharmacy. Who could say no to a gift like this? A bottle that could strengthen the body, invigorate circulation, and boost vitality, especially when soaked with a rare medicinal ginseng. Principal Old Deng's eyes lit up the moment he saw it. Well, he grinned. Our top scorer isn't just smart and capable, but also knows how to respect his elders. He smiled, humble as ever. Just doing my duty. It's a traditional virtue of our Xia country, after all. Touched by the gesture, the principal stopped playing polite. The gift was delivered. Now, it was time to talk business. He leaned in and got straight to the point. I want to learn real martial arts. The principal's expression shifted, more serious now. He explained further. While the market was flooded with countless so-called martial arts techniques, most were low-tier knockoffs. True high-level martial skills were rare and tightly guarded. There were really only two legitimate ways to get them. First, through university. Students could earn access to top-tier martial arts via contribution points. Second, through legacy. Inherited techniques passed down in elite warrior families. For example, the Liu family's signature style, which only core members or specially recognized outsiders could learn. This was the reason why top talents like Lu Qingzhu, Chu Zhou, and even Ihi himself, despite being peak-level martial apprentices, hadn't yet broken through to warrior level. It wasn't about talent or physical limits. It was about access. The truth was all official methods to advance to warrior rank were restricted to college students. The government didn't allow civilians to possess or train with such knowledge outside the education system. That's why Ihi had come here, to Principal Old Deng, a man with enough connections to open locked doors. The principal raised a brow. Why not just wait? You've already applied to Huadu University. You're guaranteed to get in. He gave him the look, his most earnest, determined signature move. I can't wait. I need to improve. Seeing that burning determination, Old Deng sighed. This boy was different. Fine, he thought. Talent like this couldn't be boxed in by rules. As an educator, wasn't it his job to teach according to each student's needs? Rules are for the rigid, he added cheekily. Not for people like us, right? That did it. The principal was glowing. He was already halfway to Cloud 9 from all the flattery. You're lucky the education system has open-minded teachers like me, he said with a chuckle. The very next day, just past noon, he stepped out of the shower, fresh from training, when his communicator buzzed. It was the principal. I've arranged everything. You can head over now. He thanked him and casually asked which martial family had agreed to train him. The answer froze him in place. The Liu family. He stared at the screen, stunned. The Liu family? Willing to hand over their sacred martial arts? This was incredible, but also deeply suspicious. Why would they suddenly offer up their most guarded techniques, especially after what happened to their prize prodigy, Lu Qingzhu? He couldn't shake the suspicion. After all, he'd humiliated Lu Qingzhu, their pride and joy, in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators. And now, the Lu family was just handing over their secret techniques? Was this legit? Or was the principal setting him up? He had his doubts, but he went anyway. The Lu family's estate sat on the outskirts of the city, a massive piece of land passed down through generations. It wasn't just a home, it was a declaration of power. Meanwhile, on a road not far away, a black, customized motorcycle thundered down the street like a jet engine. Its price tag? Over 2 million yuan. Its engine? Comparable to a supercar. The rider, Lu, decked out in dark shades and a leather jacket. Wrapped tightly around his waist was a blonde girl, her hair whipping in the wind. The rush had her clinging even tighter, praising him between gasps of adrenaline. Lu smirked, feeling like the king of the world. But just as he was about to boast, something startled him. A figure appeared next to him out of nowhere. It was Yi, casually pedaling a yellow shared bike. You might want to keep your eyes on the road, Yi said, glancing sideways. Drive recklessly, and the ones who cry won't be you. It'll be the people who care about you. Lu nearly fell off his bike. Was this guy seriously lecturing him while riding a rental? He clenched the throttle hard, and his steel beast roared with fury. He shot off, flipping Yi the middle finger as he left him behind in a trail of smoke. Who cared if he had some rank? A street-level cyclist like him had no right to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Qingzhu. The girl behind him squealed again, praising him for being so alpha. Lu grinned. Victory felt good, until it didn't. A strange sound hummed behind them, louder than even a motorcycle's engine. They looked back. A blinding streak of blue light cut through the air. It was Yi, still on his little yellow bike. Only now, his legs glowed like rockets. He'd activated the nuclear light combat body, just in his legs, and the thrusters lit up like jet flames. He shot past them in a blur. Both Lu and the blonde gawked, mouths open, watching the humble bicycle fade into the distance like it was an F-22. No words, just pure shame. By the time they processed what had happened, he was already rolling up to the gates of the Lu family manor. He stared up at the castle-like structure. No surprise there. This was exactly what you'd expect from an old-money martial arts family. The whole place was like a private kingdom. The manor sprawled outward in concentric rings around the central castle. Meticulously maintained gardens filled the space, with hedges shaped into animals, bronze statues, and elegant fountains spaced between. The castle itself stood solemn and imposing. Gray stone walls, sharp spires, and that hauntingly grand old-world architecture that made you straighten your back just standing in front of it. This is what legacy looks like, he thought. Way different from a flashy nouveau riche setup. Then he focused. Activating his life magnetic field, he quietly scanned the manor. Several strong auras flared into view. His senses were sharp. He could feel them moving, living, watching. Just then, the manor gates opened, and from a distance, a white figure approached with quiet grace. Flowing white dress, poised steps, the air around her still. It was Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu masked her nervousness behind a frosty demeanor as she greeted her classmate. Seeing this, he chuckled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Not happy to see me." She quickly lowered her head. "That's not it," she replied quietly. "Oh, so you're happy to see me?" he teased, clearly amused. He hadn't expected the aloof young lady to be so entertaining. Blushing, Lu Qingzhu tried to explain. "My mother asked me to come greet you." Avoiding his gaze, she turned and walked ahead, leading the way. He didn't press her further, simply trailing behind, taking in the sights of the Lu family estate. At the main gate stood two well-dressed maids who bowed with perfect etiquette. After acknowledging Lu Qingzhu, they opened the grand doors. He stepped onto a luxurious carpet, entering a vast hall filled with refined, elegant decor. A towering ceiling and tall, arched windows bathed the space in light, showcasing the grandeur of the room. On the far wall, portraits of previous Lu family heads were displayed, each one radiating pride and legacy, a testament to the family's distinguished lineage. Lu Qingzhu lifted her head and called out to her mother, announcing his arrival. The crisp click of high heels echoed across the marble floor. He looked up, and there she was. A stunning woman descended the stairs, exuding elegance and power. Time had only refined her beauty, like a fine wine growing richer with age. Grace and dignity wrapped around her like a cloak. He held his breath. So this is Prime Minister Qingzhu. His mind flashed back to the day of the college entrance exam. Returning home, Lu Qingzhu had braced herself for harsh words from her famously strict mother. But instead of punishment, she was invited to the study for tea. Qingzhu brewed it herself, each movement precise, refined, perfect. Lu Qingzhu was tense, ready to apologize, but her mother raised a hand, silencing her with effortless calm. "No need to be nervous," she said softly. "I watched the live broadcast of your match against that boy. He did well. Exceptionally well." She paused before adding, "His strength, Even if you were taking the Imperial Capital's exam, he'd still stand out. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Still, Lu Qingzhu said nothing. She stood quietly, head bowed, not daring to sit or even touch the tea. Qingzhu let the silence linger, then continued. In your generation, you're the only one capable of carrying the weight of the Lu family. Your brother, he lacks the ability. But you, she gently lifted her daughter's chin. You're still a girl, and a beautiful one. She sighed. Your father passed away too early. With no one to support us from behind the scenes, our family's influence has retreated to this small city of Aining. If a major family proposes a marriage alliance, we don't have the strength to refuse. That also means, annexed, and everything the Lu family has built over the past century will fall into someone else's hands. Qingzhu's voice was calm, but every word struck with weight. He seems like a good boy, talented, with a clean background and a bright future. From what I can tell, he's not the type to chase power for its own sake. I want to see the two of you together. What do you think? Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened at her mother's sudden declaration. But before she could utter a word, Qingzhu's sharp gaze, those fierce phoenix eyes, locked onto hers. You don't need to answer now, she added. Just try getting to know back in the present. Qingzhu descended the last steps with elegance and officially welcomed He to the Lu family. He returned the greeting respectfully, his tone formal, though his mind struggled to block out the lingering thoughts stirred by Qingzhu's beauty. He presented his gift, but Qingzhu didn't spare it a glance. I heard from Principal Oldang that you're interested in learning advanced martial arts, she said flatly. Yes, he responded without hesitation. My daughter will guide you. He blinked, surprised by her straightforwardness. He hadn't expected this much generosity. Qingzhu accepted the gift, still without looking at it, and continued. She'll take you to the Lu family's martial arts pavilion. You're allowed to train there, but nothing leaves the premises. You have one day. She paused. There are 3 Xuanhuan martial arts techniques hidden within the pavilion. Whether or not you can grasp them depends entirely on you. He was stunned again. He thought he might just get a glimpse of some higher-level techniques, nothing this elite, to be granted access to Xuanhuan-level arts. He couldn't tell if it was because Principal Oldang had pulled strings or if Qingzhu was simply investing in him. Either way, the offer was on the table. Whether it was a gift or a trap didn't matter. He had no choice but to accept it. Understood, madam. Please thank the Lu family on my behalf. He deliberately thanked the family, not Qingzhu personally. That choice wasn't lost on her. It meant he wasn't just accepting her generosity. He was making a promise. If the Lu family ever needed him, he'd answer the call. Qingzhu's expression softened. The more she looked at him, the more she appreciated his tact. He, meanwhile, suddenly felt like he'd just passed some kind of secret test. After parting ways with Qingzhu, Lu Qingzhu led Yi out of the main hall. The two walked along a long corridor toward the martial arts pavilion. Alone again, the atmosphere between them shifted. Qingzhu couldn't stop replaying that meaningful look her mother had given her. He, oblivious, noticed something else entirely. Lu Qingzhu, why do I get the feeling you're avoiding me? I'm not, she said quickly, eyes darting away. But when he suddenly stepped closer, closing the gap between them and catching her gaze, she flinched. Like a startled deer, she stumbled back a half step. Lu Qingzhu had never been this close to a boy before. In that fleeting moment, she could feel the warmth of his breath brush against her right cheek. And just like that, her face flushed red. The usual icy aura of the untouchable mountain flower? Gone. She quickly stepped back and asked, flustered, "Why are you standing so close?" Without answering, Yi followed her through the manor until they reached a hidden underground chamber. Before them stood a massive stone door, ancient, rough, and clearly no ordinary rock. Yi's curiosity was instantly piqued. Lu Qingzhu spoke up, offering an explanation. This door is made from power transformation stone. It was mined from a secret realm. Even a strike from a Xuanwu-level master wouldn't break it. It absorbs attack energy instead. Can I punch it? He asked seriously. She blinked, caught off guard. After all, most people would marvel at the material, not immediately want to smash it. Still, she nodded. Go ahead. He stepped forward, clenching his fists. Energy surged through him. That familiar, blazing blue light wrapped around his hand like a comet about to strike. Lu Qingzhu's expression instantly changed. Her smile faded. That glow, it reminded her of something terrible. Without saying a word, she turned her face away. With a thunderous boom, his fist shot through the air and slammed into the stone. The force of it sent a gust whipping through the chamber, lifting the hem of Lu Qingzhu's white skirt. But the punch didn't explode. Instead, the energy vanished, absorbed completely by the stone. Ripples spread across the surface, gentle as waves on a pond. He stood there stunned. That had been his strongest blow. Yet the moment it touched the wall, it felt like it sank into water, soft, silent, smothered. Over 90% of the impact had been swallowed whole. It was rare to see him taste failure, and Lu Qingzhu found it oddly amusing. She covered her mouth to stifle a smile she hadn't even realized was there. She stepped forward and opened the stone door, gesturing for him to enter. Inside was the Liu family's martial arts pavilion. Shelves stretched across the chamber, lined with technique scrolls and manuals. Everything was organized by category, neatly and impressively. All martial arts here are stored as copies, she explained. They're categorized by movement, defense, internal force, swordsmanship, a lot more. If you want to learn something, just swipe this. She handed him a sleek black and gold card. What about the Xuanhuan techniques? He asked. They're stored deeper inside, in a smaller stone chamber, she answered. You'll need this card to access them, too. But even if you go in, you won't master anything in a day. At best, you'll get a taste of the basics. She paused, then pointed to another shelf. Honestly, I think my mother giving you access to Xuanhuan martial arts might not be a good thing. I can recommend some techniques that are just a tier below, but much more suitable for you. He glanced at her, amused. Are you worried about me? That teasing tone again. Annoyed, Liu Qingzhu turned her face, deciding she was done talking to him for now. He raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, I get it. No need to worry. Liu Qingzhu tilted her pretty head slightly, but said nothing more. She could tell he knew exactly what he wanted. If he was going to learn, he'd go for the strongest technique available. That was just how he was. If the Xuanhuan martial arts were right there in front of him, and he didn't have the guts to try, well, maybe he should just go home and focus on improving his compatibility stats instead. Besides, Qingzhu had opened this path for him. It was both a rare opportunity and a test. If he backed down now, or failed to rise to the challenge, he might never be invited into the Liu family's inner circle again. Seeing his determination, Liu Qingzhu fell silent. The chamber housing the Xuanhuan techniques was even more heavily fortified than the rest of the pavilion. Black power transformation stone, extremely rare and nearly indestructible, had been used for its construction. She explained that her great-grandfather's generation had started collecting the material, saving it for something truly important. It was the first time she'd spoken this much in one go. There was no mistaking the pride in her voice, pride in her family's legacy. The Blackstone vault opened with a low rumble, revealing 3 heavily fortified safes. Each one was solid enough to withstand a direct tank strike. Liu Qingzhu warned him, enter the wrong code 5 times, and the Xuanhuan martial art inside would self-destruct, gone forever. He looked at the names displayed. 2 of them, Floating Shadow and Xuanhuan Jade Finger, were familiar. They were the very techniques Liu Qingzhu had used in battle. But the third one was something new. Devil in the flesh. He'd never seen her use it before. Liu Qingzhu explained, you don't learn Xuanhuan martial arts by reading. You feel them. The creators embedded their martial rhythm into each one. If you can't resonate with that rhythm, or if your martial attributes clash, you won't even be able to begin training. In other words, the Xuanhuan martial arts weren't passive techniques waiting to be learned. They were alive. It wasn't about choosing a technique. It was whether the technique chose you. Suddenly, he understood why Liu Qingzhu never used the third technique. It wasn't about talent. It was incompatibility. After all, how could a refined, graceful girl like her be a match for a brutal, savage technique called Devil in the Flesh? But him? He was a perfect fit. I'll take that one, he said confidently. Liu Qingzhu input the code, and the safe clicked open. Inside was no scroll, no book. It was a bronze statue. A towering, muscular figure stood frozen in a battle stance, every inch of his form radiating violent power. Muscles bulged under his skin with lifelike detail, and nestled in the grooves between them were the twisted faces of ghosts, screaming, writhing, trapped in eternal torment. This was the true face of the technique, a warrior so fierce he crushed evil spirits under his skin. The killing intent rolling off the statue was suffocating. He could almost hear the cries of the damned. This was Xuanhuan martial arts. Liu Qingzhu spoke again, her tone soft but reverent. Not all martial techniques are books or scrolls. They can be statues, paintings, weapons, anything, really. That's part of what makes martial masters so powerful. They can bind martial rhythm into objects, allowing them to pass their legacy down. She looked up at the statue, her voice tinged with awe. Only true martial masters can condense their rhythm like this. This is how their art lives on. If a martial technique fails to resonate with the user, not only does it become useless in battle, it can leave behind lasting injuries. That's why only Xuanhuan martial arts, forged by grandmasters themselves, reach such terrifying heights. The higher the threshold, the greater the power. Liu Qingzhu stepped out of the chamber, leaving Yi alone to face the rest on his own. He stood there, unsure. He didn't even know how to sense a martial rhythm. So he called out to Liu Qingzhu for help. Her reply was cool and short. If it's your fate, you'll feel it. That was it. He frowned. It almost felt like she was holding back on purpose, as if not telling him anything was her quiet revenge. Still, if destiny was the key, then fine. He'd wait. And how did he choose to wait? He lay down and fell asleep. without a word. Watching through the surveillance camera, Lu Qingzhu was stunned. She'd expected him to try something dramatic. Kneel in meditation, spill some blood, anything. But this? Sleeping? Well, technically, sleeping near a Wuyin carrier is a method, she muttered, still speechless. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself somewhere entirely different. A crumbling old temple covered in dust and cobwebs. The floor creaked under his feet. The angry-faced Buddha statue at the altar had one arm snapped clean off. Was this the martial rhythm? Apparently, yes. He had entered the world of the third Xuanhuan technique. Yet something fell off. He couldn't feel any martial energy. The familiar atomic power of his Demora template wouldn't even activate. He felt human, normal, weak. Luckily, his monster system template was still operational. It immediately recognized that his consciousness had entered a special spiritual space and activated a protection function to prevent him from dying while his mind was exposed. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from above, deep and wild. Only a real man can inherit my martial arts. If not, I'd rather it rot in the dirt. The voice grew closer. Boy, prove to me you're made of iron. He snapped his head up. There, perched on the broken arm of the angry-faced bodhisattva, sat a hulking figure the size of a bear. His wild, unblinking eyes stared straight into Yihee's soul. He looked exactly like the statue from the chamber. The man grinned like a wolf. When the storm hits, 100 ghosts will roam in the dark. You must guard this temple. Don't let them defile that Buddha, he growled. If you make it through, I'll grant you the power to guard what matters. But if you fail, the man's tone darkened. They'll tear apart your spirit. You'll lose your mind, and you'll never cultivate martial arts again. He leaned in slightly. If you're a coward, now's your chance to run. A cold droplet slipped through the cracked ceiling and landed on Yihee's cheek. The trial had begun. The man was gone, vanished, and outside the storm had come. Rain poured harder. The skies turned pitch black. Wind howled like wolves, and Yihee could feel it. Countless unseen eyes watching from the dark. He scanned the temple and spotted something behind the altar, a rusty, broken sword. He grabbed it, its weight familiar in his hands. Then, with sword raised, he stood guard at the temple's ruined entrance, facing the night alone. Lightning cracked across the sky, casting a stark light on Yihee's face. That thunder wasn't just weather, it was the signal. The world outside roared to life, and a night parade of 100 demons began. From the shadows, a dark figure lunged at him. Without hesitation, Yihee swung his sword, aiming straight for its head. The moment the rusty blade connected, a golden light exploded from its surface. The ghost shrieked and disintegrated into ashes on the spot. So, it was true. The trial wouldn't leave him defenseless. The sword wasn't ordinary. There were hidden tools after all. His blood surged with excitement. No longer clinging to the safety of the ruined temple, he charged straight into the darkness, sword raised high. Unseen in the background, the burly man reappeared atop the statue's arm, watching the scene unfold. His eyes narrowed in scorn. This brat actually ran out of the temple with a sword? Does he have a death wish? He scoffed, arms crossed. These spirits, all born from my evil energy. A little martial artist dares to challenge them head-on? Another idiot. Martial artists these days get more pathetic by the generation. He sighed and prepared to retrieve what he assumed would be Yihee's broken body. But then, he froze. Eyes widened in disbelief. What? Why aren't the ghosts touching him? Yihee, who barely knew the first thing about swordsmanship, was just swinging wildly. Every time a ghost approached, he'd lash out, and it would vanish in a flash of golden light. No form, no defense, no strategy. And yet, every slash landed. One ghost shrieked and lunged at him, claws extended, but its attack phased right through his body, as if he wasn't even there. He turned around and cut the creature clean in half. It became clear his system, still active in this spiritual realm, had given him complete immunity. He was untouchable, an invincible golden body. Grinning, he kept moving, the battered sword dancing clumsily in his hands. But even under his amateur swings, the ghosts fell one by one, like weeds before a storm. The burly man was speechless. When did this trial get so easy? Rain lashed the temple ruins, wind howling like the spirits themselves. Yet Yihee stood tall, drenched but undaunted, while the once ferocious ghosts shrank back like frightened sheep. Unable to watch any longer, the wild man descended and appeared before him. You, how are you unaffected by my martial rhythm? He shrugged, nonchalant. Just hard work and practice, that's all. The man paused, then burst out laughing. What a convenient little answer. But rules were rules. You've subdued the ghosts. As promised, I'll pass down the technique. Whether you can handle it, though, that's another matter. Just then, the angry-faced bodhisattva behind them crumbled to dust, revealing a deep, dark well beneath the altar. Cold air poured from its depths, thick with dread. That well holds the essence of every evil spirit I crushed in life, the man explained. The technique, paralyzing demon in the flesh, lies within it. If you can refine it. He didn't get to finish. He leapt in, without hesitation. No fear. No second thoughts. The man blinked, caught off guard by the sudden dive, then slowly grinned. Now I'm curious to see how far this kid can go. Good, that's excellent. The fierce man's voice echoed in the darkness, full of genuine approval. I've never seen a young man with a temperament like yours. Back when he was alive, the man had been a legend, one of the rare few to conquer an S-level secret realm. He lived by the technique devil in the flesh, and, in the end, he died by it. As time passed, his vitality waned. His energy faded. The evil spirits he had once kept sealed within his own body began to turn on him. Twisted and consumed, he lost control, killing those around him without mercy. To prevent his descent into total madness, he chose to end his own life. But before he died, he fused his soul, those vile spirits, and the martial art itself into the statue, a vessel to carry on the legacy. Though a century had passed and much of the sinister energy had faded, the remnants were still too powerful for an ordinary martial artist to endure. And yet, if Ihi could conquer that evil, face what the master himself could not, he would surpass the Path Creator. Back in the observation room, Qingzhu had joined her daughter in front of the surveillance monitors. Together, they watched Ihi lying asleep deep inside the martial rhythm space. Lu Qingzhu looked on, brows furrowed with concern. Then suddenly she gasped, "Mother, what's happening to him?" On the floor, Ihi's body suddenly twitched. His calm expression shifted, and even though he was unconscious, there was a smug little smile on his face, like he was dreaming of something pleasant. Then, without warning, the ghost-suppressing statue began to crack. Ihi's skin broke out in goosebumps. His body trembled violently. Tiny trails of blood seeped from his pores, as if needles were pricking him from within. Lu Qingzhu panicked. But Qingzhu? She didn't flinch. Calmly, she took a slow drag from her cigarette. Smoke curled through the air as her eyes, hidden beneath long, dark lashes, gleamed with mystery. That third Xuanhuan martial art, she said, was found by your grandfather late in his life. He tried to practice it once. She paused, and despite his grandmaster-level cultivation, the technique rejected him outright. He suffered internal injuries on the spot. No one in the Liu family has dared attempt it since. Her voice grew colder. It's not just powerful, it's punishing. And power like that doesn't come cheap. If he wants the strength, he has to bear the pain that comes with it. She leaned closer to the screen, her tone soft but sharp. If he truly wants to wear the crown, he must carry its weight. But then, Qingzhu froze. For the first time, her confident eyes wavered. What? He was awake. Not just awake, he was stretching. Calm. Relaxed. Like he just had the best nap of his life. Lu Qingzhu glanced sideways at her mother, a nervous smile creeping on her lips. Mother, maybe Yi's trial wasn't quite as terrifying as you described. They looked back at the screen. The once majestic statue, which had radiated terrifying power, now sat dim and silent. The carving was still exquisite, but its spirit, its presence was gone. Because that power now lived inside Ihi. He rose, standing tall, and offered a bow of gratitude. The fierce man's final words still echoed in his mind. Boy, you're the most talented person I've ever met. Maybe, the fierce man said, his voice fading into the shadows. You'll be the one to uncover the truth behind the secret realm, a task none of us could finish. I'll leave it to your generation now. To that, he could only respond with a smirk. Senior, you're mistaken. I was just cheating. Compared to the grand mission of uncovering ancient truths and bearing humanity's future, the raw, tangible power flowing through his veins felt far more real to him. He clenched his fists, a confident grin spreading across his face. Flesh and blood binding the devil. This body is a Jura incarnate. His system panel hadn't shown any stat increases, but he knew, deep down, that his strength had at least doubled. That was the terrifying power of mastering Xuanhuan martial arts. Just then, the stone door creaked open. Qingzhu entered first, her heels clicking against the floor, her usual poise replaced by urgency. Ihi, did you master it? He turned to her, smiling with sharp white teeth. Yeah, I did. Lu Qingzhu followed close behind and froze. Did I hear that right? Her mind raced. The title of genius had always belonged to her, but now, hearing those words, she felt a strange heat rise to her cheeks. Standing before her, that was what a true genius looked like. Qingzhu remained silent, studying him closely. Even with her daughter's talent, it would take a full week of meditation to resonate with that technique. Yet this boy what? Slept through it? In 1 hour? Did he really just sleep and figure it out? She wondered. He noticed the disbelief in their eyes. He had no choice but to prove it. He began circulating his martial energy, channeling it from his dantian into his palm. Normally, martial energy was invisible, but the power in Ihi's hand pulsed with a dark crimson glow. It was the evil spirit energy he'd absorbed from the martial rhythm world. If he had to describe it, it was like a buff in a game, something that added explosive lethality to his attacks. With a deep breath, he unleashed his technique, mountain-blocking fist. His back arched like a drawn bow, and with power rooted from his core, he struck. The punch ripped through the air, cloaked in murderous red and black light. The impact echoed through the chamber, accompanied by a chilling, ghostly wail, as if 100 spirits had screamed at once. Lu Qingzhu's pupils contracted. The energy, the precision, the sheer pressure behind that strike, it was flawless. And she could hear it too, that haunting cry. That had to be the evil spirit energy he mentioned. Qingzhu, meanwhile, stared at him with an unreadable look. She had admired this young man before, but even she hadn't expected this. Not to this extent. He caught her gaze and instantly regretted it. Her eyes were intense, too intense. "Madam, your daughter's right here. Can we tone it down? I don't want to be called Prime Minister's classmate again." Trying to steer things back to normal, Qingzhu cleared her throat. "Ihi, since you've already mastered one Xuanhuan technique, would you be interested in learning the other two? You still have time left today." Lu Qingzhu, meanwhile, stood quietly. She wasn't overthinking his performance. Not really. Maybe just a little. At most, she felt defeated, because no matter how she looked at it, she was falling behind him in every way. Still, her heart stayed pure, and hearing her mother's offer, she listened. Qingzhu closed her eyes and rubbed her temples. Was my daughter truly this dense, or just pretending? She had clearly said she didn't want anything to do with Ihi, so why was she basically handing the entire Lu family fortune to him? Yes, Qingzhu had intended to invest in Ihi. She was even open to making him her son-in-law. But that was supposed to come after careful planning, not after throwing every family resource at someone who technically wasn't even part of the Lu family yet. Thinking back to the earlier conversation with Ihi, Qingzhu felt a headache coming on. Letting him learn any martial arts in a day? What was she thinking? She'd completely underestimated him. Meanwhile, Ihi politely declined Lu Qingzhu's offer. "One Xuanhuan technique is more than enough," he said. "It'll take time to absorb everything I've learned." Turning to Qingzhu, he bowed slightly. "I'll be heading home. There are a few matters I need to handle." "All right," she replied casually. "My daughter will see you out." Then she paused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. "All right. The housekeeper mentioned you came here on a shared bike. Do you drive? If so, pick something from the garage for your ride back. It'll be more convenient." He blinked. "Is she giving me a car now?" It was starting to feel like every conversation came with a surprise bonus. First martial arts, now a ride. But then he remembered the sleek black motorcycle he'd seen earlier. The one that guy rode while carrying the blonde girl. Cool. Flashy. Totally his style. "Do you have any motorcycles?" "Of course," Qingzhu answered smoothly. "So, student Ihi likes motorcycles? Seems you share that hobby with my troublesome son. I just wish he could be half as capable as you." She made a call to the housekeeper. "Bring out the best one in Lu Qingzhu's collection." At that exact moment, Lu Qingzhu was strolling through the garden when Aunt Hong approached. "Your mother has invited a son-in-law over today," she mentioned casually. Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened. Who? His sister was a once-in-a-century beauty. Smart, talented, and untouchable. No ordinary guy would ever be good enough for her. Then a memory flashed in his mind. That guy. The one who ruined his day and scared away the blonde girl. His expression darkened. It better not be him. Then, vroom, something tore through the garden, fast as lightning. Lu Qingzhu blinked. He recognized the rider instantly. That guy. The one who showed up on a shared bike. What the hell is he doing? Riding my motorcycle. Back at I's apartment, the lights were dim and the windows fogged up from the heat inside. He picked up a glowing monster core and dipped it in sauce. Last time, he'd eaten one straight, and it tasted awful. This time, he was going in prepared, with flavor. He popped it in. Heat surged through his veins. The power exploded inside his limbs and bones. He could feel it working instantly. Then he summoned his system. Inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm, he activated the superimposed, colossal humanoid template alongside the legendary Demor's template. After multiple core absorptions, their compatibility rates now stood at 85% and 21%, respectively. It was his first time using the super giant humanoid form. 50 meters tall, massive by normal standards. But in Redwood Mountain, where beasts moved like walking mountains, he was still small. Still, he was just getting started. Still not satisfied. He decided he needed to go bigger. He dumped all his available points into the Colossal Titan template, then grabbed a glowing green magic core etched with golden patterns. Dipping it in sauce like before, he tossed it into his mouth and swallowed without hesitation. This one was meant to boost the Demora template, a special enhancement he had been saving. The moment it entered his system, a violent surge of energy erupted inside him. Lightning crackled across his entire body, wrapping him in a blinding storm of pain and power. But just as the agony peaked, something unexpected happened. A prompt flashed in his vision. Warning: after absorbing the genetic sequence of a rare plant-based life form, the Demora template is exhibiting signs of mutation. Do you wish to allow mutation to proceed? E froze. A mutation? That meant the template would evolve, but into what? If it gained new abilities, great. But if it turned into something incompatible or weaker, that would be a negative evolution. The risk was real. Still, after a moment of thought, he clenched his teeth and chose. Yes, he was going to gamble it. And luck was on his side. Template mutation successful. S rank. Nuclear Demora template unlocked. E's eyes widened. S rank. He was speechless. Then came another notification. When the Savage Trace Demora template reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance of evolving into Star Universe Demora. His heart skipped a beat. Just the name alone, Star Universe Demora, sounded like it belonged to a being on a cosmic level. But to reach that evolution, his current template had to hit full compatibility. Fast. He clenched his fist, fire in his eyes. I need to upgrade this thing. Now. But just as he was getting lost in his thoughts, a loud commotion outside jolted him back to reality. Shouting. Sirens. Something was going down near his apartment complex. He frowned. What now? Could it be a terrorist attack? Just outside E's apartment complex, chaos erupted. A thunderous roar echoed down the street as armed units swarmed the area. Dozens of police cars screeched to a halt, sirens blaring, forming a tight perimeter and rushing to evacuate the panicked crowd. Back inside, a sudden knock on the door snapped he to full alert. His eyes narrowed. This wasn't normal. The apartment's original owner was a loner. No one ever visited, especially not at this hour. He hadn't ordered anything. No deliveries. No expected guests. His instincts kicked in. Before he could even move toward the door, his gaze shifted toward the open window behind him. The air shimmered, warping slightly. Calmly, he spoke to the empty space, asking the unseen presence if she already knew who he was. The atmosphere pulsed. Moments later, a figure materialized right out of thin air. She stood there confidently, curves outlined by a sleek, white nano battlesuit clinging tightly to her body. A black reflective mask covered her face, hiding any hint of her identity. But despite her bold entrance, she seemed genuinely caught off guard. He clearly wasn't just some random guy. Originally, she had planned to stash something inside his place, then wipe his memory. Quick, easy. But now that he'd seen through her illusion, well, now he'd have to pay the price. He wasn't fazed. In a low voice, he asked who she was and why she had broken into his apartment. No answer came. Only the shadow on the floor shifted, energy crackling, snaking toward him like a venomous serpent. In that instant, he understood he couldn't move. The space around him was locked down. Fine, let burn. He had enough saved up anyway. If this place got wrecked, he'd just buy another. The masked intruder, slightly confused, asked what kind of nonsense he was babbling. With a dramatic pause, he stared her down and calmly declared she was already a dead woman walking. Meanwhile, down in the streets below, a vicious fight had broken out. Dozens of elite fighters in training gear surrounded a lone man, Zhou. Despite being outnumbered, he held his ground, dishing out brutal blows with precision. But then he slipped. One of the special operatives struck him hard in the gut. The impact drove martial energy straight in his core, sending waves of pain ripping through his body. Clutching his side, Zhou, he staggered. Don't let up, one officer barked. Wait for an opening, then take him down. They moved in sync, trained to fight as one. They pounced the moment he showed weakness. Zhou, he had no choice but to fall back, step by step. But this was his plan all along. He wasn't here to win. He was buying time. Time for Yaoi Mei to get away with the golden gene. Realizing his distraction was working, Zhou, he let out a mad, triumphant laugh and activated the forbidden blood-burning technique. Flames exploded around him, lighting up the streets in a hellish glow. He fought like a man possessed, pushing his limits against the incoming storm of armored police. Then, just as the battle reached its breaking point, a flash of bright blue light split the sky overhead. A dark figure dropped from above, slamming into the pavement beside Zhou Yi with earth-shattering force. The ground cracked beneath them. Zhou Yi turned and instantly recognized the figure. Yaoi Mei had arrived. Her silhouette was unmistakable. But wasn't her nano battle suit white just a moment ago? Now it looked pitch black, scorched like charcoal. Zhou Yi had risked everything just to get her out with the item. So why had she come back? Yaoi Mei pulled herself out of the shallow crater, visibly shaken. She hadn't expected he to be that powerful. That beam he unleashed, straight from his throat, hit her dead on. If it wasn't for the nanosuit's protection, she'd be in pieces. Leaning toward Zhou Yi, she whispered that the package was secured, hidden. It was time to vanish. Relief washed over Zhou Yi's face until the armed police caught on. Realizing the two were working together, they immediately tried to box them in. But then, bang, a high-grade smoke bomb exploded, spreading a thick fog across the battlefield. This wasn't ordinary smoke. It blocked even the sharp perception of martial warriors. The police scrambled, channeling their martial energy to whip up gusts of wind, trying to clear the haze. By the time the smoke thinned, the pair had vanished, down into the sewers. 30 minutes later, Zhou Yi and Yimei emerged from an alley, far from the chaos. Distant sirens echoed through the streets. They'd managed to shake off pursuit, at least for now. Zhou Yi exhaled, finally catching his breath. As he admired how fast the nanosuit had repaired itself, a chilling voice sliced through the quiet night. Still haven't explained why you broke into my home. Yimei froze. Her eyes widened in shock. She'd made a massive miscalculation. Picking a random apartment had seemed like the perfect plan. But of all people, she had to pick the final boss in disguise. And now, he wasn't going to let this go. Zhou Yi's eyes blazed with fury. He glared at Yi. How the hell did you find us when the cops couldn't? He didn't bother answering. He didn't need to explain that Yimei had been unknowingly marked, traced by nuclear radiation from his own energy. He was always silent when he struck. Boom! A small blast erupted beneath his feet. In an instant, he launched forward like a rocket, the air hissing from the recoil. A fist flashed through the darkness, straight at Zhou Yi. But this wasn't just a punch. Fueled by dark red energy and malevolent spiritual force, a violent cellular reaction surged inside Yi's arm. His mountain-blocking fist unleashed at full power. Zhou Yi crossed his arms to defend, but it didn't matter. The punch ripped through his guard, the energy exploding on impact. It felt like getting hit by a freight train. Zhou Yi flew backward, smashing into a concrete wall with a deafening crack. Dust filled the air. Yimei gasped. A 6th-rank martial warrior, taken down in a single strike. And not just by anyone, but a boy whose martial energy barely registered above an apprentice level. Who was this kid? Zhou Yi, barely able to move, looked up and grinned through the pain. I'm the disciple of Emperor Guangla. Yimei's expression twisted in disbelief. She had never heard that name before. Since when did a tiny city like an harbor hidden monsters like this? Before she could process, Zhou Yi cut in, his voice weak but sharp. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. I just went through hell in that fight. Used a forbidden technique. Burn up half my blood. Zhou Yi could feel it. His blood was thinning, his power slipping. After the earlier battle and burning away part of his life force, he was down to maybe 70% of his former strength. But even now, weakened and worn, he refused to see Yi, just a martial apprentice, as a threat. He didn't care which legendary master Yi trained under. Geniuses? They always died early. Arrogant. Reckless. Always thinking they were untouchable. Zhou Yi took a heavy stomp forward, activating his 5-step formation. His soles crushed into the cold pavement as he advanced. Each step thundered louder than the last. With every stride, his momentum surged, faster, stronger. The air behind him began to twist and shimmer. Energy and blood swirled together, transforming into a cloud of red smoke. Under the dim night sky, his skin took on a metallic sheen, a silver hue stretching over his body like armor. And on his forehead, a thick, brutal horn jutted out. This was his true form, the iron-crowned rhino bloodline, fully awakened. Seeing Zhou Yi gear up for a final clash, Yi's lips curled into a sharp grin. Deep inside, his cells sparked with atomic fusion. This was the kind of fight he lived for. But just as the air tensed, Yimei made her move. Believing herself the true threat, she used the stealth mode on her nano-battle suit, vanishing into the air. She lunged from behind, confident he wouldn't sense her. She was wrong. Without even glancing back, he fired a concentrated atomic beam directly behind him. It struck her mid-air, right in the abdomen. She was sent flying, crashing into the sidewall as he calmly warned, "Stay out of this." Zhou Yi watched the failed ambush, seething. His own sister couldn't even land a sneak attack. Furious, he exploded forward, legs bursting with force, launching him like a missile at Yi. Their fists collided midair. The impact twisted the very air into ripples, shaking the space around them. Lightning crackled from Yi's strike, bursting across Zhou Yi's body. But the silver skin of the iron-crowned rhino held firm. Only dark scorch marks remained. No wounds. Yi's eyes narrowed. Zhou Yi's defense had skyrocketed. And that grin, Zhou Yi's grin, said it all. His beast form could survive tank fire. What could he possibly do to break through that armor? But defense wasn't the only thing that had grown stronger. His offense had evolved too. He tried to leap back, but Zhou Yi didn't give him a second. He was on him again, close range, fists flying with unstoppable aggression. His eyes gleamed with madness. The thrill of crushing a so-called prodigy lit him up from the inside. And still, he remembered that blast. That single blue beam that nearly took Yamei out. Even as he attacked, a flicker of caution lingered in his mind. Then, just as his punch was about to land, he vanished. Gone. No flash, no signal, no afterimage. Just disappeared. Zhou Yi blinked. What has happened? No matter how cocky he was, he knew he couldn't take on the iron-crowned rhino head-on. But he wasn't dead. Zhou Yi had felt nothing land. He hadn't missed. He had moved. Then, boom, a massive surge of blue lightning erupted behind him. He spun around, and there it was, a towering giant, half shrouded in mist, rising 30 meters into the night sky. Its form blurred by plasma, but the glowing, dark blue eyes locked onto him with unnatural focus. Zhou Yi felt it instantly, a pressure deep in his chest, a primal fear. He was too close. He couldn't move fast enough. And then the sparks surged, and the entire area was swallowed by blue plasma. The explosion wiped out everything within dozens of meters, vaporizing debris, shattering foundations. Thankfully, the battle had shifted to a half-abandoned urban zone, scattered with unfinished buildings. There were barely any civilians around. White vapor hissed upward from the blast zone. Zhou Yi staggered out of the smoke, battered but alive. His body was a mess, but he'd managed to tank Yi's self-detonation. Barely. The once brilliant silver of his skin had dulled, a clear sign that his blood power was nearly drained. If he hadn't been a defense-focused warrior, he would have been reduced to ashes. And yet, before he could catch his breath, something crept into his awareness. He felt it, that primal instinct, being watched. His eyes locked on the massive figure looming ahead. The giant hadn't moved much, just stood there, silent and terrifying, mist swirling around it. Its exposed flesh glowed faintly, blue blood pulsing through thick, muscular veins. Zhou Yi stared. What was this thing? Was it some monster? A summoned creature? No. Could it be that the brat, transformed? As if answering his question, the giant began to move. One massive arm shifted through the mist, skinless, raw muscle gleaming, reaching straight for him. Zhou Yi's body reacted on instinct, leaping back. Years of combat drilled that into him. But the other fist was already there, bursting through the fog like a cannonball. Zhou Yi couldn't dodge. Still airborne, teeth gritted, he activated the forbidden blood-burning technique again. His body screamed as he drained what little remained of his life force, reigniting the silver glow across his skin. Boom! The punch landed. The ground cracked. The air blasted outward. Zhou Yi was smashed deep into the earth, shaking the entire block. The wind roared, kicking up rubble in every direction. And that was just the first punch. The giant raised its fists again and began hammering down, blow after blow like a meteor storm. Each hit cratered the ground further, pummeling Zhou Yi with terrifying force. He could do nothing but endure it. His armor, though incredibly tough, transferred every bit of the shock straight to his insides. He felt his bones shatter, his organs twist. Even his soul felt like it was being rattled out of his body. If this keeps going, I'm dead. Meanwhile, Yi's system panel lit up with real-time data. One line pulsed at the top. Colossal giant physical power, 23.8, 29.4. Yamei, still struggling to stand, trembled at the sight below. Zhou Yi, her prideful, powerful sixth-rank brother, was being brutalized like a training dummy. Completely overwhelmed by a monster that looked like Yi, she felt a pang of regret so deep it nearly crushed her. Why? Why'd I mess with this freak? Escape? Pointless. He'd found him once, he'd do it again. And abandoning her brother wasn't an option. She had one chance left. With resolve, Yamei sprinted up the nearest high-rise. Reaching the edge of the rooftop, she leapt, diving straight toward the beast. In her hand, she held a razor-thin yellow thread drawn from her nanosuit. It was molecular grade, sharp enough to slice through high-tier alloys like butter. As she closed in, her eyes locked onto the giant's throat. If this really is his vital points should still be human. She wrapped the thread around his neck, tight, fast, multiple loops. Then she pulled. A flash of red burst forth. Shock surged through her. The giant hadn't resisted at all. Its throat split open, and burning blue blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying into the night air, unstoppable. A small pool of blood spread beneath her. Yamei slowly stood, breathing heavily, thinking it was finally over. She looked up, locking eyes with the giant's massive dark blue pupils, each one as large as a lantern. But something was off. Were those mocking? Then, the giant opened its mouth. Inside, blue light began to swirl, condensing in its throat. A deep hum vibrated through the air, growing louder by the second. Yamei's eyes widened. In the last second before everything went white, all she saw was a wall of brilliant blue light rushing toward her. Boom! The atomic breath engulfed her. Her body vanished, vaporized, blown through the side of a building, leaving a trail of glowing destruction that lit up the skyline. The beam sliced through concrete like paper, branding a luminous scar into the night. As the last of the exhale faded, the giant stood still, its body glowing like a furnace. Steam hissed from exposed muscles and torn flesh as it began to evaporate, disappearing bit by bit in the rising heat. And then he stepped out of it. From inside the giant's fading skull, he emerged, threads of blood and muscle still clinging to him, releasing clouds of hot air. His hands sat casually in his pockets, his face calm, almost bored. He glanced down at Zhou-Yi. What remained of him, anyway? Bloodied, barely breathing, Zhou-Yi coughed, trying to speak. His body twitched. He lifted his head and spat a mouthful of blood in Yi's direction. You really are a monster. Yi simply shrugged. Anyone who kills should be ready to die. The sound of sirens rang out in the distance. The cops were closing in. With the kind of destruction Yi had just unleashed, there was no way it went unnoticed. As he prepared to end it, Zhou-Yi gave a twisted smirk. You think this is over? He croaked. That woman you killed, she hid something in your apartment. It's called the Golden Gene, and now it's yours. He wheezed, blood trailing from his mouth. And so are all the enemies that come with it. You better run, kid, because they'll keep coming. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Yi frowned. This guy really had to get the last word in. Without saying anything, he raised his foot and slammed it down. Zhou-Yi's head cracked against the concrete, and the silence returned. As for running, he never did. The sirens were nearly upon him, but Yi didn't rush. He dealt with Zhou-Yi's body swiftly, turned on his heel, and disappeared into the shadows of the night. By the time the police arrived, the streets were in ruins. Scorched pavement, a demolished building, a gaping hole where the atomic breath had carved through solid structure. It looked like a war zone. Later, Yi arrived back home. He moved with calm purpose, immediately sending a message to Aunt Chin. How did the police questioning go? Aunt Chin replied quickly. Everything was fine. The situation was tense lately, but for now, things were under control. He should lay low until Hwad University reopened. He told Aunt Chin not to worry. After all, wasn't he the most well-behaved person she knew? Good thing he warned her in advance. With a blast at that scale, there's no way the authorities would have missed it otherwise. After signing off, Yi scanned the room and found it. The Golden Gene, exactly where Zhou-Yi said it would be. A sealed, silver cylindrical container. On the side was a black emblem, an eagle with its wings spread wide. But the wings were nothing but bone. No flesh, no feathers. He recognized it instantly. Laserbird, one of the biggest names in the biotech industry. And according to the Golden Gene, a marvel of genetic engineering, born from Laserbird's labs after the company inherited fragments of Prometheus's biological legacy. He stared at it. Of all the things to land in his lap, what annoyed him most wasn't just the danger it brought, but the sheer stupidity of it all. The security team Laserbird hired to protect this priceless project? Total frauds. They'd stolen it, tried to flee, got caught, and now they'd dumped the entire mess on him. He tried twisting the lid of the silver cylindrical container. No luck. Sealed tight. With a sigh, he tossed the canister aside for now. Bigger problems were staring him in the face, like the state of his apartment, or rather, the crater where his living room used to be. He stared at the rubble and muttered to himself. Yeah, time to find a hotel. 1 month later, the scene shifts. Welcome to Swan Lake, the only B-level secret realm in all of End City. Deep inside its inner region, a battle was drawing to a close. A powerful team, each member no weaker than a 5th-rank martial warrior, had just cornered and taken down a ferocious 3rd-class Heil Bloodwolf. As the team leader carved open the beast's belly and retrieved its magic core, a deep, thunderous rumble echoed through the forest. Everyone froze. See, Captain, the red-haired woman on the squad whispered, voice trembling. She pointed. Something wasn't right. In the distance, trees were falling, snapped like twigs. The sound of countless footsteps pounded the earth like rolling thunder. The ground shook beneath their feet. And then they saw it. A monstrous tide of beasts surged forward, filling the horizon. There was no end. A sea of claws, teeth, and raw muscle trampled everything in its path. And at the center of it all, a monster like no other. Perched atop a crocodilian behemoth, taller than mountains, sat a throne, made entirely of bones. But not just any bones. These were Heil warrior remains. Skulls stacked into intricate formations formed the base of the throne, each one a testament to lives lost. And lounging atop it, a massive black ape, legs crossed like a human's, eyes half closed like it was dozing. But above its head, the sky churned. Dark clouds spiraled, lightning crackled, and thunder rolled. The heavens themselves responded to its presence. Even half asleep, this creature twisted the natural order. This was no ordinary beast. This was an overlord-class monster. Only they could summon a phenomenon so terrifying it bent the sky. The team didn't hesitate. They ran. The Magic Corps? Forgotten. The captain's voice rang out, breathless and panicked. Notify the army. Now, an overlord monster is leading a beast tide. It's heading straight for the city. They all knew what that meant. It wasn't just danger, it was annihilation. Only grandmasters and senior grandmasters could stand a chance against a threat like this. Grimacing, the captain cursed. These monsters never leave their own territories. That's the only reason the realm's been stable all this time. So why this thing crossed over? Because when an overlord-class beast moves, it's not a hunt. It's a catastrophe. And as if that wasn't enough, these monsters emit a sound wave, inaudible to humans, but irresistible to magical beasts. It hijacks every creature below sovereign level and turns them into loyal slaves. Around every overlord-class magical beast, the low-level creatures begin to gather, drawn like iron to a magnet. They don't just follow, they evolve. Under the overlord's influence, even weak monsters are forced to mutate and grow stronger. Soon, a new wave of lord-class beasts is born. And when this fifth-tier, sovereign-level monster leads that horde into the city, it won't be a battle. It'll be a massacre, and city would fall. Millions would die. High above the swarm, the black ape sat upon its grim throne of bones. Slowly, it opened its glowing scarlet eyes. Cold, disdainful, its gaze swept across the squad of human warriors like they were insects. Then, without a word, the crocodilian behemoth beneath it stirred. Its vertical pupils pulsed with violent light. It opened its massive jaws and let out a low, silent chant. But this wasn't a sound for human ears. Instead, vibrant sonic ripples burst out. Huge, multicolored waves crashing through the forest like a tsunami. Mud, stone, and earth began to rise, whipping into the air, spinning violently. Within seconds, the churning mass compressed into a massive 10-meter long stone cone, sharpened like a missile. With a blast of pressure, it launched forward, splitting the sky. Boom! An entire mountaintop was obliterated, pierced straight through by the attack. The team of warriors had no time to react. They were swallowed by a rain of stone cones, the sky itself raining destruction. It was like a meteor shower. The land shook. When the dust finally settled, silence reigned. A single severed hand remained, still gripping a radio communicator. But the message had been sent. Overlord-level incursion detected. Far above the carnage, the black ape rose from its throne. For the first time, it spoke. In fluent, chilling human language. Advance. Full speed. The monster horde howled in reply, a tidal wave of bloodlust. The earth itself trembled under their charge. At that exact moment, outside the Swan Lake secret realm, alarms blared across the city. Piercing, high-pitched warnings rang through the streets. Beast tide incoming. People froze in place. They'd seen in the news, heard about invasions in far-off countries. But that was somewhere else. That wasn't their city. Now it was. Reality hit like ice water. Many stood in stunned disbelief, wondering if it was just a bad dream. Then, a voice came through the city's broadcast system, the mayor himself. Attention, all citizens. A large-scale beast tide has erupted from the Swan Lake secret realm. It is expected to breach in city's defenses within 20 minutes. The army has already been mobilized. All warriors in the city are called to action, now. The message shattered the stillness. Chaos broke loose. People scrambled to escape, packing highways, crowding train stations, desperate to flee. Cars jammed every road. Trains overloaded. Flights sold out in seconds. The city was in free fall. Armed police were deployed to maintain order. Government forces worked around the clock, trying to stabilize the situation. Citywide alerts blared over every screen, every radio. One message stood out above all. Evacuation priority goes to children and students. They were the future. If and fell, it would be their responsibility to remember, to rebuild, to carry their city's legacy, and avenge those who had fallen. Inside City Hall, old Jianqing was buried in calls. One after another, trying to buy just a little more time, trying to slow the wave crashing toward them. His secretary burst through the door with urgent updates. Without missing a beat, the mayor asked, "Have the reinforcement requests been sent? Which cities are responding? Which cities are willing to send reinforcements?" The mayor asked, his voice tight with urgency. The secretary hesitated, her face grim. "It's not just us," she said softly. "Beast invasions have been reported in multiple regions across the country. Most cities are overwhelmed. The few that haven't been attacked yet have already begun building defenses, preparing for the worst." The mayor's shoulders tensed. "Then what about the imperial capital?" he asked, almost pleading. "Even just one grandmaster." Just one. But even that was too much to hope for. The secretary's next words dropped like a stone. An S-level secret realm has appeared in Guanchan City, just next to the capital. All top-tier warriors from the imperial capital have been deployed there to contain it. Old Jiangqin collapsed into his chair, defeated. But his sharp instinct screamed the truth louder than any report could. This wasn't a coincidence. This wasn't just some outbreak. The entire Sea Kingdom was caught in something larger, a carefully laid trap. A national-scale beast tide, coordinated, planned, but there was no more time to think. He stood again, straighter than before. Though nearing 50, that spark from his youth lit up his eyes again. They had no reinforcements, no support, only themselves. The defensive city had already begun. Elsewhere, at the Chu family's private training grounds, the sounds of fists echoed through the air. Ihi and Chu Sensei were deep in a sparring match. By now, Chu Sensei understood. Try to test or provoke Ihi with words was pointless. If you wanted Ihi to take something seriously, you had to fight with everything you had. Even so, his all still wasn't enough. Ihi landed a heavy punch to Chu Sensei's chest. Chu Sensei quickly summoned an ice armor to defend, a thick layer of frost encasing him. But it shattered instantly. The punch tore through it with ease. Fused into Ihi's fist were jagged, magical fangs of pure evil energy. They ripped the armor apart like paper. Chu Sensei was knocked back, but as he steadied himself, he couldn't help but smile. Didn't think you'd land that cleanly. He could feel it, the strange, dark power surrounding Ihi. It wasn't martial arts as he knew it. It was something deeper, something twisted. What style is that? Tortoise martial arts? Ihi shrugged. Yeah, picked it up about a month ago. Still working on the details. But what really mattered was this. He had grasped the core of its power. The demon in the flesh technique. A style that fed on evil spirits. Every time Ihi survived a brutal fight, every time he killed, his own evil spirit would absorb something from the fallen. Mimic them. Grow stronger. Before they could clash again, a sharp alarm tore through the quiet. Beast invasion. Both Ihi and Chu Sensei froze, instincts kicking in. A moment later, their phones buzzed. An emergency alert. All college prep students in the city were ordered to evacuate immediately. Flights B521 and B753 were scheduled at the city's main airport. High-speed train A423 was also ready for departure. They had priority. Are you going? He asked, eyes locked on Chu Sensei. Chu Sensei looked at him and hesitated. With your talent, maybe you should, he said. Leave the defense to others. You got too much to lose. But he clearly didn't know Ihi at all. That smile, that eerie grin. The same grin he wore right before a kill. Was he excited? He was. He smirked and replied flatly, You talk too much. Since when did you get so sentimental? He cracked his knuckles. If I'm staying, then there's no reason for you to run, either. There was only one thing left to focus on. The scene shifts to the Liu family manor. Just as Liu Yanju was stepping out the door, she found Aunt Qin standing in her way. Yanju was ready to fight. She wanted to join the front lines against the beast tide. But Aunt Qin had only one concern, her daughter's life. If you go, she said, her voice low but steady, how confident are you that you'll come back alive? Or even in one piece? Yanju stayed silent. Aunt Qin continued. There are around 30,000 warriors in City. Even if you count the retired veterans, the sick, the volunteers, you might reach 50,000. That's nothing. A drop of water facing a tidal wave. Her voice wavered just slightly. And as for the Overlord-class monsters, they're not enemies we can face. Not here. Only Grandmasters have even a chance of surviving them. And barely at that. To her, Yinju's life wasn't just her own. It was the lifeline of the entire Liu family. But Yinju didn't stop. She said nothing. She just moved past her mother and kept walking. That silence said more than words ever could. To her, if a warrior family can't rise to defend humanity from monsters, then what purpose does it serve? Aunt Qin didn't argue. She simply let the door shut with a deep, echoing thud behind her. As the latch clicked, a figure emerged from the shadows. Aunt Hong. Aunt Qin calmly lit a slender cigarette, half her face obscured behind long hair. She didn't need to give instructions. Aunt Hong already knew. Liu Yanju was not allowed to leave the manor. Still, Aunt Hong couldn't help but ask. The boy, Ihi, is he leaving the city too? Aunt Qin exhaled smoke, her voice quiet but firm. Send him a message. Let him decide for himself. Meanwhile, back at the Swan Lake Secret Realm, tens of thousands of warriors had entered the rift, forming a solid iron formation inside the otherworldly realm bathed in starry blue light. 60% of City's total military force, along with every high-leveled warrior above martial artist rank, had already passed through. They were known as the Vanguard Unit, and they had only one job: scout the enemy. Gather intel on the size, strength, and abilities of the monstrous force marching toward humanity, including the Lord-class beasts, and, if possible, the Overlord itself. Then survive long enough to report back. Facing the endless beast tied ahead, the soldiers inhaled sharply. This was it. Most of them knew what they really were, cannon fodder. but they still charged anyway. Their battle cries and final roars echoed through the mountains, merging into a blood-drenched symphony that shook the forest with its rage and resolve. Outside the rift, a temporary military base had been fortified. Tanks, anti-air guns, rows of Gatling cannons, and massive machine guns were mounted into position, creating a wall of metal and firepower. The goal was simple. Any monster that stepped out of that rift would be torn apart by bullets and artillery before it could even touch the ground. Luckily, the rift size was limited. Only so many creatures could pass through at once, nullifying one of the Beast Tide's biggest advantages: overwhelming numbers. If they could just hold the line, if they could just prevent the horde from breaking out into the open, then maybe, just maybe, City could survive this. This was old Zhangxing's last hope. Everything hinged on the battlefield at the mouth of the rift. Suddenly, his serious gaze snapped upward, shocked. And he wasn't the only one. All eyes turned to the rift as a blood-soaked warrior stumbled out of the spatial tear. His arm hung uselessly, clearly broken, and his entire body was covered in gashes and dried blood. He took 2 steps forward, then collapsed. Like a lifeless sack of flesh, he dropped to the ground, gasping for air and barely holding on. "Old Zhang," he croaked. Medics rushed in. Old Zhang was already at his side, but it was clear he didn't have long. With what little strength he had left, the warrior raised a trembling hand. Clutched in his fist was a USB flash drive, data from the Vanguard unit's battle. Old Zhang took it with urgency. "Where are the others?" he demanded. The warrior's face contorted in pain. Then came the answer. "They're gone. All of them gone." His voice cracked like a broken drum. The Beast Tide crushed everything. Not even the bodies. Nothing left. A hush fell over everyone. But then, the dying man's eyes suddenly widened, filled with a mix of rage and sheer terror. His voice was hoarse and shaking. "Watch out for that black ape. It's not just strong. It planned everything. It set us up. If not for that thing, at least a few thousand of us would have made it out." Old Zhang leaned in, desperate to know more, but just then, boom! A massive stone cone burst from the rift, spiraling through the air like a drill missile. It pierced a building in the distance, exploding into rubble. Crack, boom! Another flew out, and another. The newly built fortifications around the rift were hit dead on. Buried landmines exploded in a chain reaction. The ground shook violently under a wave of detonations. The Beast Tide hadn't emerged yet. They were trying to clear the path first. Old Zhang's eyes widened with realization. The first wave wasn't just an attack. It was a calculated strike. The stone cones were aimed directly at the landmines under the defense grid. They were systematically wiping out traps before stepping into the battlefield. He swore loudly. "Open fire. Aim everything at the rift now." The tanks roared. Anti-aircraft guns lit up the sky. Shells and bullets rained toward the rift in a storm of fire, engulfing the entrance in explosions. But the barrage didn't stop the stone cones. More kept flying out, ripping through steel and earth. Old Zhang's face darkened. These monsters, they're using long-range suppression tactics. They weren't rushing out blindly. They were softening up the battlefield first, like seasoned tacticians. Since when do magical beasts fight like humans? The fallen warrior's last words echoed in his mind. The Overlord planned it all. It was a trap. Huang clenched his fists, teeth grinding. Damn that black ape. Just then, another stone cone broke through the encirclement. This time, it didn't strike a structure. It slammed into the ground hard. Soldiers stepped back, weapons ready. Then a noise. A strange, high-pitched chittering came from the shattered fragments. A soldier turned toward the sound. Too late. A grotesque rat, massive, with membranous wings and fangs like daggers, erupted from the rubble and sank its teeth into the soldier's head, tearing it clean off. Blood sprayed across the ground. He fell without a sound. And this wasn't a one-off. Across the battlefield, the same scene played out. Everywhere the stone cones had landed, twisted creatures began to crawl out of the wreckage. It was a trick. The stone cones weren't just weapons. They were drop pods. Warcrafts, horrific, mutated beasts, had hitched a ride inside them, smuggled through the rift, launched over the front lines, and deployed behind the defenses. The monsters hadn't just broken through the gate. They'd already landed inside. The battlefield descended into chaos. "Intercept those spikes before they hit." Old Zhang shouted through the comms. "Don't let even one of them land. Stop them at all costs." The military scrambled. Missiles locked on and began taking down the incoming stone cones in midair. But redirecting firepower came at a cost. Artillery, once focused on the rift, now thinned out. The tanks faltered, forced to reposition. Infantry teams pushed forward to help, but the monsters weren't interested in fighting. They didn't engage, they dispersed, quickly vanishing into the smoke and debris. Their goal wasn't battle, it was sabotage. In minutes, they had already torn through key defense points, cutting into the gunpowder supply lines and crippling the network of traps that had been set up around the rift. Back inside the rift, the black ape's blood-red eyes gleamed. It wore an expression that was far too human, cold, cunning, and cruel. Smug and satisfied, it stood tall above the battlefield, watching the humans lose their grip on control. The tide was turning, and it knew it. Time was up. With a guttural voice, it issued the next command. Flatten them. Leave nothing standing. The ground trembled. Charging through the rift came a white-haired gorilla king, a lord-level beast the size of a building. Its howl shattered the air as it pounded its fists and tore through the front lines. Behind it, the rest of the beast horde surged forward. A deafening roar erupted from the rift as the white-haired ape led the charge, drawing firepower toward itself. Explosions rocked the area as artillery struck it head-on, but it didn't stop. It tanked every hit and kept going, giving cover to the other beasts pouring out. Dozens, then hundreds. Magical beasts used the distraction to slip through, scattering in all directions, past defenses, past barriers. The rift was breached. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, Ihi stood still, overlooking the chaos below. He saw the tide breaking through, the defenses collapsing, and a realization hit hard. Humans were losing control of the battlefield. He looked toward the heart of the city he had only lived in for a few short months. It had grown on him. Its streets, its people, its fragile, imperfect peace. No way, not like this. There was no time left to think. He let out a roar and leapt off the rooftop. His feet hit the wall, and he sprinted straight down the side of the building. Halfway down, his skin darkened, toughened. His body shifted. He charged in the battlefield in his Demora form, no hesitation in his stride. Elsewhere in the city, Luo Shun's leg flashed with energy as he activated his Thunderkick martial art. His foot slammed into the abdomen of a snarling beast, the impact so fierce it forced the creature's eyes out of its skull. 5 down already? Nice one, Luo Xan, another warrior called out. Taking the opportunity, the man darted forward and carved into the monster's corpse, ripping out its magic core before it could regenerate. Luo Xan smirked at the praise and gave a casual wave. No big deal. But just then, thud, a severed beast's head landed at his feet. A petite figure strolled over, one foot landing squarely on the monster's skull. Really showing off for taking out small fry, she said with a mocking grin. It was Xiao Xiaoling. She tilted her head, still smirking. If you're the number one at third high, this city's standards have really gone downhill. Luo Xan opened his mouth to fire back, but stopped. He knew it. She wasn't wrong. And if it came to a fight between them, he probably wouldn't win. To save face, he could only stew in his own frustration for a moment. Then, a chill swept through the air, sharp and sudden. Frost began to spread across the ground like a creeping veil. From the distance, a solitary figure walked in, his posture composed, his hair perfectly in place despite the chaos around him. Chuzhou had arrived. Xiao Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief when she spotted the blue magic core in his hand. He actually took down a third-tier beast on his own, but what shocked her even more was his presence here at all. She hadn't expected to see him on the battlefield. Why hadn't he evacuated? Chuzhou didn't bother answering. Flaunting a kill meant nothing to him, especially not when it paled in comparison to Ihi's feats. With an almost casual tone, he shrugged off the danger. Life and death didn't seem to weigh on him at all. After all, their parents were warriors. Right now, they were fighting on the front lines of this beast tide. How could the children of such warriors think of running away? Just as the three exchanged words, Luo Xian's fingers began to twitch, betraying his nerves. He raised a trembling hand toward the sky. "Look out," he shouted. Chuzhou turned, following his gaze, just in time to see a tank plummeting from above. All around them, the battlefield descended into chaos. Beasts surged in from all sides, their rampage leaving nothing but broken bodies and destruction. Luo Xan couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster could throw a tank like it was a toy. The temperature dropped again. In one smooth motion, Chuzhou unsheathed his sword. With a single precise slash, he split the falling tank in two. The blade carved a half-moon through the sky, and the pieces landed on either side of him with twin, thunderous crashes. Xiao Xiaoling turned, heart-pounding, and saw the one responsible for launching that tank. Her face paled. She thought it was the lord-level beast that had first stormed out of the secret realm. But how had it circled around and struck from behind? Not far off, a towering white gorilla, nearly 20 meters tall, moved forward on its knuckles, each step shaking the ground beneath them. Xiao Xiaoling tried to make sense of it, but Chuzhou quickly corrected her. "That's not a lord," he said. "It feels different. Calm her down." Luo Xan didn't hesitate. "We need to fall back now. Even if it's not a 4th-tier lord, it's at least a 3rd-tier rare beast. We can't handle this." They began to slowly retreat, but it was already too late. The beast had locked on. It let out a rumble of excitement and slammed a massive fist toward them with enough force to smash a tank. One hit and they'd be finished. Chuzhou's eyes widened. He clenched his jaw, drew in a breath, and braced himself, ready to give everything he had to block the attack. But before he could move, a streak of blue light cut through the air. A beam struck the gorilla square in the head, snapping it backward. Its body slammed into the ground with a crash. The beast tried to fight back, raising a massive hand to swat away the new attacker, only to find its palm completely caught. A much smaller hand gripped it tightly, refusing to budge. The attacker leaned forward, voice cold. "Open up. Time for your dental check." It was Ihi. The white gorilla's scarlet eyes widened. Its menacing glare twisted into something else, realization. It was screwed. He stomped onto its lower jaw, forced its mouth open with brute strength, and unleashed a searing torrent of blue energy straight from his core. A blast of atomic light shot out, blasting through the beast's vulnerable mouth. Black smoke rose instantly, filling the air with the acrid stench of burning flesh. The white gorilla thrashed in agony, but within seconds, its entire head and upper body began to meld away under the relentless force of Ihi's breath. Xiao Shaoling and Luo Exin stared the glow, then turned to Chuzhou, as if silently asking, "Was that really him?" Chuzhou didn't look away from the figure standing atop the gorilla's smoldering corpse. "Yes," he said calmly. "That's Ihi. With him here, maybe, just maybe, this city had a fighting chance." He didn't stop to talk. He had no time for reunions. Other fronts needed backup. He triggered an atomic burst beneath his feet, knees bending just slightly before he shot skyward, launching into the air with explosive speed. As he soared through the sky, he scanned the battlefield below, searching for the worst of it. He focused, activating his life magnetic field, and his path shifted. The next flash of movement brought him to one of the most devastated strongholds near the Secret Realm's rift. The defensive line was barely holding. The outer walls had already crumbled. The martial warriors stationed there, some of the most powerful martial artists, had fallen from sheer exhaustion. But even so, no one was backing down. The remaining warriors, and even regular soldiers, dug in. If they were going to fall, they'd fall fighting. From the horizon, a mammoth-like monster barreled through artillery fire, untouched. It accelerated, charged straight through the barricades, and brought the last wall down like paper. Behind it, an endless tide of beasts followed. With no other choice, the soldiers dropped their rifles, pulled out their blades, and stood shoulder to shoulder with the warriors. They had one goal: hold the line, delay the monsters, just long enough for a counterattack. Faced with a beast immune to bombs and bullets, the warriors went with pure force, rushing it en masse, climbing over each other like ants. Even if they got crushed into paste, they'd do anything to leave a mark. The tide of battle was usually shaped by clashes between top-tier warriors and elite monsters. But in this brutal world, even ordinary people refused to give up. They just had to hold out, until someone stronger arrived. Then, as if answering their desperation, a swarm of shadowy red and black figures appeared. But instead of attacking the humans, they turned on the monsters. Beasts across the battlefield staggered in confusion, distracted and thrown off by the interference. Seizing the moment, the warriors charged in and struck down the stunned creatures. No one knew where the mysterious shadows had come from. But just as they asked the question, a beam of radiant blue light pierced the sky and struck the mammoth monster dead on. The beast, once untouched by any weapon, let out a deep, guttural howl for the first time. Then the breath faded, and the mammoth fell. Its massive body crashed to the earth. The hide that even artillery couldn't scratch was now burning and torn. The searing blast left a scorched crater in the mammoth's chest, a charred wound deep enough to expose bone. All around, the remaining low-tier beasts froze, eyes locked on Ihi. They could do nothing but glare at the overwhelming force bearing down on them. Then, he moved again. He triggered a new skill, Thunderfang Cleave. A violent surge of blue energy erupted beneath his feet as he launched downward like a missile. The air cracked with a deafening sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, he crashed into the horde below, his descent carrying such devastating force that not a single monster in the blast radius survived. Elsewhere on the battlefield, warriors at other strongholds paused mid-fight, confused. Something strange was happening. The monsters were retreating. Instead of continuing their assault, they were shifting, turning and stampeding toward a single point. "What's going on?" someone shouted. A female warrior answered, breathless but clear. "It's Ihi, the city's top scorer. He's entered the battlefield." The beasts were converging on his location. The realization hit hard. The monsters weren't retreating. They were calling for backup. Reinforcements. All aimed at taking him down. A man clenched his fists. Yes, he was strong. Unbelievably so. But at the end of the day, he was still just a kid. And their last hope. Without hesitation, The man turned and sprinted toward Ihi's location. "We can't let him fall," he shouted. "Not like the others before him. We protect our top scorer, no matter what." As the scene shifted, a terrifying beast unleashed a sudden burst of blue energy from its eyes. The impact was devastating. Some were injured instantly, while others were killed outright. The surviving beasts sensed the danger and charged toward the source of the blue energy with frightening speed. At that moment, a boy who was rushing in to help froze in shock. He shouted for everyone to watch out, warning that a Lord-class beast had locked onto Ihi. His voice trembled with anger and grew louder as he declared that if the enemy wanted to kill, they would have to ride through the city and go through him first. Beside him, the girl who had accompanied him glanced around with teary eyes and muttered that they should kill the monsters, relieved that they were finally saved. The boy, now fully fired up, roared that humanity would win and the monsters could rot in hell. He urged everyone to hold the line, assuring them that reinforcements were almost there. The scene shifted again. Buildings were engulfed in flames, and the entire skyline glowed red with destruction. Amid the chaos, a deep voice echoed through a half-collapsed building. The speaker scolded another, calling him an old vest and accusing him of failing to protect a child. He warned not to wait until he was too busy to provide cover. If he had to go full force and the line broke, they would all be doomed. Without warning, a massive beast charged through the fire-scorched battlefield. Its sheer weight cracked the ground beneath its feet. Fire and energy erupted around it as it ran with terrifying speed. Then from the top of a burning structure, the boy appeared again. "Earth vein seals won't stop all the primal beasts," he said with narrowed eyes. "We need to take down the Sovereign to end this beast tide." Without hesitation, he launched himself from the rooftop and hurtled toward the monstrous creature. As he closed the distance, the beast bared its fangs and prepared to roar, but the boy raised his arm and clenched his fist as golden mana burst from his hand. The battlefield suddenly darkened, and only the eyes of the two opponents glowed in the shadows. Just as the tension thickened, another giant beast emerged and lunged at the boy. He turned toward it and said sharply, "Mountain-crushing python. 4th-tier king species, Lord class." The boy quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Blood-Eye's strongest mount. If his sovereign's mount is here, then that damn monkey must be getting nervous. As he landed hard and sat briefly on the scorched ground, buildings crumbled around him and the earth trembled with the weight of the oncoming beast. Everything turned black again except for the glowing eyes of the monstrous threats. Then one of the boy's eyes flared to life and pulsed with golden energy. He shot forward with renewed determination, shouting, "You think I don't know you're good with Earth-type attacks? I'm using it for a reason." Suddenly, multiple glowing eyes appeared through the darkness, watching him. He gritted his teeth and gathered energy in his palm and said, "And you fell for the bait, bitch." Then with a surge of power, he thrust the golden energy toward the glowing eyes. Immediately, one of the monstrous eyes retaliated and fired back a massive beam of golden energy that struck the ground with such force it triggered a violent earthquake. On the other side of the battlefield, another beast emerged with its enormous mouth gaping open and metallic machinery embedded within its body, glowing faintly beneath the surface. Fire erupted from its joints as it burst through a burning structure. Yet the boy stood firm, his body braced, and his eyes steady. "Good thing I had intel on the mountain-crushing python," he thought. "The casualties would have been catastrophic if I hadn't gotten here in time." The mechanical beast lunged toward him, but the boy didn't flinch. Instead, he said coldly, "If you had entered the city completely, I might have struggled to weaken you. But just poking your head out, you're just asking to be slaughtered." With blazing speed, the boy activated his abilities and summoned multiple hands formed from energy, each glowing with golden light. He charged at the beast, which now had several shining eyes glowing from its armored head. Flames danced around them as the boy leapt forward and hurtled toward the creature. The beast was terrifying. Sharp horns protruded from its entire body, and it moved with unnatural speed. As the boy soared through the fire-locking eyes with the creature, he murmured, "As expected of a king species beast, you can even grow stone spikes from your body." Suddenly, another massive beast appeared with eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The boy's eyes narrowed as he studied it. As he prepared to advance, the beast struck first and slammed an attack toward him. The beast growled menacingly, "Foolish human, what do you think you're doing to my mount?" The boy immediately realized. Blood-eyed black ape. It was hiding inside the stone spikes. The red-eyed beast roared, "Now let me crush your skull, so everyone can witness how insignificant humans are before me." With a deafening howl, the beast raised its arms, and with overwhelming force, unleashed a massive surge of energy. The battle was only just beginning. The buildings crumbled one after another as the earth shook violently beneath them and sent clouds of dust and stone into the air. Amid the chaos, a massive beast raised its paw high and sneered. It coldly stated that the explosion had torn its target's breast in a flash and confirmed that the city no longer had any strong martial artists left. According to the beast, it could now kill everyone without restraint. From the trembling, debris-covered ground where dust thickened the air and the foundations of buildings groaned under pressure, a boy stood up. Despite the tremors, he launched himself into the air. Rising higher and higher, he looked down at the beast with a piercing gaze. Once he reached a sufficient altitude, he began to channel his energy and summoned golden light that gathered and surged toward the enemy. What emerged was not just a blast. The boy conjured a beast of golden energy, towering in size and even larger than the monstrous creature it targeted. The beast below scoffed, declaring that the human's resistance was meaningless and that he was only delaying the inevitable. At that moment, an ominous voice echoed across the battlefield. Though disembodied, it was unmistakably powerful. The voice declared that there were no longer any neutral enemies on the battlefield. It claimed the conflict had become a game designed to drown humanity in fear and despair. The speaker expressed twisted delight at the thought of seeing the strongest human wear an expression of hopelessness and fear. A cruel, booming laughter followed, sending a chill through every soldier's spine. As shock gripped the hearts of many, another beast raised its paw to attack, but it was suddenly intercepted by a punch from another creature. The second beast growled that the first had been fast but still too slow, while the surrounding buildings collapsed in thunderous ruin. The first beast tried to flee, muttering powerful but still too slow. At the same moment, the boy jumped from one collapsing structure to another. First the second, then the third and fourth, until finally he soared high into the sky. He hovered there looking down at the beast who glared up with burning red eyes. "I don't tolerate lower creatures looking me in the eye," the beast snarled. But the boy didn't flinch. He maintained his gaze, unwavering and sharp. The beast released a sharp, violent energy that detonated in a heavy explosion aimed at the boy. Though he tried to evade it, the force partially struck him. Wounded, but undeterred, he remained standing. The beast, now infuriated, roared, "Why aren't you afraid?" Pushing himself off the ground, the boy growled back, "You think you're clever, but in the end you miscalculated because you were just an arrogant beast." Suddenly the beast flew into the sky, but the boy followed and unleashed golden energy that surged toward it. The attack struck true, and the beast's power visibly began to wane. "You lured me into a formation you laid out in advance," the beast said in disbelief, its strength failing as its energy dispersed. Black and golden wisps of smoke leaked from its body and twisted into the air like morning shrouds. The boy rose again and stood in front of the beast, who now weakened growled, "This is your plan. You think you can bury me underground? So naive, human." It stared at the boy with strange, furious eyes and bellowed, "You can't keep me sealed forever. The moment you falter, I'll tear every human here to shreds." But the boy, furious and resolved, responded without hesitation, "This isn't a backup plan." He slowly opened his shirt, revealing a symbol of a star etched directly over his heart. Placing his hand on it, he spoke with grim determination, "It's a hymn to humanity, a hymn to courage." The beast, sensing something ominous, shouted, "What are you doing?" With resolve carved into his expression, the boy pressed his hand deeper into his chest and answered, "At the start of this war, I've buried in cities once an only strategic nuclear warhead beneath the battlefield. The trigger is implanted inside my heart. If my heart stops, the warhead detonates." The beast recoiled in disbelief. "You're bluffing. Who the hell would bet their life on something like that? You think I'll fall for this?" But the boy's expression didn't change. "I never planned to walk away from this city," he said. "I am Huang Qing, mayor of a city." In that moment, memories flashed in his mind. The day he stood before the people, making a vow. "I, Huang Qing, offer everything, my duty, my body, my life for its city and its people." With his eyes closed, he took one final breath and thought to himself, "I suppose I've finally done enough." Suddenly, the beast, in a last act of defiance, unleashed a massive golden blast that struck Huang Qing directly and smashed him into the rubble of a broken building. A fiery explosion burst in the sky and consumed the scene in blinding light. Far from the battlefield, a soldier received a message. As he turned to the horizon, his eyes widened in disbelief. A towering mushroom cloud rose from the earth like a monument of death. The sky was torn open by the force, and the flames spiraled into a ring that soared toward the heavens. Every martial artist who had managed to evacuate in time stood in silence with heads bowed and watched the sky. Among them, Xiao Xiaolong stared at the inferno with trembling breath. It was a funeral not of one man, but of a legend. As the scene shifted, a devastating blast struck the ground and ignited everything in a raging red fire. Amidst the inferno, a giant-faced skeleton wandered, roared, flew, and moved wildly. Above it, another skeleton stood with its mouth wide open while a ball covered in razor-sharp nails rotated ominously above its head. The skeletal figure raised its hand and waved, revealing its full arm in a threatening gesture. At that moment, A beast glared at the skeleton in shock and disbelief. Even as it stood tall, the beast muttered with disdain, unable to believe that such a lowly human could nearly defeat it. Enraged, it roared its intent to slaughter every last person in the city and to torture every human to death in the most brutal way imaginable. With those cruel words, the beast turned away and stepped onto the dusty ground, announcing its retreat to the Sin domain. It needed to recover its blood and chi, and once restored, it vowed to reduce the entire place to ruins. However, just as the beast began to depart, a chilling voice echoed through the air, asking where it thought it was going. Suddenly, a human-like figure appeared, radiating intense blue energy from his shoulders with his tail swaying with power. The beast froze in fear, its eyes widening as recognition dawned. It cried out in alarm, recognizing the human as one of the greatest threats of the invasion, a terrifying prodigy. The boy, with sharp eyes burning with determination, glared at the beast and expressed regret that he had arrived a little too late. Instantly, a surge of blue energy erupted around him, crackling and bursting through the atmosphere like lightning. Particles danced violently in the air as he charged forward at incredible speed with blue energy trailing behind him. The beast, already struggling internally, growled in frustration and shouted at the boy for standing before it instead of hiding. It lunged with its paw, declaring it the perfect chance to kill him. But the boy, unfazed, stared back and pointed out that had the beast chosen to run, his mini-nuke likely wouldn't have been able to catch it. Yet it chose to die here instead. The beast's red eyes flared as it opened its jaws and screamed in rage. Yet before it could act, a colossal bolt of blue lightning struck and overwhelmed its massive form. The boy descended from above and unleashed a devastating attack as energy surged around him. The charged atmosphere grew more intense with each pulse, and at the center stood the boy, now a dark, powerful figure surrounded by glowing arms, unleashing an enormous blast of energy. The blue surge raced through the war-torn city and crashed into buildings, sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. Civilians nearby were thrown off by the impact. Some were injured, others left confused. Amid the chaos, one shouted a question about whether another warhead had just gone off, while another wondered aloud if it was another trap set by Mayor Huang Qing. Meanwhile, the beast stood dazed with brown smog rising from its head as it struggled in a miserable state. Another red-eyed beast watching the scene growled and said, "Monster." The injured beast turned its head, opened its massive jaws and roared, "You are more beastly than me. Even most king-rank beasts don't carry an aura like yours." In response, the furious beast shot back that it was not like those badly chimps. It slammed its paw into the ground, and an eruption of blue-black and red energy burst upward. The boy, propelled by energy, soared from one building to another, rising high into the sky, encased in swirling power. Charging toward the beast, the boy shouted that it was no use to run and called it a little monkey. The monkey-like creature, dashing away, growled back, saying that their sovereignty should not be underestimated. But the boy was not fazed. With a powerful wave of energy, he cleared a destructive path and blasted through all obstacles. Advancing with determination, he scoffed at the beast, calling it a sovereign-class creature to the end and mocking its injured, twitchy formal as being nothing more than a monkey. He reflected that in Titan mode, his physique had passed 30 points across the board. Yet he had not completely overpowered the beast, and it had somehow managed to damage his arm. But he knew it was not enough. On the other side, the battered beast lay on the ground with smoke pouring from its wounded body. Struggling to speak, it admitted using full force in its last strike, and was stunned that the boy had already healed from it. It stared at him in disbelief, whispering to itself that running would not beat this genius, and that it had no chance of victory. Desperate, the beast tried to leap away. But the boy struck again from behind, yelling that the beast was filthy and did not deserve to stain the sacrifice made by Mayor Huang Qing. He then launched a final massive blast of piercing blue energy. The strike crashed into the beast's back as it fled and tore through its body with unmatched power. As its strength faded and its body trembled, the beast cried out in agony, cursing the human genius one last time. The boy with the body of a beast stood near the collapsing ruins of a shattered building and stared into the broken earth. He growled with fury and said that the filthy monkey had gone underground to act dead. As a burst of energy erupted from him in a glowing circle, he declared that playing dead meant only one thing. It meant fear. Fear of being discovered. He knew it was more restricted than ever, and he realized this might be his best chance to kill it. He muttered that sovereign-class beasts could suppress their life force completely, and his eyes burned with regret as he added that if he had found it sooner, Mayor Huang might still be alive. He stepped forward with heavy intent and placed his clawed paw on the ground, while speaking with deadly certainty that the beast was now seriously injured, and even its steels would not be able to save it. He vowed to detect even the faintest trace of life. At that moment, a towering humanoid beast appeared at the edge of the battlefield and shouted that he had found the filthy ape. Then the giant beast opened his mouth and unleashed a blinding stream of fast blue energy that struck the hidden creature and launched it into the air. The monkey beast was thrown skyward and then slammed into the ground with brutal force. Gritting his teeth, the creature cursed and said he had been so close, and he could feel the entrance to the domain just ahead. He blamed the human mayor and tried to escape the overwhelming pressure of the giant beast's energy. As the searing energy raced toward him again and exploded, the giant beast opened his mouth and declared that this was the price for tainting Mayor Huang's sacrifice and promised to make him beg for death. The monkey beast, writhing in pain, clutched a glowing golden orb and shouted not to push his luck. He raised the orb in defiance and vowed to burn the last of his core's power to drag his enemy into hell with him. Energy burst from the orb, and the monkey beast leapt forward with a violent roar. The impact wounded the humanoid beast, and smoke poured from his body as the monkey beast summoned more power to his fist and struck with a devastating punch. The force of blue and black energy tore through the air and shook the battlefield, and the beast reeled from the blow. The monkey beast launched himself away from the scene as his final suicidal attack took its toll and flames consumed him in midair. Suddenly, a massive jaw opened, and the monkey beast dove inside, declaring that there was nothing left for the boy and that he was finished. The boy staggered and screamed in shock and confusion. His mind reeled, and he asked if it was a mental attack. As he tried to regain focus, he noticed hands emerging from every direction surrounding the monkey beast and carrying it towards some unknown destination. He growled in frustration and shouted for it not to even think about running. When he tried to open his mouth to fire an attack, more hands clamped down on his jaw, and he realized they were sprouting from his joints. His body locked, and his limbs refused to move. Furious, he shouted, "No such trick will stop me," and he began to radiate heat that rose from 100 to 1,000 degrees. The growing heat shattered the hands that restrained him and unleashed a wave of blue energy that melted and shattered everything around him in a violent blast. The monkey beast glanced back while fleeing through the fire and snarled for his escorts to move faster. He shouted that the boy was catching up and that he was literally on fire. As the hands rushed forward toward their destination, they opened something from his grasp, and the boy surged through the flames in pursuit. When he saw what lay ahead, he hesitated and asked aloud, "What is that thing? Is it a beast or a demon?" As his eyes narrowed, he witnessed the creation of layered red, blue, and black energy bursting through the atmosphere. He gritted his teeth and said that kind of power is that a sovereign tool. If it is, I will be done for in a second. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a devastated city where buildings were collapsing, smoke filled the air, and chaos reigned. Amidst the destruction, several collective hands began forming the shape of a face. One of the hands opened an eye, revealing a red and golden circle with layered lenses, and in that moment, blue energy spread everywhere, causing the partially formed body to glow brightly. On the other side of the battlefield, the boy placed his hand on his head and murmured that although he had blocked the giant anthropomorphic creature's hearing, its eerie screams still echoed in his mind. Then, a massive figure emerged from thick smoke and, while standing still, accused the boy of slaughtering countless lives and attempting to walk away from it all. He shouted that the boy was dreaming and, with a surge of energy from his hand, blasted forward while emerging from the jaw of a giant beast. Mocking with a twisted grin, he sneered, "Here's a local speciality from our hometown, a nuke. Hope you like it, bitch." Another wave of intense energy exploded, and a strange figure with unusual eyes appeared as the energy shot at an incredible speed and slammed into the ground. Somewhere nearby, a group of people observed the chaos and noted that the rift in the secret realm had exploded. Concerned, they speculated whether Mayor Huang's plan had succeeded and warned each other to stay alert so his sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. They confirmed that the carcass of the blood-eyed black ape had finally been obliterated by the nuclear blast. Aid workers rushed to carry away Xiao Xiaolong, who had been injured in the battle. Meanwhile, Chu Zhou sat deep in thought, realizing that although the siege on the city had been won, it came at a devastating cost. Nearly 8% of fighters and soldiers had been killed or wounded. The scene shifted, and I found myself lying unconscious in the Swan Lake secret realm. As I slowly opened my eyes and sat up, my mind felt hazy. I wondered how long I had been out. I had poured every bit of my energy into activating the giant anthropomorphic nuclear template, yet the entire area was already soaked in radiation and leftover fission energy. In a strange way, I had ended up recharging myself just by lying there in the aftermath. The battle had been brutal, far more than I expected. Mayor Huang had sacrificed himself to lure the blood-eyed black ape into the blast zone, giving me the one chance I needed to turn the tide. Using the radiation zone's home field advantage, I self-destructed again and again, finally managing to obliterate that beast before it could be rescued. Even as I closed my eyes for a brief moment, I had to admit, my Infinity Monster template was powerful, but not enough to match an Overlord-class beast. Victory this time had come down to luck, opportunity, and a touch of fate. Still, deep down, I believed I could one day reach the pinnacle of martial power in Xiao Nation. The problem was this secret realm left no room for slow, steady growth. It was chaos, and it was now or never. As I stood up, I couldn't help but wonder when I'd next have a chance to draw a rare template. If I could merge with the Comic Emperor template, that would be my fastest path to the top. But to do that, I had to act quickly. I needed to gather plant element magic cores and fuse them with my template. Beyond that, I knew I had to master the comic martial arts skill. My Infinity Monster template let me cheat a bit in the martial resonance space, but the comic martial arts came from an entirely different system, one that originated in a high martial cultivation world. Their growth might be slower than template abilities, but the potential was staggering. I looked back at the broken city. The sun rising behind the shattered buildings cast a strange warmth over the ruins. Maybe, just maybe, being transported here was part of something greater, part of my destiny. A month later, a statue was erected. Crowds gathered around it, taking pictures and remembering what had been lost and what had been won. I sat nearby, thinking back over everything that happened. Across Xiao Nation, 18 cities had suffered attacks from beast tides, and 12 of them had been completely sealed. Guanshan City had become the heart of it all, the site of an S-class secret realm buried in thick, impenetrable gray mist. The National Martial Organization, Great Xia Dragon, had sent 30 barriers and 5 grandmasters led by Du Jingming to investigate. As I scrolled through my phone, my heart sank. Fu Hongsheng, the strongest guardian martial artist in Xia Nation, had personally entered Guanshan City. 8 hours later, he came out barely alive, accompanied by only 2 surviving grandmasters. The nation had declared Guanshan the 11th life-prohibited zone, and the confirmed global death toll reached 1.8 million. I stared at the screen in disbelief. Was humanity's survival on Blue Star really hanging by a thread? I didn't have time to wait anymore, so I contacted Aunt Qin. She assumed I wanted to learn the last 2 comic martial arts skills from the Liu family, but I told her I had a different favor to ask. I needed high-quality plant element magic cores, ideally blue-grade, or if possible, even the rare Purple Lord-class ones. She was shocked. Plant-type magic beasts are rare as it is, she said, and Lord-class cores are extremely precious. What are you offering in return? I explained that during Huadu University's freshman opening, there would be a secret realm exam. I could team up with Lu Qingzhu and help her take first place. Aunt Qin didn't seem convinced. She reminded me that prodigies from other provinces would be competing too, and even though Qingzhu was talented, she only ranked mid-high among past Imperial Capital University freshmen. I had beaten her in sparring, yes, but I was still far from being at the level of a top-tier genius. I smiled and said, "But you entrusted the revival of the Liu family to me, didn't you?" Then I made my offer. If Qingzhu and I failed to win first place, I'd sign a 10-year contract. I'd serve the Liu family in any way, work wherever they needed, and even take care of her when she was tired. She placed her feet on the floor and gave me a teasing look. Serve and do menial tasks, is that right? I nodded as I stood up, and after a pause, she finally said, "All right,